Chapter 10:10. Back then I left Dragon Mountain and followed my husband to live in Poyang Town. My husband was considered a martial arts family, but there were very few people. In his generation he was only a little stronger than me. He was the only one left. When he was young he had just finished laying the foundation for his family's martial arts. The old man died of illness, so he didn't have time to teach him the rest of the martial arts. When I married into the family, his martial arts were still sloppy and ordinary. Later, in Poyang Town, he met a lay disciple of the Dalan Temple. That disciple introduced him to the Dalan Temple. Unfortunately, the lay disciples of the Dalan Temple weren't the main focus of the Dalan Temple's cultivation. They were only used as a way to consolidate the power of the secular world. My husband didn't receive any guidance from a brilliant master in the Dalan Temple. He could only follow a group of lay disciples of the Dalan Temple and work hard to expand the power of the Dalan Temple. When my husband slowly understood and regretted, he met the sacred ambassador of the Dragon God sect. The sacred ambassador showed him a mysterious martial arts skill and said that as long as my husband could learn the Dragon God sect's alchemy skills and refine the elixirs they requested, he would be allowed to practice the internal strength cultivation method of the Dragon God sect. My husband was naturally moved and wanted to agree on the spot. However, the sacred ambassador said that there were some other people who wanted to go with her. She asked my husband to think about it for one more day. When night fell, she would bring those people back and they would return to the Dragon God sect together. Unexpectedly, when night fell, the sacred ambassador didn't come. Instead, the law enforcement disciples of the Dalan Temple arrived first. When they saw my husband, they captured him without any explanation. Just as they were about to take him away, the sacred ambassador appeared again and asked my husband if he was willing to join the Dragon God sect. If he agreed, she would immediately rescue him. Unfortunately, before my husband could answer, an old monk from the Dalan Temple appeared and fought with the divine envoy. That magical martial arts made me feel. How should I put it? It was like watching a circus show when I was young. It was incredible. However, at the end of the battle, when there was no clear winner, the sacred ambassador suddenly clutched his abdomen and pointed at the monk, cursing how despicable the monk of the Dalan Temple was. After that, he fled with a pale face. The monk of the Dalan Temple chased after him. My husband was naturally brought back to the Dalan Temple by the law enforcement disciples of the Dalan Temple. About 10 days later, my husband was released. His kung fu was crippled and he looked dull. Later I had Jigao. My husband only taught him kung fu for a few years and then passed away. I felt that I couldn't live in Poyang anymore, so I took Jigao back to Dragon Mountain. Alas, although Jigao was talented, he didn't practice kung fu properly since he was young. Therefore, although he had inherited kung fu from his family, he could only run around Jianghu and make a living by selling his skills. Fortunately, the elixirs from Dragon Mountain are real and the medicinal plasters are effective. That's why we can barely make ends meet. Alas, it was this elixir that brought us a lot of trouble. The most dangerous 2 times were if Xiaoxia didn't save Jigao. I'm afraid Jigao would have died. After hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua knew what to do. She smiled and said, "This is fate between me and Brother Chu." Then he thought for a moment and asked, "May I ask, Elder, how far is Poyang Town from here? Does Xiaoxia want to go to Poyang to have a look?" Grandma Jing asked. "That's right. What you see doesn't mean that my senior sister has anything to do with the Tenryu sect's sacred ambassador. Therefore, Poyang, we want to go there and have a look. Maybe we can find something." "Haha, if Xiaoxia thinks like this, why don't you go to the Dragon God sect directly? If Miss Xixia has something to do with the Tenryu sect, won't you know once you go there?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly. "We are disciples of the fragrant religion. We still have work to do. How can we go to the Tenryu sect? We should wait until later. Maybe when the heavenly king of the Tenryu sect comes to our fragrant religion, we can ask him. In this case, it doesn't matter whether we go to Poyang or not." However, when Chu Jigao told her the location of Poyang, Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Poyang is on our way back to the fragrant religion. It won't be too far away. Let's go and have a look." Poyang is the territory of the Dalan Temple. There are often disciples of the Righteous Alliance there. If Miss Xixia wants to find someone from the Dragon God sect, I'm afraid you have to be careful. Chu Jigao advised. Well, we are the emissaries of the fragrant religion. We also have the permission of the Law Enforcement Hall Elder. There shouldn't be a big problem. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and then asked, "Grandma, I heard from Brother Chu yesterday that your family's ancestor has been guarding something in the Dragon Mountain. What's going on? Jing's grandmother frowned and stared at Chu Zhigao. She smiled and said, "It's nothing. It's just a little promise from the ancestor. There's no need to go into details." Mother, Chu Zhigao said, "Ren Xiaoxia has already been to that place. Moreover, he went in. Didn't you say that the place was left by the ancestors for those who were fated to go there? Ren Xiaoxia is kind-hearted and warm-hearted. He should go to that place to have a look. Don't you think so?" Ren Xiaoxia has already gone in. Jing's mother was shocked and said, "That place, in the Dragon Mountain for thousands of years, no one has ever been able to go in." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and nodded, "I did go in, but I don't have any proof. There are so many things inside. I reckon that you haven't seen any of them. How can you identify them?" "Xiaoxia, is there a portrait in there?" Jing's grandmother asked seriously. "Yes, but it's too old to be seen clearly." "Oh, then can the handwriting be seen clearly? Does Xiaoxia know whose portrait it is?" Zhang Xiaohua shook her head and said, "I can't identify the handwriting. According to what I know, this portrait should be of Fiery Dragon Jinren." Fiery Dragon Jinren? Jing's grandmother was in disbelief. She opened her mouth wide and shouted, "Did you just say Fiery Dragon Jinren?" "Yes, it's Fiery Dragon Jinren. What's wrong with that?" Zhang Xiaohua asked, puzzled. "Son, you don't have to guard the Dragon Mountain like me anymore." When Jing Er's grandmother heard Zhang Xiaohua say the words Fire Dragon's spiritual master, her face was already covered in tears. She couldn't help but cry. Zhang Xiaohua did not understand. After waiting for a while, Jing's grandmother stopped crying. She wiped her tears and said, "I've made a fool of myself in front of Ren Xiaoxia. I don't dare to, please enlighten me." "Sai, come to think of it, this was something that happened thousands of years ago. It was said that there used to be an immortal living on Dragon Mountain. One year, a young man with the surname Li eloped here with his beloved. Both of them were sickly and on the verge of death. They were saved by the old immortal. However, both of them had poor aptitudes, and were only accepted as unofficial disciples by the old immortal. He taught them some basic immortal techniques. After that, the old immortal went on a journey and instructed the young couple to guard this place well. If there was a fated person who could enter his cave and see the portrait and say the name of the portrait, Fiery Dragon Jinren, that person would inherit his legacy. They and their descendants would no longer have to guard this place. Of course, the young couple and their descendants could enter and try. After the young couple agreed, the old immortal left behind some superficial things and swaggered off. His whereabouts were never seen again. The young couple stayed behind to keep their promise and guard this cave residence. However, the world has undergone great changes. Not every generation of the Horned Dragon Mountain is a man who can inherit the family name. Over time, when it came to my generation, the family name was changed to Ruan. If there are no accidents, the next generation of the Horned Dragon Mountain will change to Chu. Thank you for your hard work, old immortal. I would like to express my gratitude to you and your family on behalf of Fiery Dragon Jinren. Zhang Xiaohua was very touched and bowed deeply. "I wouldn't dare. Since you've promised Fire Dragon Immortal and have been rescued by him, of course, you'll have to guard the cave abode for him." After that, Jing's grandmother looked at Chu Zhigao and said, "However, I have a presumptuous request. I hope Xiaoxia can fulfill it." Chu Zhigao smiled and said, "Mother, if you want to help the boy, you don't have to. Ren Xiaoxia is a righteous man. He had already told the boy last night. You know the boy's talent. It's already very good for him to make a living in Jianghu. How would he dare to be like Ren Xiaoxia? Ren Xiaoxia has already promised that when the time is right, he will accept Jing as his disciple. Boy and mother can also settle down in his sect." "Really?" Jing's grandmother was very surprised and said, We will join the incense sect." Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly and waved her hand. "You've misunderstood. It's not the incense sect." "Oh." Jing's grandmother immediately realized and said, "Of course, Xiaoxia has received Old Immortal's orthodoxy. Naturally, he will use Old Immortal's sect. I just don't know which sect Old Immortal belongs to. My ancestor has never said anything about it." Zhang Xiaohua scratched her head and said, "This Old Immortal also doesn't belong to any sect. I have already boldly named it Beidou School. I don't know if it's appropriate or not." When Jing's grandmother heard this, she clapped her hands and said with a smile, Old Immortal is indeed a fated person. It is recorded in ancient books that there are 7 stars in the Big Dipper. The first Tianshu Palace is the Life Star Lord. The second Merak Palace is the Silu Star Lord. The third Tianji Palace is the Lutsuan Star Lord. The fourth Tianquan Palace is the Longevity Star Lord. The fifth Yuheng Palace is the Calculator Star Lord. The sixth Kaiyang Palace is the Crossing Disaster Star Lord. The seventh Alcade Palace is the Benevolent Star Lord. The 7 Stars Lord is in charge of the survival of the world. They are in charge of the survival of the world. Xiaoxia's Beidou school is the leader of the Jianghu. It will definitely be able to suppress the incense sect and Tenryu sect. It will become a famous sect in history. Zhang Xiaohua was sweating profusely and said embarrassedly, Old Immortal is flattering me. It's just that I am speaking without thinking. Don't take it seriously, don't take it seriously. Jing's grandmother laughed and asked again, then Xiaoxia's Beidou school? Is it going to be set up in Dragon Mountain? Old Immortal's cave is here. No, Zhang Xiaohua waved her hands, I'm still young. I can't take on such an important task. Let's talk about it in the future. Besides, Zhang Xiaohua sighed and said, there's nothing in Fiery Dragon Jinren's cave. It's not convenient to go in and out. Even if I have the chance to set up a sect in the future, I don't think it will be here. Jing's grandmother's face revealed a look of disappointment. Chapter 10:11. Jing's grandmother's disappointment disappeared in a flash. She smiled and said, Big Dipper, I really hope to see the rise of the Beidou school. I want to see if my Jing can become the backbone of the Beidou school. As she spoke, she lovingly looked at Jing, who was nestled next to her as if he was listening to a story. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, Yes. Don't worry, elder. When I finish the Beidou school, I will teach Jing the cultivation method. Jing's grandmother was waiting for him to say this. She pushed Jing and said, Jing, why aren't you coming to greet your master? Jing was stunned. He immediately prostrated himself on the ground and prepared to kowtow. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked and quickly jumped away. With a wave of her hand, Jing was unable to continue kowtowing. He hurriedly said, Elder, don't be like this. How old is this kid? How can you accept a disciple? This kid hasn't even finished practicing his martial arts. Jing's grandmother wasn't willing to listen. When she saw that Jing wasn't kowtowing, she thought that Jing didn't understand etiquette. She immediately used her hand to press down on his little head and kowtowed to the ground. However, it was as if there was a stone wall in front of Jing. No matter how hard Grandma Jing tried, she couldn't move Jing's head at all. Seeing that Jing's grandmother was obviously trying to cook the rice, Zhang Xiaohua was a little unhappy. However, looking at Grandma Jing's attitude towards Jing, it seemed to be the same as how her grandmother treated her in the past. As long as there was something that could benefit her, her grandmother would do it even if it meant losing her face. For a moment, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't bring herself to be angry. She could only wave her hand and said, Elder, don't make things difficult for this kid. Since this kid has promised to let Jing practice martial arts, he will definitely keep his promise. If you continue to force him, it won't be good. Grandma Jing knew that she couldn't do it. Her face was slightly red and she said awkwardly, Xiaoxia. Zhang Xiaohua chuckled softly. Elder, there's no need for you to say anything. It's not shameful to do something that goes against one's conscience for one's descendants, and I can understand that. I'm already grateful that you were able to clarify the matter regarding my senior. At this moment, Dream, who was outside the cave, asked softly, Xiaoyao, how is it going? It turned out that Zhang Xiaohua had been asking for a long time. Meng had been waiting impatiently in the cave for a long time. After hesitating for a while, she finally walked over and asked anxiously, Senior sister, you came at the right time. The old man has already told us about the matter. It's different from what we thought yesterday. And the old man also gave us some clues. Let's go to Poyang town to take a look. When Grandma Jing saw Meng, she didn't panic like she did yesterday, but she still hurriedly got up to greet her. This woman might be the daughter of the sacred ambassador of the Dragon God sect. Now her status was much nobler than that of a disciple of the fragrance cult. How could she dare to disrespect her? When Zhang Xiaohua repeated the matter again, Meng's face was a little red. She said, Thank you for telling us about the situation. I can't repay you. If you have any problems in the future, please send a message to the fragrance cult. I'll do my best to help. Grandma Jing repeatedly said that she didn't dare. Then Zhang Xiaohua said to Chu Zhigao, now time is tight. I still want to go to Poyang Town with my senior. No matter whether we can find anything or not, we have to hurry back to the fragrance cult. We can't stay here any longer. If there's any progress in my Beidou school, I'll come to Brother Chu. Chu Zhigao cupped his hands and said, when Ren Xiaoxia summons Chu Zhigao will definitely come. Go up and shout. Zhang Xiaohua was sweating profusely. What the hell was this? Then Zhang Xiaohua and Meng said goodbye to Chu Zhigao's family of 3. They hurriedly went down the mountain according to Chu Zhigao's instructions. Poyang Town wasn't too far from the Dragon Mountain, so they arrived in a few days. On the way, Meng's gloominess gradually disappeared. She also talked and laughed. Although she wasn't very sure about her identity, 2 women who looked exactly the same in the world with a difference of more than 20 years, were not mother and daughter. If they weren't mother and daughter, who would believe it? Therefore, Meng was almost certain that the sacred ambassador of the Tenryu sect was her mother. Now what she needed to do was to go to the Tenryu sect to find her mother. As for going to Poyang Town today, Meng and Zhang Xiaohua had the same feeling. It didn't matter. Since it was on the way, they should go and see if there were any clues. However, when they got closer to Poyang Town, Zhang Xiaohua's expression became more and more strange. When Zhang Xiaohua reached the town entrance, she became really excited. She patted her deer and went straight into the town. She didn't ask passers-by for directions like before. Meng was happy and didn't ask her. She thought that Zhang Xiaohua was trying to confuse the mysterious person who might be following them, so she patted her horse and followed. However, Zhang Xiaohua's performance surprised her. She saw Zhang Xiaohua riding her deer as if it was her own home. She turned left and right and went through a few alleys very familiarly. Finally, she stopped in front of a big restaurant. Meng looked at the plaque of the restaurant that wrote "Food is God" and said with a smile, "Xiaohua, I was wondering why you were running so fast. So your nose has already smelled the fragrance of food?" Zhang Xiaohua laughed and was very carefree. She jumped down from her deer and said, "I won't talk to you now. Come. Try this restaurant's spicy chicken giblets." Spicy chicken giblets. Meng was surprised. "Have you been to this restaurant before?" At this time, in front of the restaurant, there was still an endless stream of people and carriages. It seemed that the business was more prosperous than before. Zhang Xiaohua led her deer to the door. There was a waiter standing in front of the door. He was not old and was sweating profusely. However, he was methodically greeting every customer who came in. When the waiter saw Zhang Xiaohua, his eyes immediately lit up and said with a smile, "Dear customer, did you come from afar? Please take a seat." Zhang Xiaohua was surprised. "You can tell?" "Of course." The waiter smiled charmingly and said, "This humble one has worked in this restaurant for 3 years, and is familiar with everyone in town. Your face is unfamiliar and you're riding a horse with a weapon on it. Needless to say, you must be a martial arts hero from the Jianghu. You must have some important business in town. If this humble one can't recognize you, how can I still be a waiter in this restaurant?" While they were talking, a person walked out of the restaurant and scolded, "Ma Xiaoxi, the customer came from afar and is hungry. Why aren't you inviting the customer in? What are you nagging about?" Zhang Xiaohua was even more delighted when she saw this person. Wasn't this the waiter who greeted her when she came to Food is God 5 years ago? She thought that she would not be able to meet him this time, but she actually met him again. "Shopkeeper, this little one will invite the customer in now," Ma Xiaoxi said with a smile. "Shopkeeper?" Zhang Xiaohua was startled. She then cupped her hands and said, "This shopkeeper, this little one came from afar and I have some questions. I wonder if shopkeeper has some free time?" The shopkeeper frowned. However, when he saw Zhang Xiaohua's strange horse and the weapon on it as well as Meng's clothes behind her, he smiled and said, "This little one has to personally welcome a guest from afar." As he spoke, he called for the waiter to bring Zhang Xiaohua's David's white horse to the side. He personally led Zhang Xiaohua to the private room on the 2nd floor. When Zhang Xiaohua entered the main hall, she looked around with joy on her face. Then she found a table and sat down. Not only was the shopkeeper frowning, but Meng was also puzzled. She walked to his side and asked, "Why don't you go to the 2nd floor?" Zhang Xiaohua looked at her and then at the shopkeeper. She said meaningfully, "This place is good. Isn't it lively?" When he saw Zhang Xiaohua looking at him, the shopkeeper was also puzzled. He could only smile apologetically and said, "Yes, yes, this guest is right. This main hall is indeed lively." Following which, a waiter came over with a teapot and poured tea for Zhang Xiaohua and Meng. Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand and asked, "Does this tea cost money?" "Yes." The waiter was startled and said, 6 copper coins for a pot. "This is the rule of our Food for the Heavens restaurant. It is also approved by the government." "Hehe, all right." Zhang Xiaohua nodded her head. After the waiter poured the tea, the shopkeeper took the menu and said, "Guest, please take a look at the menu. What would you like to order? If there isn't anything delicious on the menu, I can give you a few of our restaurant's secret dishes. These dishes aren't written on the menu. This little one saw that you are a guest from afar, so I prepared them for you." "All right, shopkeeper, please tell me." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said. Sure enough, the shopkeeper only listed a few dishes. He was still eloquent and extremely pleasant to listen to. Even Meng was attracted to him. "All right." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and waved her hand. She said, "I won't order anything else. Give me a portion of the dishes that you listed. Doesn't have to be too much. Just a small portion will do." "Yes, guest." When the shopkeeper heard, he smiled and said, "Please wait a moment. This little one will get the chef to prepare it." When the shopkeeper was about to turn around, Zhang Xiaohua called out again and said, "Give me another plate of spicy chicken giblets." "Spicy chicken giblets?" The shopkeeper was stunned and said, "Guest, please wait a moment. It will be served immediately." "All right, how much is this spicy chicken giblets?" "Guest, you should know that spicy chicken giblets are 55 copper coins a plate." 55 copper coins? Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously, "Why is it so expensive? I remember that it used to be 45 copper coins. Moreover, the tea is also 5 copper coins a pot." "Sir, are you an old customer of my Food for Heaven?" The shopkeeper understood immediately. He smiled and said, "I was wondering why you looked so familiar." The current Zhang Xiaohua was no longer the Zhang Xiaohua of the past. She naturally knew that the shopkeeper was just being polite. She waved her hand and said, "Yes, when I came here that year, you were just a waiter. Now you are already the shopkeeper." "Oh, you are indeed an old customer. Don't say any more. Guest, please wait a moment. This little one will pass the dishes to the chef first. I will immediately come over and chat with you. The dishes on your table today will definitely have a 50% discount," the shopkeeper said and left. Not long later he came back with a wine pot and sat beside Zhang Xiaohua with a smile. "Please vote for me. Please vote for me. Please keep it. Please tip me." Chapter 10-12. After the shopkeeper left, Meng asked, "Xiaohua, when did you come to this restaurant?" 5 years ago. Zhang Xiaohua said meaningfully, "Back then I spent 50 copper coins to have a meal here." 50 copper coins? Meng gradually understood the meaning of 50 copper coins after leaving the chanting incense cult. She couldn't help but chuckle. But before she could finish laughing, she suddenly woke up and grabbed Zhang Xiaohua's arm. "Xiaohua, you said 5 years ago? Wasn't that when I met you?" "Yes, that's right." Zhang Xiaohua nodded solemnly. "It was 5 years ago when I met you and Shirtai outside Poyang town." God bless me, God bless me." Meng's eyes were almost filled with tears when she heard that. She clasped her hands together and thanked God sincerely. Meng's memories started when she met Shirtai. If they could find the place where she met Shirtai, they would most likely be able to find her origins. However, Meng followed Shirtai back to the chanting incense cult and never came out again. Shirtai also didn't tell her where she met Meng. Later, Shirtai was killed and Meng didn't know where she met Meng. The great master Chong Gong of the Dalan Temple wrote Poyang Town's name on the list. But before they could find Poyang Town, they gave up. If they didn't meet Chu Zhigao at Dragon Mountain, they probably wouldn't have come here to take a look. Then, why don't we hurry over and find that fairy and thatched cottage? Meng was a little anxious. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Since we're already here and there's no Chu Sanfeng here, I presume that the mysterious person behind us doesn't know where to start. Moreover, the most important thing is that when you left with Shirtai that day, I came out alone. I don't even remember the path I took. If I don't investigate clearly, how am I supposed to find it?" "Yes, I understand." Dream nodded. As he spoke, the shopkeeper came over with a jug of wine in his hand. He sat down beside Zhang Xiaohua and said with a smile, "Have you been here before? Forgive my poor eyesight, but I didn't think of it. Food comes first. How many people come in and out of the restaurant every day? If the innkeeper remembered, then food comes first would have already. What you said makes sense." Back then, when the innkeeper saw that an outsider actually remembered him in the past, he felt rather emotional. As he drank, he bragged about his past. Actually, it was quite simple. The innkeeper was just quick and nimble in handling matters. He was recognized by the old innkeeper, and the old innkeeper betrothed his only daughter to him. While the innkeeper was bragging, the waiter served a few secret dishes and the spicy chicken offal. Looking at the spicy chicken offal that had existed in her memory for a long time, Zhang Xiaohua felt extremely emotional even before she tasted it. That was then and this was now. In just 5 years, the vicissitudes of life had changed so much. Zhang Xiaohua suddenly asked curiously, "Innkeeper, your chicken offal is obviously much lesser than before. Why is it more expensive?" As a person, it's better to be more honest. Who knew that the innkeeper didn't blush at all? He shook his head and said, "You don't know. This food comes first was left behind by the old innkeeper. How would I dare to smash the signboard? It's just that in these few years the price of meat has skyrocketed. Not to mention other things, the pork that ordinary people eat has increased exponentially." The price of pork has increased? What does it have to do with chicken offal? Dear customer, if the price of pork has increased, won't the people who eat meat have to spend more money? Where will the money come from? It's nothing more than the price of rice and the price of things to buy. If these things increase, won't the price of the people who buy these things increase as well? Then, not to mention other things, won't the price of the ingredients, feed and waiter in the other shop increase as well? Since the price of feed will increase, won't the price of the chicken offal or chicken offal in the other shop increase as well? If that's the case, won't the spicy chicken offal in front of you increase in price as well? Zhang Xiaohua was flabbergasted and speechless. He'd been wholeheartedly focused on cultivating the immortal Tao and had never imagined that the affairs of the world would be so complicated. How could a small restaurant like this contain so much knowledge? How could it reveal so many things in the world? Karma. Unknowingly, the hand of karma in the heavenly Tao galaxy became a little clearer. Dear customer. When he heard the manager's call, Zhang Xiaohua seemed to have awakened from a dream. He was jolted awake from his immersion in the comprehension of karma. Come guest. Try my spicy chicken giblets. Does it still taste the same? Although the chef has changed, the taste should still be the same. Under the shopkeeper's hospitality, Zhang Xiaohua, who hadn't eaten meat for a long time, also ate 2 mouthfuls. As for the taste, please, it was all spicy. Back then Zhang Xiaohua had drunk a few pots of tea. How could she taste it now? As for the other secret dishes, she only tasted them briefly. It was the same for Meng. After eating a little, she put down her chopsticks. She still wanted to hurry and find out about her origins. Dear customer, is it not delicious? Seeing Zhang Xiaohua and Meng put down their food after a few mouthfuls, the shopkeeper was very surprised. It's nothing. Tastes the same as before. It's just that I'm not hungry or thirsty. I only came in because I saw an old friend. Oh, by the way, shopkeeper, is there a mountain god temple around Poyang town? Mountain god temple? The shopkeeper was stunned and said casually, "No, there isn't. I've lived here for more than 20 years. I've never heard of any mountain god temple. How is that possible?" Zhang Xiaohua said curiously, "I've been there before. On a mountain outside the town." Oh, I see. The shopkeeper patted his forehead and said, "Dear customer, you're talking about the small temple on Python Mountain, which is more than 10 miles west of the town. That small temple has been abandoned for a long time. As for whether it's a mountain god temple or not, I don't know. If you hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't have thought of this small temple. It's west of the town." That's great." As he spoke, Zhang Xiaohua reached into his bosom and took out a silver ingot. He smiled and said, "The food is still the same as before. Not bad at all. The last time I came here I only spent 50 copper coins. This time, no matter what, I cannot be stingy." When the shopkeeper saw the silver ingot, he quickly waved his hand and said, "Dear customer, you don't have to be like this. I already said that it's 50% off. You only need to pay 1 silver ingot." 1 silver ingot? or 50% off. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. When she was at Huanxi Manor, her monthly allowance was only 3 coins. However, now that she thought about it, perhaps her monthly allowance at Huanxi Manor would increase as well. Zhang Xiaohua didn't say much. She threw the silver ingot on the table and stood up to leave. The shopkeeper quickly stood up to send her off. When they reached the entrance of the restaurant, Zhang Xiaohua looked at the street not far away. She turned her head and asked, "Oh right, I remember there's a ruffian in town called Brother Fan. I wonder if he's Brother Fan?" The shopkeeper was surprised. "You even remember this customer?" However, that guy didn't have a good ending. 2 years ago he blackmailed a young master. The young master's family came back to seek revenge. He was buried in the ground and skinned alive. Sigh, the heavens are fair. It's not that they don't want to take revenge, it's just that it's not time yet. Zhang Xiaohua sighed and leaped onto his horse. Together with Dream, they galloped towards Python Mountain, which was located in the west of the town. Poyang Town. Zhang Xiaohua met her Dream 5 years ago. She also met her second brother who was a bodyguard. Most importantly, she found a money pouch that could store items and a jade slip that could concoct elixirs. That day Zhang Xiaohua vaguely suspected that Jing Xian came to Poyang Town for the jade slip and the money pouch. Now he was even more certain that Shirtai came to Poyang Town after obtaining the immortal records of the incense cult. However, Shirtai didn't pass the test in the refining heart cave or didn't obtain the inheritance of the incense cult. Therefore she couldn't use her divine sense to find the cave under the mysterious restriction and returned empty-handed. Poyang Town was also the beginning of her dream's story. How could Zhang Xiaohua not have a deep impression of it? Zhang Xiaohua and her dream arrived at the town within the time it took to eat a meal. Of course, it was not winter and everything in the fields had changed. Zhang Xiaohua came to Poyang Town from the mountain god temple by following the footprints of martial arts masters. Most of the footprints were in the fields. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't recognize whether it was the mountain he had been to before or not. When they got close, Zhang Xiaohua released her divine sense. Seeing the mountain god temple on the mountain was still shabby, she said with a smile, "Sure enough, it's here. In my impression it was a mountain. Now it looks just like a big mound. It's really ugly compared with lingering fragrance peak." "Where is the mountain god temple?" Dream asked. "You have to go up the mountain and go around several peaks to see it. Alas, 5 years ago you were still a child. It's really not easy for you to come down from the mountain." Dream sighed and said, "By the way, I remember that master told you the way out when we left. How did you get so far away from the town?" Zhang Xiaohua touched her nose and asked, "When Shirtai took you away, how did you get out?" "Nonsense, of course." Dream was stunned when she said this. She laughed and said, "I understand. Master took me there with Qin Gong." "How did you know Qin Gong at that time?" Then she said with a soft look, "It's hard for you, Xiaohua. You actually came back to the town from the ferry with your own strength." "Hee, that's right. I Xiaoxia have been outstanding since I was a child. Even the teacher of our Guozhuang house didn't dare to accept me for fear that he would lead me astray." "Ha." Dream laughed and her gloominess disappeared. While they were talking, they went up the Python Mountain. After a while they arrived at the mountain god temple. Zhang Xiaohua released her divine sense and slowly found the direction according to her memory. She pointed to the place where the setting sun fell and said, "Dream, there is the place where we met for the first time." Chapter 10:13. Yes, it was the first time. It was the place where they met for the first time. It was the place where Meng's love for Zhang Xiaohua and Zhang Xiaohua's longing for Meng began. The two unfamiliar men and women suddenly met at that nameless ferry. That one chance meeting planted the seed that they had to rely on each other in their hearts. That seed was planted so deeply and so discreetly. It was only when they met again 5 years later that the seed gradually sprouted. And once it sprouted, it was full of vitality. The yearning they had for each other during those 5 years was turned into fertilizer, allowing their feelings to multiply without restraint. At this time, perhaps it was not the harvest season, but snuggling in Zhang Xiaohua's arms and standing on the bridge that stretched into the river, Meng tilted her head and looked at the quietly flowing river. She couldn't help but whisper, "Xiaohua, what if my hook didn't hook you that day? You won't recognize me?" Zhang Xiaohua put her hand on Meng's shoulder and looked at the sunset. The orange light scattered on the running water, and she said with certainty, No. Xiaohua. Meng was very emotional. She hugged Zhang Xiaohua's waist and raised her little face. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and lowered her head, kissing Meng's cherry lips deeply. They tasted the sweetness in each other's hearts. The cottage by the river was still the same. Seemed that very few people came here. Although Dream hadn't been here for many years, she still cleaned up the dusty cottage with great familiarity. Under the moonlight, Zhang Xiaohua and Dream sat where they had sat 5 years ago and chatted until the full moon came. The next morning, the two held hands and went on the road again. Zhang Xiaohua walked through the woods behind the cottage with Meng. The mysterious inhibition was still there. She saw the flaw clearly with her divine sense. Zhang Xiaohua knew that there was nothing inside, so he didn't stop. He used his qing gong and went straight to the west. The two of them walked for an hour, but they didn't see any signs of human habitation. They knew that people rarely came here. Using their divine sense, they also didn't find anything. Meng's eyebrows gradually furrowed. Her eyes kept looking around, trying to find the place she remembered. Suddenly she saw a thick tree. The silver leaves made Meng's eyes light up. She immediately cried out, "Little Blossom, I remember it. This big tree, I have an impression of it. Master must have brought me here before, or I walked past it." Zhang Xiaohua perked up when he heard that. He asked, "Then, which direction did it come from? Do you still remember?" Meng looked for a long time and pointed in a direction. She hesitated and said, "Maybe it's this direction." "Okay, let's go and see," Zhang Xiaohua said happily. Zhang Xiaohua held Meng's hand and used her lightness skill to continue forward. However, the further they went, the more confused Meng became. Her face gradually turned pale. She looked like she was in pain. "Meng, what's wrong with you? Did you remember something?" Zhang Xiaohua saw this and held Meng's hand. She asked with concern. "I don't know why. The further we go, the more familiar this scene is. And the more I think about it, the more my head hurts." Meng gritted her teeth and said, "This." Zhang Xiaohua stopped and said worriedly, Can you still walk?" "Yes, we must walk down this road today," Meng insisted. "This time it seems that we are walking in front of others. But we can't let others ruin everything." "Well, that's fine. If you can't hold on because of the headache, let me know." Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, "Okay." Meng sighed and looked forward. "I don't know what secrets Mother has or what secrets I have to hide. Someone actually erased it in advance. I think it's the Tenryu sect." Zhang Xiaohua said, "It seems that after we met the Tenryu sect's patrol team, many things happened. They must be the ones who did it. But I'm just the daughter of the sacred ambassador. How does this affect the Tenryu sect? How would I know? Maybe we've arrived." Zhang Xiaohua was laughing bitterly. Suddenly she paused and a smile appeared on her face. "What's wrong?" Meng Qi asked. "Did you think of something?" "I didn't think of anything. It's just that we've been in the mountains for so long. I think we've discovered something. That's bad. There are very few people here. Even beasts are rare. What could have happened? Why did you forget to walk this way?" Don't you see the stream here? If there are people living here, they must be near a water source. Let's follow the stream. Maybe we'll discover something." Xiaohua, you're amazing. You even know this." Amidst the praises of the dream, the two of them continued to walk forward for a long time. Suddenly, smoke rose from a valley in front of them. "Xiaohua, quick. Look, there are people there." "Really? Don't worry. Let's go and take a look first. The smoke might be from those hunters." Was there a need to say more? After turning around the valley, a small village appeared in front of them. Zhang Xiaohua used her divine sense to look around. There were only about 10 families. She then looked around the village. There were no fields. This village was really small and looked very poor. Every household did not have any walls. They only had mud brick houses and many of them were simple straw huts. It was almost noon. Some simple chimneys on the roof had begun to emit some smoke. In the small village, there were a few children of 3 or 4 years old playing happily. There were no adults watching over them. "Is it here?" Zhang Xiaohua looked back with concern. Meng's face was pale. Her brows were tightly knitted. Her small hands were cold and began to tremble slightly. She clenched her teeth and looked at the small village with a complicated expression in her eyes. At this moment, the children who were playing seemed to have noticed the strangers standing not far away. They all showed vigilance and curiosity. Then they all rushed away. A little girl ran into the nearest straw hut. After a while she held the hand of an old woman and walked out. As she walked she was still talking and pointing in the direction of Zhang Xiaohua and Meng. The old woman came out. She shaded her eyes with her hand and looked over for a long time. She did not speak. Then she waved her hand and signaled them to go over. Zhang Xiaohua saw that Meng was still at a loss for a while and was surprised for a while. She said with concern, "Let's not think about it first. Go and ask the old woman. Maybe she knows something." Meng walked half a step forward. Then she stopped and held Zhang Xiaohua's hand tightly. Zhang Xiaohua knew that Meng was a little timid. She patted her back and held her hand with her hand to show her encouragement. Then Meng staggered forward. The old woman standing at the door held the little girl's hand. Her turbid eyes looked at Zhang Xiaohua and Meng, who were gradually approaching. When they got closer, the old woman blinked. There seemed to be surprise in her eyes. She raised her hand and pointed at Meng. She could not believe it and said, You are you ya? Yes, you must be ya. The old woman asked and answered her own question. Where have you been these years? Why didn't you come back? Meng heard the old woman call her ya. Her body suddenly stiffened. Then, as if she was struck by lightning, she trembled violently and murmured, Yes, I am ya. Ya is me. While she was talking, a few younger middle-aged women came out from the other huts. When they saw Meng, they also exclaimed, You're still alive? Sai, where have you been? You've been gone for 5 years. When Granny Chiu passed away, she was still thinking about you. Yes, Granny Chiu never closed her eyes. She said that she had let down your mother by losing you. Sai, you child. You're finally back. Go to Granny Chiu's grave and kowtow to her. Let her rest in peace. Who is this young man? They all talked at once. Meng's expression kept changing. Then she held her forehead and fainted in Zhang Xiaohua's arms. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. She hurriedly held Meng in her arms. She was a little flustered. Child, don't worry. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's panic, the old woman said kindly, Ya has always been like this. She'll be fine after a while. Granny Chiu's hut hasn't been cleaned for many years. You should bring Ya to my house first. The other women also showed that they were used to this and came over to help. Zhang Xiaohua didn't need them. She easily carried Meng into the old woman's cottage. The cottage was not as small as it looked from the outside. It was actually divided into 3 rooms. The old woman pointed at the hut on the left and said, This is where I live. Put Ya on the straw. I think she'll wake up in less than an hour. Zhang Xiaohua entered the hut. It was indeed small. There was a thick layer of straw on the ground and some animal skins on the straw. Zhang Xiaohua put Meng on the animal skins and checked her meridians with her true qi. She also checked her pulse. After confirming that there was nothing serious, she walked to the hut in the middle. The hut was not big. It was very crowded when the women came in. Zhang Xiaohua bowed and said, Aunties, this is Granny. I'm Ren Xiaoyao. Yes, junior brother. Junior brother? The granny frowned and said, Where has you been for the past few years? Well, Zhang Xiaohua hesitated. Meng fainted when she came to the village. She wasn't sure if she had anything to do with the village. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua didn't want to tell anyone about Meng. The granny didn't say anything. The other women laughed and said, Young man, you was born here. She grew up here. We are very familiar with Lady Aya. Lady Aya? Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously, Is she Ya's mother? Chapter 10:14. The women were surprised. Didn't you mention it to you? But then they showed more sympathy. It seems that Ya's condition has worsened. Zhang Xiaohua frowned. Aunties, before Xiao, he came here, everything was normal. It's just that she lost her memory and didn't know where she came from. She didn't faint like today. Although Zhang Xiaohua had studied medicine in Rejuvenation Valley, Meng was obviously a mental problem. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't even figure out Yan's relatively simple illness, let alone Meng's strange illness. Is that so? The old lady nodded slightly. From your expression, you should have recovered. I guess it's because she forgot everything here and suddenly found it today, so she couldn't accept it? Zhang Xiaohua sighed and said, That's what I think too. By the way, old lady, you also watched Meng. You grow up, right? How should I address you? Young man, just call me Lady Jiao. At this time the little girl who pulled Lady Jiu out just now came over with a big black bowl. She handed it to Zhang Xiaohua and said, "Brother, drink some water." Zhang Xiaohua looked at the little girl's cute appearance and took the big bowl. He smiled and said, "Little girl, how old are you? What's your name?" "Brother, my name is Nyonyo. I'm 5 years old this year." Nyonyo is so obedient. Zhang Xiaohua finished the water in the bowl in one gulp. The water was so sweet that it quenched his thirst very quickly. "Young man, tell us, where has he been these years? What has she been doing? How did you know each other? By the way, you're her junior brother. Are you from Lady Aya's sect? Did you find her father?" The women seemed to have never seen an outsider before, or perhaps they were concerned about Meng Qi. They kept asking questions which made Zhang Xiaohua not know how to answer. She looked like a village woman in the Guozhuang house. Zhang Xiaohua smiled, touched her nose and said, "Aunties, it's not that I don't want to say it, but it seems to be noon right now. Everyone's home." Before Zhang Xiaohua could finish, one of the village women came to her senses and said, "Oh, I still have sweet potatoes on the fire." As she spoke, she hurriedly ran out. The other village women also remembered that they were cooking in their own homes. They were so curious that the food on the fire was going to... Oh no. In an instant, Granny Nine's cottage was empty. A smile appeared in Granny Nine's eyes. Zhang Xiaohua looked at her and said embarrassedly, "Lady Jiu, please don't blame me. It's better for you to say these things. I'm too embarrassed to say it." "Ha," Lady Jiu grinned, revealing her few remaining teeth. "By the way, Lady Jiu, are you and Nyonyo the only ones at home?" Zhang Xiaohua looked at the other room and asked. "No, there's also Nyonyo's father. He went hunting with the other men in the village. He'll probably be back at night." "Yes, I understand. No wonder there's no farmland around the village. It seems like the villagers rely on hunting for a living. Yes, this land is barren. They used to plant crops but the harvest wasn't good, so they switched to hunting. After hunting for a long time, there's no prey nearby. They can only go to the depths of the forest to look for prey. That's why they leave at dawn every day and only come back at night." "It's really hard." Zhang Xiaohua sighed. "It can't be helped. The laborers in the village don't know how to do anything except hunting. However, the people in the town like the game in the mountains. They can be exchanged for a lot of things in town. It's more suitable than farming. Oh, speaking of which, I have to thank Ye's mother." Why? Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously. At this moment, Xiaohua's voice suddenly came from inside the house. Xiaohua, save me, save me." Zhang Xiaohua didn't hesitate and immediately rushed into the house like a ghost. Lady Jiu was old and dim-sighted. She accidentally lost sight of Zhang Xiaohua, which scared her. In the house, Meng sat up and looked around. She saw Zhang Xiaohua rushing in. She opened her arms and hugged Zhang Xiaohua. She buried her head deep in his chest. Zhang Xiaohua patted her back and said gently, "I'm here. Don't worry, don't worry." Meng seemed to have a nightmare. The warmth of Zhang Xiaohua's body and the voice that made her feel at ease gradually drove away her fear. After a long time, Meng raised her head and asked, Is this my home?" Zhang Xiaohua nodded and said, "This is the village you lived in, but your home is still next door." "Well, Xiaohua, my mind is in a mess. You must stay with me." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "I can't ask for more." Meng Ran smiled sweetly. Her eyes were a bit more stable. Accompanied by Zhang Xiaohua, Meng came to the cottage. She bowed to Lady Jiu and said, "Granny, I can't remember what happened here. Can you tell me more about it?" Granny Jiu looked at Meng and kindly said, "Of course you can. Actually, as long as you can wake up and not be as muddle-headed and unconscious as before, even if you forget everything that happened in the past, so what?" Meng nodded and said, "I thought so before, but I thought that my parents might be waiting for me here. I had to come back. So I came all the way here." "Granny, can you tell me about my parents and my past?" "Alas, your mother came here for the first time and I was the one who brought her here. Even you could be considered as me helping you give birth. Your matters, how could I not know?" Meng was surprised and said, "Granny, why can't I remember anything?" While they were talking, footsteps were heard outside the cottage. Zhang Xiaohua looked up. It was the few village women who had just gone out. They were all holding some food in their hands. Seeing that Meng had woken up, they were all happy. "You're finally awake? Come, you must be hungry. Eat something first." The village women all handed the food to Meng. The cottage was crowded again. Lady Jiu smiled and said, "Let's go. It's too small here. Let's sit outside." After listening to Granny Jiu's instructions, a few of the village women quickly set up a few simple boards outside the house. They also took a few animal skins and placed them on the ground to serve as a table and chairs. Everyone sat on the animal skins. Meng could not refuse the village women's courtesy and ate a few mouthfuls. The rest of the food was given to the boys who came after hearing the noise. They each took a small bowl and chewed happily. Looking at Meng's expectant eyes, Lady Jiu smiled and said, "Yup, you were like this when you were young too." Then she pointed in the direction where Zhang Xiaohua and the others came from and said, "I can't remember when it happened. Maybe 30 years ago? At that time I was still out hunting with your father. In the wee hours of the morning I was preparing to go hunting outside the village, but after walking for a while, I realized that I didn't bring any anesthetic. I had no choice but to return to the village. When I walked to the river, I saw a woman in white with her left arm covered in blood. She was your mother. Looking at her motionless appearance, she must have fainted. When I was young, I was also a big man with some strength, so I carried her back alone. That day I didn't go out to hunt again. I helped your mother settle down. At that time she was bleeding a lot. Moreover, there was a blood-red handprint on her waist. I didn't dare to act rashly. I just bandaged her up and waited for her to wake up or for the child's father to come back. Fortunately, she woke up before noon. Seeing that I was by her side, she asked me about the situation vigilantly. Then she took out a few types of medicine and told me which ones to apply externally and which ones to take orally. I followed her instructions one by one. Later your mother fell asleep again. She did not wake up until the head of the family came back. At that time the cottage was still small. The head of the family went out to find a place to sleep. I stayed here to take care of your mother. After a few days your mother's injury got better. The head of the family and several men in the village discussed and asked for your mother's opinion. Then we built a simple cottage in the east of the village for your mother to live in temporarily. At that time, although the men in the village were strong and skilled in archery, they did not practice martial arts. After your mother recovered, she taught them some simple martial arts. On the one hand it was for self-defense. On the other hand it was for hunting more prey. Young man, just now you said that you wanted to thank Ya's mother. If she did not teach us martial arts, I am afraid that our life would be more difficult now. What happened after that? Meng held her cheeks and listened carefully. After that, your mother lived in this village for a year and suddenly disappeared without leaving any message. Of course at that time, we all knew that your mother was not a simple person, so we did not dare to ask her anything. After she left, we all thought that she went back to her previous sect and would never see her again. However, 2 years later your mother came back again. This time she did not come alone. She came with an older woman, Granny Jiu, who took care of you later. Oh, when your mother came back again, her belly was slightly bulging. It seemed that she was 4 months pregnant. After your mother and Granny Jiu came back, they lived in the cottage that she used to live in. However, after Granny Jiu's renovation, the cottage was much bigger. It seemed that they planned to live there for a long time. Later I secretly asked Granny Jiu. She said that your mother was tired of the life outside and would live in this village in the future. After your mother came back to the village for the second time, she never went out again. Only Granny Jiu went out a few times a year to buy things from outside. Chapter 10-15. After a long time, the villagers gradually became familiar with your mother and Granny Jiu. Your mother asked us to call her Lady Aya. We don't know her specific name. But your mother was very generous. Every time Granny Jiu went out to buy things, she would give something to each family. We were all very grateful to her. Especially me, because I saved her life. I gave more things than others every time. You were born in the spring of the second year after your mother came. There weren't many outsiders in our small mountain village, and there weren't many people who had children. There was no midwife at all, so I volunteered to help you deliver. Let me think, you should be 18 years old this year. 18 years ago, it's gone in the blink of an eye. After Lady Jiu finished lamenting, she continued, after giving birth to you, your mother's health had always been poor. She was often bedridden. At that time I was very surprised. After giving birth to you I didn't change much. Later on my body became stronger. Your mother knew martial arts, so shouldn't she be better? Later on I heard from your mother that because she was seriously injured last time, she couldn't be cured. After giving birth to you, her vitality was greatly damaged and she couldn't recover. What's the old saying again? Misfortunes never come singly. Your mother's health was getting weaker and weaker and you had problems. Since you were born, you looked fine for the first few years, but for some reason from the age of 5, you were often muddle-headed. Sometimes you didn't even know who you were and you didn't know your mother. You often got lost outside the village. We all advised your mother not to live here anymore. She should move back to the town or a bigger town and let the doctors there treat your mother and you. However, your mother refused to agree no matter what. She only said that your illness was related to her injuries in the past. It was because her vitality was greatly damaged. She said that your meridians were damaged, which caused your congenital deficiency. When you grow up, you will slowly recover. Of course, we couldn't do anything about it. We could only pay more attention to you. Anyway, this village is small and it's easy to take care of you. But when you were 7 years old. Lady Ju, not 7 years old but 8 years old. I just came here that year, a village woman corrected her. Well, then you were 8 years old. You fell ill and didn't know anyone. You even used a small bow and arrow to shoot people. Your mother was also seriously ill. Finally, she couldn't hold on and passed away. My mother. Where is she buried? Meng asked sadly. Of course it's behind the village. Over there, it's on that mountain ridge. Granny Nine said as she pointed at a mountain ridge. When I'm done, let Nyonyo and the others accompany you. When Granny Chiu was still alive, she often took you to pay respects. Alas, after your mother passed away, your illness worsened. You were like a different person. Granny Chiu was told by your mother to take care of you wholeheartedly. But when you were awake, you were as obedient as a kitten. When you were confused, you would hit her. You were a child, so you didn't know. Although you weren't strong, it was still very painful. Granny Chiu endured it. Alas, she took care of you until you were no different from when your mother was alive. Early in the morning, Granny Chiu couldn't stand the cold and went back to put on a cotton-padded jacket. Lu Xuan was thinking of using a dustpan to catch the sparrow, so he forgot about you. When Granny Chiu came back with a cotton-padded jacket, you were gone. We followed the tracks you left in the snow to the stream, but we couldn't find your footprints. At that time, Granny Chiu ran down the mountain along the stream like a crazy person. We followed her everywhere, but we couldn't find any trace of you. We didn't know where you went. We went back to the village, but Granny Chiu didn't come back. We searched for 4 days and 4 nights without sleeping, but we still couldn't find any trace of you. We even went to the town in the east, but we couldn't find you. After we came back, Granny Chiu fell ill and couldn't recover. Within half a year, she died. Meng was already in tears. She cried and said, Lady Jiu, I didn't know about this. When I woke up, I was already with my master. And it was already 5 years ago. It was at the ferry at the foot of the mountain in the distance. I even saw my junior brother. Why didn't you find that place? Silly girl, we almost searched the entire mountain. Why didn't we find that ferry? That cottage was built by us before. But when we went there, there was no one there at all. Meng, don't think so much. Lady Jiu is talking about what happened when you were 9 years old, and you are talking about what happened when you were 13. There are 4 or 5 years in between. Maybe you went somewhere else first and then you were rescued by the Shirtai. Don't forget, Lady Jiu said that you were delirious at that time, but when I met you, you were very clear-headed. In these 4 or 5 years, maybe something happened to you and then you were taken to the ferry by the Shirtai. Meng finally stopped crying and nodded slightly. You're right. Fate makes fools of people. Things are often like this. Seeing Meng sad, the village women next to her wiped their tears. After a while, Meng stood up and said, Lady Jiu, I want to pay my respects to my mother and Granny Chiu. As you should go. Your mother should pay her respects and Granny Chiu should pay her respects even more. She was still talking about you when she died. Meng's eyes turned red again. Under the guidance of Nyonyo and some other children, Zhang Xiaohua and Meng came to the mountain ridge behind the village. There were more than 10 graves on the mountain ridge. In the southernmost area, there were 2 inconspicuous ones. There were 2 wooden signs in front of them. One of the words could not be seen clearly and the other one was also blurred. However, one could still vaguely see that it was Grandma Chiu. Nyonyo said in a childish voice, These 2 are Lady Aya and Granny Chiu. Every year when we came to pay our respects, Grandma would always talk about them. I remember them very clearly. Hearing Nyonyo's words, Meng's tears couldn't help but fall like a broken string of pearls. Meng quickly walked to her mother's grave and knelt down. She kowtowed 9 times and murmured, "Mother, I'm back. Forgive me for being unfilial. I didn't know that Mother was buried here. I couldn't come to pay my respects to Mother." Seeing the lush grass on the grave, Zhang Xiaohua sighed. She walked over and pulled up the grass one by one. Then she asked Nyonyo to bring a shovel from the village to add new soil on the grave. Then Meng cleaned up Granny Chio's grave. After Meng finished paying her respects, she scratched her head. She wanted to say something, but she didn't know what to do. She couldn't kneel down and kowtow, could she? So she asked tentatively, "Meng, Meng heard Zhang Xiaohua calling her with tears in her eyes. She looked at her lover standing next to her, bit her lips and said, "Thank you, Xiaohua. Mother. And Granny Chio will be very happy if they know that you helped them repair their graves." Then she looked down at the 2 inconspicuous graves and murmured, "Your son wants to be filial, but you are not here. Mother, your daughter has grown up now. My illness should be cured, but you are not here. You've left and taken away all of my memories. Even if I wanted to miss you, I couldn't. Are you worried about your daughter?" Meng's shoulders shook again and she cried softly. Zhang Xiaohua looked at her and did not know how to comfort her. After thinking for a while, she found a place to sit down. The children around her played for a while and found it boring. They all clamored to return to the village. Beside the desolate little graveyard, there was only the beautiful Meng, who was filled with endless melancholy. There was also Zhang Xiaohua, who wanted to comfort her but was powerless to do so. The afternoon passed quickly. Lady Jiao and the other village women knew how Meng felt, so they didn't disturb her. They waited for the sky to turn dark and several people came back from the other side of the village. They had bows and arrows on their backs, crude spears and padao in their hands and some game on their shoulders. These people came from the mountain ridge. They saw people on the graves from afar, so they quickened their steps. When they saw Meng, an older man shouted in surprise, "Yet, you are back?" Then he shouted behind him, "Sikong, Granny Chiozia is back." Yet. As he shouted, an old man jogged over from behind. "Trilia, you're back. You don't know Granny Chio. I complained so much. She only spoke to me when she was about to leave." Meng didn't know what to do when she saw Sikong's sincere smile and concerned tone. She looked at Zhang Xiaohua for help. She didn't have the spirit she had when she killed the bad guys on Dragon Mountain. Zhang Xiaohua quickly stepped forward and cupped her hands. "Sikong, I am Ren Xiaoyao Meng." "Oh yes, Junior." He has lost all her memories. She doesn't recognize Sikong, or the other uncles and aunties in the village. I know. Sikong nodded kindly. "He used to be like this too. I haven't seen her for a few years. She seems normal now. She will be fine in the future." "Yes, Sikong. She just doesn't remember the past. Everything else is fine." "That's great. Which miracle doctor cured her? This old man needs to thank him properly." Meng wasn't used to Sikong's unusual care for her. She said embarrassedly, "Sikong, are you close to me?" When a man beside her heard this, he smiled and said, "Little Ya, fourth master isn't very familiar with you, but he's very familiar with Granny Chio." Sikong's weathered face was a little embarrassed. He waved his hand and said, "All right, it's good that you are back. You go back to the village. It's windy here. Don't get sick again. Otherwise, Granny Chio will blame me again." Meng's eyes reddened again. She nodded and said, "Yes, Sikong." Zhang Xiaohua and Meng returned to the small village with a few men who came back from hunting. Sikong pointed to a large wooden house in the north of the village and said, "Yep, this is where you lived with your mother and Granny Chio. Do you remember?" Chapter 10:16. It was a very ordinary wooden house. It looked even more dilapidated than Zhang Xiaohua's Guizhuang house. At this moment, the lights in the wooden house were already lit up. The village women must have known that Meng was going to stay in the village tonight. "We're back." A man yelled at the top of his lungs, startling a few birds on a nearby tree. In an instant, the previously quiet village immediately became lively. First, a few children ran out from the small houses shouting, "Daddy," as they scrambled to be the first to pounce on the men. When they arrived in front of the children, the men threw their weapons and prey on the ground. Then they hugged their children and raised them up high. Then they put their unshaven faces close to the children's faces, causing the children to giggle crazily. A few village women also came over at this time and took the weapons and prey that the man had thrown down. They stood beside their men and children and looked at them with smiles. From time to time, they would stretch out their hands and knock away the grass, leaves, branches and other things on the men's bodies. Then these men and children slowly walked back to the village and returned to their own houses. Meng and Zhang Xiaohua walked at the back. Looking at the happy family, their hearts were filled with tenderness. At the same time they also felt a slight pain. Although the pain was different, they secretly held each other's hands. Zhang Xiaohua whispered in Meng's ear, we will have them, okay? Meng replied in an even lower voice. Her face was slightly red. Although Zhang Xiaohua's last sentence disappointed her, it was sweet to hear it. My parents are also waiting for me at home. My brother and sister-in-law's children have grown up. If you go back with me you will be as happy as them. Yeah, you go back to your house first. I will go back and pack up. You haven't been back for a long time. The uncles and aunts in the village will welcome you. After Xikong finished speaking, he smiled and took the things to the house not far away. Zhang Xiaohua and Meng waited in front of the wooden house. They saw Lady Jiu coming out. She smiled when she saw them. I was about to ask the children to call you. Coincidentally we met Xikong. Yes, where did Xigong and the rest go hunting? Who knows where they went? They came back early today. I think they had a good harvest. Yeah, and Xiaoyao, you guys go in first. The other aunts and I have already tidied up the house. I will go back to see Nyonyo's father and make some delicious food. Meng waved her hand and said, Lady Jiu, don't bother. I don't have any appetite. Alas, child, the dead cannot be brought back to life. You have to live well so that your mother and Grandma Chio can rest in peace in the underworld. Alright, I made your favorite rabbit meat soup. You should drink a few more bowls later. After saying that, Lady Jiu left in a hurry. Looking at Lady Jiu's back, Meng murmured, they are so good to me. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, yes, they watched you grow up. They treat you like their own child. Of course they like you from the bottom of their hearts. But they have their own lives. I'm not their family after all. Zhang Xiaohua held Meng's hand and said, they are not, but I am. As I know. Meng bit her lip and pulled Zhang Xiaohua into the wooden house. The wooden house was very simple. In the middle was a room like a hall. There was a large low wooden table with a few low stools beside it. There was a tea set on the table which didn't look expensive. There were also some common furnishings in the village. It was similar to the central room of the Guozhuang house. There were 2 wooden walls on both sides of the central room which separated 2 rooms. Meng hesitated for a moment and walked into the room on the right. Zhang Xiaohua brought a candle to accompany her. This was obviously a woman's boudoir. As soon as they entered, they saw a dressing table with a dusty bronze mirror on it. Next to the mirror was a small box. Next to the dressing table was a maroon wooden cabinet. It wasn't locked. Next to the wooden wall was a rough wooden bed. At this time there was nothing on the wooden bed, only a bare wooden board. Meng walked to the dressing table and raised her hand to wipe off the dust on the bronze mirror. Then she looked at her face with the candle in Zhang Xiaohua's hand. She was in a daze. It seemed that under the candle in the bronze mirror, she saw the scene of her mother putting yellow flowers on the mirror more than 10 years ago. After a long while, Meng sighed and raised her hand to open the small box. There were many compartments in the box, but those compartments were already empty. When Meng was about to close the box, her eyes focused. She saw something in a small compartment on the lid. When she reached out and took it out, it was a wooden hairpin. The hairpin was very rough and there were no patterns. It was similar to a chopstick. Meng carefully rubbed it a few times and held it in her hand. Looking up at the wooden cabinet, Meng opened it again. As expected, it was empty. Meng looked at it carefully and then reluctantly put it down. Looking at the empty room, Meng came to the room on the left again. The room on the left was obviously bigger than the one on the right. There were 2 wooden beds, one small and one big. This room was even emptier than the previous one. Except for the wooden bed, there was nothing else. However, Meng still walked over and sat on the small bed. She closed her eyes and seemed to be thinking about something. At this time, footsteps came again. Zhang Xiaohua looked back and saw Xikong. At this time, Xikong had changed into a new set of clothes. His face looked a little energetic. Xikong entered the wooden house. Following Zhang Xiaohua's light, he saw Meng sitting on the bed and said with a smile, "That's the bed you've been sleeping on since you were a child. I helped Granny Chiu make it. Granny Chiu lives here, so it's convenient for her to take care of you at night. Then he looked around the room and said, before your mother left, she left half of her things to you and Granny Chiu. She gave the other half to the villagers. She hoped that the villagers would treat you well. Later you were lost. Before Granny Chiu left, she gave the things in this room to the villagers. You know, the villagers are very kind, but they are also very poor. It's okay. Sikong, uncle and aunt live a very hard life. They also took care of me when I was a child. These things should be given to them. I just want to see the things my mother used when she was alive. Sikong's eyes fell on the wooden hairpin in Meng's hand and said, this hairpin belongs to your mother. She didn't give it to anyone. Even Granny Chiu left it behind when she passed away. I don't know why, but I think she wanted to give it to you. Well, that's good. Sikong, I don't want anything. I just want this hairpin. Meng nodded. By the way, will you live here in the future? Sikong suddenly asked. Meng shook her head. No, although you are very kind to me and treat me as your family. But I can't remember you at all. Meng was a little sad. Sikong sighed. It's good that you don't live here. You're still young and have a long life ahead of you. Although life here is simple, it's also hard. It doesn't suit you. Maybe in the future when you want to come back you can come back. I'll let the others keep this wooden house for you. Meng shook her head. No, Sikong, life in the village is very difficult. I see that Lady Ju lives in straw huts. If it's possible, let's let them live in this wooden house. Sai, your mother was very kind to the villagers. No one is willing to live in this wooden house. It's just a memento. 1 year, 10 years or 40 years can all be mementos. What about 50 years, 60 years? Sikong, mementos are in the heart. This wooden house is empty anyway. It's better to let everyone live in it. I'll tell Lady Ju later. By the way, Sikong, I don't want to leave my mother, but she's buried here. I'll miss her. Sikong thought for a moment, then said, yeah, you're still young. Maybe you don't think so much. Your mother must be someone with a story outside. Why did she come to this isolated place while pregnant with you and live here for decades? Didn't she like the peace and quiet here? After she died, she told us to bury her on the mountain ridge. She didn't say anything else. Didn't she want to breathe the free air here after she died? I think you should respect your mother's wishes and not touch her grave. Let her rest here peacefully. If you miss her, you can come and visit. Anyway, you already know how to get here. Sikong is right. I didn't think it through. Meng said after thinking for a moment. Fourth elder brother, my mother. Did she say anything about what happened to her outside? Sikong shook his head. No, we just guessed that your mother was very powerful outside because she taught us martial arts moves. Then, did my mother say anything about my father? Meng's voice trembled when she asked this question. Her eyes flashed with hope. However, Sikong still shook his head. Your mother never mentioned it when she was alive. I also asked Granny Chiu. At that time she wanted to send you to your father because of your serious illness. But Granny Chiu didn't know anything about it. Sigh. Meng sighed and didn't know what to say. Young man. Si Gong turned to Zhang Xiaohua and said, Xiaoya is the child of our entire village. You must treat her well in the future. The old man knows that you don't treat her well. Even if I have to risk my life, I will settle the score with you. Before Zhang Xiaohua said anything, Meng's face turned red. Zhang Xiaohua held the candle and said with a smile, Sikong, don't worry. Ye is my senior sister. Her martial arts are better than mine. She will bully me in the future. How can I bully her? You should worry more about my miserable life. Zhang Xiaohua. Meng's face turned red. She forgot to call Zhang Xiaohua Ren Xiaoyao. Chapter 10:17. Sikong saw that Zhang Xiaohua and Dream were so close, and his eyes unconsciously showed a kind smile. Not long after, Granny Nine returned with a large pot of white meat soup in her hands. Even from afar, Zhang Xiaohua could smell the fragrance of the soup. Although Zhang Xiaohua had long since abstained from eating, he still couldn't help but move his fingers. The people in the small village were very enthusiastic. Although Dream didn't know any names, they all called her Ya. They cooked the game they hunted during the day and brought it to Dream's wooden table. Although Dream had eaten countless delicacies in Chuanxiang cult, she was still touched by their friendship. She felt that the things in this mountain village were her favorite. This wooden house had been dark for several years. Tonight, the candlelight swayed and the sound of laughter was endless. However, when the people dispersed, Dream also rested in a house. Zhang Xiaohua sat alone in the hall, listening to the silence of the village. She also released her spiritual sense to look at the quiet village. She felt a little strange in her heart. However, Zhang Xiaohua vaguely felt that it was strange, but she couldn't put her finger on it. Is it because that mysterious person didn't come so I'm being paranoid? Zhang Xiaohua could only think with self-mockery. The next morning, before Zhang Xiaohua woke up, the men in the village packed up their weapons and went on the road early. The village women sent the men away and went back to sleep. When the first ray of sunlight shone in the wooden house, Zhang Xiaohua, who was sitting cross-legged, opened her eyes. She was very keen to find that Dream, who always woke up late, was standing in front of the window of the wooden house. The window was facing the graveyard on the ridge. "You're awake?" Dream asked. Her voice was a little strange. Zhang Xiaohua stood up and said, "Dream, did you sleep well last night?" "Well, it was okay." When Zhang Xiaohua went to the window in the sky, she saw that Dream's eyes were a little red. She couldn't help but sigh. "You didn't sleep last night, right?" "Well, how could I sleep?" Let's go to Mother's grave and take a look." Zhang Xiaohua accompanied Meng to the tombs again. Meng bent down and kowtowed a few times in front of the two tombs. She looked up at the sun that had jumped out of the horizon in the east and smiled. "A new day has come again." "Yes, it was. We couldn't find it yesterday." Zhang Xiaohua also raised his head. The warm sunlight shone on the faint flames in his eyes. "Since we couldn't find him yesterday, then why bother looking for him?" With that, Meng took Zhang Xiaohua's hand and walked away along the mountain ridge. "Aren't you going to say goodbye to Lady Jiao and the others?" Zhang Xiaohua asked carefully. "There's no need. To be honest, although they treat me very well and I know that I grew up here, but I don't have them in my heart. Looking at how much they spoil me, I feel a little ashamed. If we were to face the separation head-on, perhaps they would be a little sad. However, I only had my attachment to my mother. Could not help but be said to be a kind of embarrassment. Since that's the case, it's better to leave without saying goodbye. You've grown up, Meng." Zhang Xiaohua held her hand and smiled. "By the way, I forgot that your name is Ya. Do you think I should call you Ya or Meng?" "What do you think?" Meng smiled. "I think you should be called Meng Ya." Zhang Xiaohua pondered for a moment and said, "One is the name I gave you and the other is the name your mother gave you. Isn't it just right to put them together?" "Bah, you're dreaming." Meng Qian smiled and said, "How can you put the name my mother gave me together with the name you casually gave me? If yesterday doesn't reappear, then what's the point of saying yesterday's name again? Just keep the name Ya in your heart and engrave it in your memory. Oh, by the way, I left in a hurry just now and forgot to leave some money for Lady Jiao and the others." Zhang Xiaohua suddenly realized. "Oh, by the time you think about it, the cucumber will be cold." Meng snappily rolled her eyes at him and said, "I put all the money I had on the table and left some commonly used pills." "Well, that's great. When I first arrived at Mocho City, I also exchanged some money. It's enough for us to go all the way back to Huanxiang cult." Meng was surprised and asked curiously, "What did you exchange for?" "Pills." "Pills?" Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Those things are used as money in Huanxiang cult, but outside it's a life-saving thing. Why would I exchange it for pills? It's just some gold leaves that Nyechin you gave me. I went to the bank and exchanged them for money." "Hehe, I thought you would steal it," Meng said with a smile. "No, how can I have such a character in your eyes?" Zhang Xiaohua also rolled her eyes at Meng Qian. "You think?" After speaking, Meng Yao released Zhang Xiaohua's hand and activated his internal energy. Using his qinggong, Meng Yao flew away. His silhouette in the forest that had just woken up in the morning was incomparably. Meng Qian's light laughter was like the sound of a bird crying for the first time. 10 days later, Zhang Xiaohua was riding on the David's deer on a rather secluded official road. Meng was riding on a big white horse. Both of them had a smile on their faces. They didn't talk much and only turned their heads occasionally. They looked at each other with a smile in their eyes. There was a kind of tacit understanding between them. It was as if their hearts were connected. But, after a while, Meng Qian looked at the scenery beside her and unconsciously said, "Xiaohua, what kind of road are you leading us on? This doesn't seem like a road we've been on before." Zhang Xiaohua mysteriously said, "Of course not. We went to Yixia town and Poyang town. We didn't have enough time, so I found a shortcut. Then she proudly said, "You can follow me. I guarantee that you will be able to see the light in front of your eyes. You will have the feeling of at the end of the road." Really? I don't dare to believe it. Meng pursed her lips and said, "You don't know how many times you got lost along the way. How dare you boast today? A scholar who has been away for 3 days must be looked at with new eyes. How long have we been out?" "I am a brand new me." "Ha." Meng Qian laughed and pointed at Zhang Xiaohua. "Aren't you still a pair of small eyes and a flat nose?" Zhang Xiaohua touched her nose and felt a little wronged. When she was about to speak, she suddenly frowned slightly. After a while, a strange expression appeared on her face. She patted her bald head and slowed down. When Meng Qian walked side by side with her, she said with a smile, "Meng, I have something to tell you." "What?" Meng Qian said, "Why are you so mysterious?" Then she blushed and said vigilantly, "You don't think too much." Zhang Xiaohua blushed and said, "I really didn't think too much. While they were talking, the sound of horse hooves suddenly came from behind. The official road was straight so they could see very far at a glance. When Zhang Xiaohua and Meng looked back, they saw dozens of horses chasing from a distance. "Oh no, what's wrong?" Meng Qian was shocked. The official road was very remote. They had been walking for a long time and had not met anyone. Now that someone was chasing after them, they were in trouble. Zhang Xiaohua's eyes were sharp. She saw that the person in front was Liang Zongxiu, who ambushed Peacock. And the person behind him was one of the people who set up the tripartite formation. "Oh no," Zhang Xiaohua shouted. "Meng, something bad is going to happen." Meng Qian panicked. "What's wrong? You know all these people? Which sect are they from? How dare they go against the fragrant sect?" Zhang Xiaohua nodded. "Yes. Do you remember when Peacock was returning to the fragrant sect from Rejuvenation Valley? She was ambushed." "Yes, I do." "Are these people?" "Yes, I followed Peacock back to the fragrant sect. So I've seen them before. The first one is the one." "Then, why don't we run?" "I'm afraid that won't work." Zhang Xiaohua looked around and said, "Even though we can't be sure that these people are coming for us, we still need to be prepared. How about this? You don't need to be afraid. We are the emissaries of the fragrant sect. In the future, the fragrant sect will go out into the world. If we don't go back, not only will the hierarch be angry, even the Dalan Temple will be angry. They won't be able to bear the consequences." "But," Meng Qian was at a loss. What are you afraid of?" "Meng Qian, don't forget. Besides the fragrant sect and the Dalan Temple, you have the Tenryu sect as your backing. Tell me, how dare they?" Meng Qian nodded. Her mother was the sacred ambassador of the Tenryu sect. There was no doubt about it. Even the great master Chang'gong could see some clues. How could the leader of this mysterious sect not see it? "Then, what do you mean?" Meng Qian looked at the approaching crowd and felt a surge of courage. "It's nothing. They're just here to capture us or cause us trouble. I have an idea. Since the two of us aren't a match for them, why don't we go with them and see which sect this mysterious force is from? What do you think?" Zhang Xiaohua said in a relaxed manner. I thought it was a good idea." "It's a bad idea." Meng Qian said helplessly. "It's okay, Meng. I promise you that you'll be fine. Besides, if you don't want to play with them, we'll leave immediately. What do you think?" Zhang Xiaohua said, patting her chest. "Leave? That's easy for you to say. My Qinggong isn't as good as Senior Kong's. If she can't run, how can I?" Meng Qian said disdainfully. "No, it's not that Peacock can't run. He can't run." Zhang Xiaohua explained, "Rejuvenation Valley's caravan. Cough, cough. Don't say any more. They're already in front of us." Meng Qian glared at her. The two of them rode to the side of the official road. The one in front was Liang Zongxiu. He held a long knife in his hand. When he saw Zhang Xiaohua and Meng Qian hiding on the side of the official road, he couldn't help but smile. He whispered to the disciple next to him, "Sect leader is really good. He knows that this pair of man and woman are inexperienced. That's why he ordered us to capture them. Look, they still think they're on a scenic tour." Brother Liang is right. However, these two are still young. We have more than enough manpower. Asking Brother Liang to do this is like using a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. "Knife?" Liang Zongxu waved the knife slightly. There was a sound of the knife. He then said seriously, "The cult of incense is not to be underestimated. 2 years ago we went to Rejuvenation Valley to kill Peacock. Although we arranged it well, didn't we still return in defeat? Chapter 10:18. Liang Zhongshu led everyone to catch up with Zhang Xiaohua. With a wave of his hand he surrounded Zhang Xiaohua and Dream. Zhang Xiaohua looked at them coldly. When everyone stood still, she cupped her hands and said, I am the disciple of the incense cult who sent the message to the Dalan temple. May I know what business you have with me? He. Liang Zhongshu rode forward and cupped his hands. I am Liang Zhongshu from between the clouds and the water. Greetings to the disciple of the incense cult. Between the clouds and the water? Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and blurted out, Is it a sect? Between the clouds and the water? Liang Zhongshu smiled. Yes, our sect is called Between the Clouds and the Water. We have not made a name for ourselves in Jianghu yet. We have embarrassed Ren Xiaoxia. He, brother Liang, since you know that my surname is Ren and that I am the disciple of the incense cult, it seems that you have come prepared. What business do you have with me? Liang Zhongshu nodded and said, I'm looking for young hero Ren and Miss Xixia. Of course I have something to discuss with you, but it's not convenient to talk here. Can you follow me to the other sect? Where is Between the Clouds and the Water? Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously. Ren Xiaoxia is really muddle-headed. Between the Clouds and the Water has not made a name for itself in Jianghu yet. Of course this place cannot be told to him. Zhang Xiaohua shook her head, then it will be difficult. I have to rush back to the incense cult to report to the cult leader. It is not up to Ren Xiaoxia to decide whether to go or not. Don't you think so, Miss Xixia? Meng looked at him coldly and said, I'll listen to junior brother Ren. Zhang Xiaohua said proudly, see? Before he could finish his sentence, the saber in Liang Zhongshu's hand trembled slightly and hummed continuously. A disciple next to him said angrily, You brat, brother Liang is giving you face and advising you nicely. If you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit, then don't blame us for being ruthless. Noisy. Zhang Xiaohua scolded, I'm talking to your brother Liang. When did you open your mouth? As soon as the word open your mouth was said, Zhang Xiaohua's figure floated up from the David's deer and used the ethereal steps to get closer. The disciple only saw a flash and a figure appeared in front of him. Without waiting for the disciple to make a move, a voice angrily said, You dare. Unfortunately, as soon as the word dare was said, a light pock sound was heard. The disciple felt a burning sensation on his face and a pain in his mouth. Just as he was about to spit out blood, a saber light flashed in front of him again. However, when the blade reached the disciple's eyes, it stopped. This was because Zhang Xiaohua was already laughing. He turned around and flew back to the back of the David's deer. I dare. Zhang Xiaohua threw this sentence in front of the saber light. When Zhang Xiaohua sat on the David's deer's back, the disciple spat out a mouthful of blood and 2 teeth. The disciple placed his hand on the saber at his waist, but in the end he was unable to pull it out. Liang Zhongshu's relaxed expression was now serious. He took the saber back from the disciple's eyes and stared at Zhang Xiaohua, saying, Ren Xiaoxia is actually good at Qinggong. Along the way he hid it and didn't reveal it. This is really unexpected for Liang. Then he coldly said, What's the reason for Ren Xiaoxia's move? Making a move in front of Liang, does he think that Liang is blind? There's no reason. It's just that Ren doesn't like other people telling him what to do. If Ren wants to do something, even if you stop him, Ren will still do it. If Ren doesn't want to do it, even if you beg him, Ren won't do it. Moreover, Ren is just a disciple of the fragrant religion. Emo Xinggong's senior sisters are all better than me in Qinggong. There's no need to be so proud. Ren Xiaoxia is young and full of vigor. The martial arts of your sect's inner disciples. Ren Xiaoxia doesn't need to show off. Liang naturally knows, but even if Ren Xiaoxia's Qinggong is good, but are you sure he can escape from my hands? Liang Zhongshu stared at Zhang Xiaohua, his saber still in his hand. Running is not running, not running is running. What's the difference between running and not running? Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile. Liang Zhongshu was stunned and then he clapped his hands. You really came back from the Dalan temple. You actually learned the catchphrase of the Dalan temple. Unfortunately, you're not Master Chongqing, nor the great Master Chonggung, nor the Chongqing abbot. So, even if you're good at talking, you can't escape today. I won't run, I won't run. Brother Liang, I have a few questions. If you can answer truthfully, I'll persuade my senior sister to go with you. What do you think? What questions? Liang Tsongshu said vigilantly. If it involves the secrets of my sect, forgive me, Liang, for not being able to answer. Then listen first. Okay, Ren Xiaoxiao, please speak. Brother Liang? Another disciple next to him whispered, why are you being so polite with him? Just take him. We have so many brothers, what's there to be afraid of? Liang Tsongshu frowned and glared at him. I have my own ideas. Brother Liang, your junior brother, doesn't seem to understand your painstaking efforts. It's not strange at all. Even a wise man can make mistakes. My disciple just wants to do his best for the leader, but he forgot that you're the envoy of the cult of fragrance, and you're on a diplomatic mission to the Dalan temple. If we take you away, won't between the clouds and the water offend the cult of fragrance and the Dalan temple before we even enter Jianghu? Will we be able to live a peaceful life in the future? It's better to invite Ren Xiaoxiao and Miss Xixia to between the clouds and the water as guests. It'll be easy to come and easy to send. It'll be good for everyone. Respect, respect. Zhang Xiaohua clapped her hands. Brother Liang, with your level, you should be sent to the cult of fragrance as awakening jellyfish. Awakening jellyfish? Liang Tsongshu frowned slightly then smiled. Ren Xiaoxiao, is this the first question? Zhang Xiaohua shrugged. If you think so, then so be it. Well, since Ren Xiaoxia said it clearly, then Liang will tell you the truth. Awakening jellyfish was sent to your sect by between the clouds and the water. It's just that there hasn't been any news of awakening jellyfish for a long time. Moreover, Ren Xiaoxia also knows about it. I'm afraid that he's most likely dead, right? Well, it's impolite to keep in touch. I'll also answer Brother Liang's question. I only found out about it from the mouths of your sect's other spies. As for who it is, whether it's dead or alive, I really don't know. However, before I left the valley, something big happened in the sect. In a fit of anger, the sect leader captured all the spies from the various sections. I'm afraid that Lord Awakening Jellyfish is among them. Oh, so that's how it is. Liang Tsongshu nodded. Is the master the sect leader of Between the Clouds and the Water? Zhang Xiaohua asked again. Yes, that's right. There's no need to hide this. Ren Xiaoxia came from the cult of fragrance and appeared in Mocho City. I'm sure he also knows about the incident in Rejuvenation Valley. Sai, are really something. You even know that Ren and senior sister went to Mocho City? I don't deserve such praise. Ren Xiaoxia and Miss Xixia went to the Dalan temple without anyone knowing. That's what I call amazing. The people of Jianghu were all kept in the dark by you. If it weren't for the disciples of the other sects, Liang wouldn't have known that these two unremarkable disciples were actually the emissaries of the cult of fragrance. Zhang Xiaohua chuckled. I'm afraid it was your sect's spies in the Dalan temple who told you. Haha, is this the third question? Of course not. Zhang Xiaohua rolled his eyes. Do you think I'm the one asking such an idiotic question? Anyone with a brain can think of the answer. She then looked at Meng and asked in a low voice, did you guys do the shirtai shirtai? Shirtai shirtai? Liang Tsongshu was stunned and immediately shook his head like a rattle drum. Is Ren Xiaoxia joking? Ren Xiaoxia knows the martial arts of the shirtai shirtai better than I do. If I want to send someone from between the clouds and the water, what kind of person should I send? How did this person sneak into the cult of fragrance? Ren Xiaoxia. Haha, you can think of it with your brain. Why bother asking? Zhang Xiaohua pursed her lips and laughed. I'm just casually asking for confirmation. You don't have to be so sarcastic, do you? Then what other questions does Ren Xiaoxia have? Liang Tsongshu seemed to be tirelessly teaching. Nothing. Let's wait for Ren to think of it and ask him then. Zhang Xiaohua scratched her head. Wait. Meng stopped them. I have a question. Miss Xixia, please ask. Who is the sacred ambassador of the Tenryu sect? Sacred ambassador? Liang Tsongshu was stunned and shook his head. This question. Forget it. Since you asked, Liang should answer. Liang has never heard of the sacred ambassador of the Tenryu sect. Ah? Zhang Xiaohua and Dream looked at each other, their eyes full of surprise. However, Liang has heard that the Tenryu sect has a mysterious saintess. This saintess has a noble status in the sect. She is second only to one person and above everyone else. Other than the sect leader, Sakura, everyone has to be respectful to her and listen to her every word. Of course, this is only what Liang has heard. This Tenryu sect saintess has always been mysterious. Not to mention outsiders, even in the Tenryu sect, very few people have seen her true face except for the demigods and semi-devils. Meng asked again, is Grand Elder Jing Gang? Grand Elder Jing Gang? Liang Zongxu was stunned and asked curiously, what about Grand Elder Jing Gang? Forget it. Just pretend I didn't say anything. Meng shook her head. Liang Zongxu fell into deep thought. Zhang Xiaohua looked at Meng. Meng nodded slightly, seemingly satisfied with the answer. Also, is there an old man wearing a bronze mask between the clouds and the water? He calls himself a banner lord or something. Banner lord? Liang Zongxu said without hesitation, between the clouds and the water doesn't have a banner lord. This old man isn't from between the clouds and the water. Then he said impatiently, all right, Liang has already answered your questions. Will the two of you follow Liang? Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, a gentleman keeps his word. Since I said it, I won't go back on my words. Good. Straightforward. Liang Zongxu didn't expect the matter to be resolved so smoothly. He laughed and said, I hope the two of you don't mind if I seal your acupoints. Chapter 10:19. Nonsense, of course I mind. Zhang Xiaohua said, do you think we're fools? If you hit our acupoints, won't we be at your mercy? That's not very good. Liang can't let you know where between the clouds and the water is. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, that's your problem. Anyway, we can't let you hit our acupoints. Forget it. Since Ren Xiaoxia doesn't agree to hit our acupoints, then we won't hit them. Liang Zongxu smiled and said, then what should we do? Zhang Xiaohua had an ominous feeling. You'll know when the time comes. Liang Zongxu also smiled and didn't answer. The three of them chatted for a long time, and it was as if they were friends who hadn't seen each other for a long time. No matter how you looked at it, they didn't look like they were hostile to each other. Then Zhang Xiaohua and Dream followed beside Liang Zongxu, and Liang Zongxu walked in the middle of the Aqua Cloud disciples. They found another official road and headed southeast. After a few days, Liang Zongxu got a carriage from somewhere and took out 2 pieces of black cloth. He said apologetically, Ren Xiaoxia, Miss Xixia, if you go any further you'll reach between the clouds and the water. For safety reasons, please get off your horses and use these 2 pieces of black cloth to cover your eyes. My disciples between the clouds and the water will lead the carriage and send you to between the clouds and the water as guests. Out of Liang Zongxu's expectation, Zhang Xiaohua agreed very readily. She obediently got on the carriage and covered her eyes with the black cloth again. She said, Brother Liang, what do you think? Of course, this is good. Well, if this is the case, if between the clouds and the water is found out in the future, you can't say that you have something to do with Run. Hearing Zhang Xiaohua's mockery, Liang Zongxu turned a deaf ear. He waited for the two to cover their eyes and said, between the clouds and the water hasn't appeared in Jianghu yet, so naturally we have to keep it a secret. But when between the clouds and the water becomes famous in Jianghu, I'll invite Ren Xiaoxia to be my guest between the clouds and the water. Sure. As long as there's good wine and good food, call me at any time. Zhang Xiaohua released her divine sense and spoke casually. Zhang Xiaohua and Meng got on the carriage and Liang Zongxu sat in front of the carriage to accompany them. The carriage continued to move forward. The carriage traveled for another 3 days and nights. Zhang Xiaohua also used her divine sense to observe for 3 days. But as she watched, Zhang Xiaohua almost laughed out loud. Except for the first day when the carriage went in a straight line, the rest of the days were curved. Even though Zhang Xiaohua was a road idiot, she naturally knew the same scenery after seeing so many times. Zhang Xiaohua didn't speak. She sat quietly in the carriage and only looked outside occasionally. Most of the time she was comprehending the way of heaven and comprehending the new dragon and tiger talisman. As for the heaven-reaching staff technique, she had already memorized it in her mind. She was just waiting for a suitable weapon to practice it properly. Meng Yi sat close to Zhang Xiaohua in the carriage. A few days ago when she found out about her background, she was both sad and happy. Later, under Zhang Xiaohua's guidance, she gradually figured it out. Now, according to Zhang Xiaohua's arrangement, they were going to the nest between the clouds and the water to have a look. She took advantage of these few days of peace to think about the future and straighten out her thoughts. Therefore, in the carriage there was silence. The 3 of them didn't speak anymore. On the 4th day, the carriage no longer curved and sped forward. After traveling for half a day, they came to the front of a continuous mountain range. The carriage didn't stop and picked a random path to get closer. When they reached the front of the mountain, the carriage couldn't move forward. Liang Zongshu jumped down from the carriage and called out, "Ren Xiaoxia, Miss Xixia, you can get down now." Zhang Xiaohua and Meng Yi groped their way down and asked, "Have we arrived at between the clouds and the water?" "Ah, not yet. But it's close at hand. The carriage can't go on the road below. I'm sorry you two have to ride horses." "Haha, no problem." The two of them then rode on their respective horses and David's deer, following the rugged mountain path. After 4 hours they turned around a tall mountain. A gust of cold air blew against their faces, and a large pool appeared in front of them. The pool was dark green in color, and at the intersection of the several pools, there was a mist that covered a huge island. "Well, you two can take off the black cloth," Liang Zongshu said with a smile. Zhang Xiaohua and Meng Yi took off the black cloth. When they saw the scene in front of them, their eyes showed a surprised expression. This is your sect? Between the clouds and the water?" Zhang Xiaohua said in surprise. I was thinking along the way why your sect had such a strange name. Now it seems that the sect is just like its name." "Yes, Ren Xiaoxiao is right. Between the clouds and the water is above the blue water and under the white clouds. Water and clouds are the state of the sect's prosperity." Looking at Liang Zongshu's complacent expression, Zhang Xiaohua almost blurted out, "Does your sect leader tell you this every day?" Meng Yi looked at it for a while and asked curiously, "Senior brother, Liang, your sect's water island is a foreign land. Looking at your sect's image, it should be the realm of immortality. But why have I never heard of your sect's name?" Liang Zongshu clasped his hands behind his back and said, "Our sect has experienced a drastic change in the past. Many of our disciples have perished. Our sect leader Darren has been enduring hardships to achieve what we have today. Perhaps many people in your sect resent our sect's private methods, but who knows how difficult it is for our sect to survive." Zhang Xiaohua sighed, "How can we not be hurt when we're in Jianghu? We only practice the art of escape." Then she looked a little embarrassed, but she couldn't finish her sentence. "Ha," Liang Zongshu laughed and said, "You let others take the hit for you." Pfft. Meng Yi covered her mouth and laughed. Zhang Xiaohua also cupped his hands and said with a hint of admiration in his heart, "Senior brother Liang is very talented. This little brother admires you. Junior brother Ren is joking. Liang invited you here. I hope you won't blame him in the future." Zhang Xiaohua shook her head. "Didn't I say that if we don't want to come, we won't come no matter how you invite us? Brother Liang invited us to see the wonderful view between the clouds above the water. I can't thank you enough." Liang Zongshu appeared very open and candid. He raised his hand and said, "Ren Xiaoxiao, Miss Xixia, please. Our sect leader has been waiting for you for a long time." Everyone went down the mountain and walked to the edge of the pool. There was already a big boat docked on the shore. Zhang Xiaohua was worrying about how to get the Great Wisdom Sword on the boat when Liang Zongshu said, "Please don't blame us. You can leave the horses on the shore." Zhang Xiaohua nodded. "We'll follow Brother Liang's arrangement." The two of them boarded the boat. The big boat moved slowly. When they got closer, the giant island between the clouds and the water gradually revealed its true appearance. The island was like a big mountain standing between the pools. The mountain was densely covered with pine and bamboo and strange rocks. At a glance they couldn't see any path up the mountain. About 10 feet above the water, there was a thick fog that shrouded the mountain. Everything couldn't be seen clearly. Even when the big boat arrived in front of the island and looked up, the thick fog still couldn't be seen. It was as if it was attached to the island. "Brother Liang, this fog is quite strange. It's different from normal?" Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but ask. "You're really a disciple of a famous sect." Liang Zongshu almost gave her a thumbs up. He said proudly, "This is our sect's method of immortality. It's the foundation of protecting between the clouds and the water." Meng snorted and said in a low voice, "It's just so. Compared to my fragrant sect's protective formation, the peak protection formation, it's still a bit weaker." "Miss Xixia is right, but your sect's formation." Hee. Meng rolled her eyes at him and didn't argue with him anymore. When the big boat got closer, it stopped moving forward. Instead, it waited for the disciple who was controlling the boat to walk to the bow of the boat. Then he raised 2 scarlet triangular flags and waved them left and right. No one knew what the flags meant. After half a cup of tea's worth of time, the big boat moved on its own and slowly drifted along the water island. When one looked carefully at the water below the boat, one could see that the water was divided into different parts. Some were moving forward, some were moving backward, and some were moving straight toward the water island. Only Zhang Xiaohua's boat seemed to be on a fixed course. It went in one direction and kept moving forward. When Zhang Xiaohua arrived, she hit her divine sense and true energy. She didn't release her divine sense and couldn't see the abnormality of the water flow. However, Zhang Xiaohua still praised, "Brother Liang, this entrance method is quite similar to my sect's formation." Liang Zongshu's face was filled with curiosity as he asked, "How does one enter your sect?" Suddenly, Zhang Xiaohua thought of Chong Chong and the magical bead he buried beside Jinghai Lake. She smiled bitterly and said, "Your sect has been searching for a long time. Until now, you still haven't found the secret of our sect?" Liang Zongshu smiled faintly and said, "Who says we haven't? Liang just wants to hear junior brother Ren's opinion." "Don't." Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand and said, "I won't embarrass myself." As they were talking, the big boat tilted and shook violently as if it was about to flip over. Then it rushed toward the moss-stained stone wall of the island. Ouch! Meng couldn't help but cry out. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked too. However, when she saw Liang Zongshu's calm expression and the disciple at the front of the boat using the 1,000-kilogram drop to stabilize himself, she immediately understood. She reached out her left hand and held Meng's small hand. Meng held Zhang Xiaohua's hand and felt at ease. At this moment, the big boat was about to crash into the stone wall. However, the strange thing was that there was no sound at all. It was as if the stone wall did not exist. The big boat sank into the wall. After that, everyone's eyes lit up. An extremely wide waterway appeared in front of them. On both sides of the waterway, there were a few rows of short peach trees. At this moment, the peach blossoms were in full bloom. Wherever the breeze passed, countless petals would drift and fall on the water surface of the waterway. It was a poetic and picturesque scene. Zhang Xiaohua clapped her hands and said, "What a good place to go. Your sect leader seems to be a cultured person." Junior brother Ren is right. Our sect leader has great talent and bold vision. She is indeed rare in this world. All the traps and arrays between the clouds and the water were set up by her. She is truly admirable. Chapter 10:20. The boat traveled for several li but it still didn't reach the shore. At this time it was the disciple who steered the boat. The two sides of the waterway had become cliffs and precipices. On the cliffs, the cries of apes and cranes rose and fell one after another. The precipices were also lush and verdant, with many green things hidden in the clouds. Zhang Xiaohua looked at it and felt quite strange. She pointed at the green on the precipice and said, "Brother Liang, what kind of medicinal herbs are these? This humble one has never seen such a thing before." Liang Zongshu glanced at it and said with a smile, "Junior brother Ren has misjudged. Those aren't medicinal herbs but tea trees." "Tea trees?" Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. She asked curiously, "Are those green leaves tea leaves? Why are they different from what I usually see?" "Naturally they are different." Liang Zongshu said, "Junior brother Ren has seen that they have been processed. These are grown on tea trees so of course they are different." "Ah, I understand." Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile, "Reading 10,000 books is really not as good as traveling 1,000 li. If I didn't come to your sect, how would I know that tea leaves would be like this?" While chatting and laughing, the big boat went against the current and entered a small pool. When it docked on the shore, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but sigh. There is an island in the water and there is water on the island. The Tao of Immortality is really magical. On the shore, an old man with white hair and beard was waiting with several disciples. After jumping ashore, Liang Zongshu introduced, "Ren Xiaoxia, this is Li Su of Huiming Hall." Li smiled, his mouth wide open. He cupped his hands and said, "On behalf of Bai Zhangmen, I welcome Miss Zixiao, Ren Xiaoyao and Ren Xiaoxiao from the incense cult." Although Zhang Xiaohua and Meng were forced to come here, they saw that Liang Zongshu did not make things difficult for them along the way. This Huiming Hall's Li Su was also polite to Li. Although they were puzzled, they also went forward to greet him. They bowed and said, "Thank you very much, Mr. Li, for welcoming us. Miss Zixiao and Ren Xiaoxiao are too courteous." Li smiled. "Both of you are the messengers of the incense cult. Of course you represent the incense cult. How could I, between the clouds and the water, not treat you with respect? We don't dare, we don't dare. Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile. Bai Zhangmen of the incense cult still has important matters to attend to. For the time being, I will have to inconvenience you too. This way please. I have already arranged a place for you two. Please take a rest. This way Ren Xiaoxia Miss Xixia. Liang will take his leave first. Liang Congshu cupped his hands and said goodbye, then left without saying a word. Zhang Xiaohua and Meng were led by Li Li to an abode. In the abode, several beautiful maids had already brewed fragrant tea and picked some rare fruits, waiting for the guests. After the guests and the host landed, Li raised his teacup and said, Ren Xiaoxia Miss Xixia, please try our cloud mist tea. This is a specialty of our incense cult. You can't taste it anywhere else. Zhang Xiaohua and Meng both picked up their teacups and took a sip, praising it endlessly. Meng was fine with it. She only felt that this mouthful of refreshing tea made her mouth salivate and had endless flavors. Zhang Xiaohua was even more different. She only felt that when the tea entered her stomach, a wisp of qi of heaven and earth was naturally born. She only needed to slightly circulate her qi to refine it into her body. She knew that this tea was indeed precious. Zhang Xiaohua had also drunk tea with qi of heaven and earth in the Guozhuang house. That tea only had an ordinary taste. Although the qi of heaven and earth was comparable to this tea, the taste was worlds apart. Good tea. Zhang Xiaohua put down her teacup and praised, Ren can be considered to have drunk countless good teas, but I think this is the first time he has drunk this kind of celestial tea. Li Li was overjoyed and said, Ren Xiaoxia can actually taste 3 of its flavors? Sect leader Bai is also a tea lover. He often says that this is a celestial tea. Although this old man can taste the differences, I can't tell why. Please enlighten me, Ren Xiaoxia. Zhang Xiaohua blushed slightly and said with a smile, Old Hall Master is thinking too much. I just feel that this tea is indeed a little different from the tea of Chuanxiang cult, but I don't know what the difference is. Let me tell you something, but I have disappointed Li Li. Li was indeed disappointed, but he still said, since Ren Xiaoxia likes it, then please wait a moment. This cloud mist tea is also precious in between the clouds and the water. This old man will go and see if the sect leader is free. At the same time I will also ask for some tea for Ren Xiaoxia. Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed and cupped her hands and said, Thank you very much. After Li left, Zhang Xiaohua also asked the others in the house to leave. Meng rebuked, When did you drink tea on lingering fragrance peak? Why didn't I know? Why are you talking nonsense? Don't you care about your face? Zhang Xiaohua laughed and said, Mother and father at home both like to drink tea, but they drink despicable tea. Now that they see a rare tea, how can they not ask for some? Bring it back for father and mother to taste? For this, why would I care about my face? Meng was a little disappointed. Sai, you can give up your face to find something fresh for mother. Even if I want to give it up, who can I give it to? Hee hee, Zhang Xiaohua patted Meng's shoulder and said, Don't you still have my father and mother? If you have to give it up, then give it up. Meng's face flushed red and she spat, They are your father and mother. What does it have to do with me? Zhang Xiaohua smiled but did not continue to harp on this. She said, That may not be so. Although your mother is no longer alive, your father can still be found. From Liang Congshu's words, your mother should be the holy maiden of the Tenryu sect. Such a noble role. How bad can your father be? Perhaps he is a famous person in Jianghu? But what? Meng Qi asked. However, looking at your mother's appearance, she ran to a remote village to hide. There's an 80 to 90% chance that she's hiding from the Heavenly Dragon sect. That father of yours that you haven't met, I'm afraid he's not someone from the Heavenly Dragon sect. Yes, I think so too. But my father is still my father. No matter what, I have to know who he is. Meng was melancholy. She then looked outside and frowned. Xiaohua, I have been thinking along the way. Why is Liang Congshu so polite and insisted that we come between the clouds and the water? If it was my decision, even Yu Sui would not agree. I listened to your idea and followed you here. How confident are you that you can escape from here? Why do we have to escape? Zhang Xiaohua asked curiously. Although I don't quite understand the intentions of that Bai Zhangmen between the clouds and the water, just looking at Liang Congshu and Li Su here, they do not seem to have any ill intentions. Perhaps that Bai Zhangmen has something to ask us personally? I have a feeling that things are not so simple. Didn't you ask Liang Zongshu a few questions earlier? You also told me on the way here. They have been working hard in Jianghu for so many years and have always maintained a mysterious appearance. Why are they being so polite to us? Don't forget that great elder Jing gang was killed by them. They have been at odds with our fragrant cult for so many years. It would be easy for them to kill us now. You don't have to worry about this. Since this Xiaoxia dared to bring you here, I naturally have 100% confidence. If I had a 99% confidence, why would I be willing to let you take the risk? Let's not talk about other things, just you. Can't you talk about something else? Why do you always talk about my appearance? Isn't it just because my mother is the sacred ambassador of the Tenryu sect? As for whether or not she is the sacred lady, I don't know if she will give face. Meng was a little annoyed by Zhang Xiaohua's weak explanation. Zhang Xiaohua knew that Meng was a little upset. She was brought to a strange place by between the clouds and the water and walked blindfolded for a long time. He couldn't help but feel a little apologetic. He held Meng's hand and chatted with her. Meng's expression gradually eased. After the time it took to eat a meal, the old hallmaster returned with 2 jade bottles in his hand. He had a smile on his face. He entered the door and said, "I am really sorry for making you 2 wait." Then he handed over the jade bottles and said, "This is between the clouds and the water's specialty, cloud mist tea. Please keep it well." Zhang Xiaohua took the bottles and opened the cork. A light and elegant fragrance rushed into his nose. His whole head felt refreshed. He used his divine sense to scan the jade bottles and found that there was a rich vitality in them. Zhang Xiaohua kept 1 bottle for herself and handed the other to Meng. Meng looked at him and said, "You keep it for me." After Zhang Xiaohua put it away, Li said with a smile, "Bai Zhangmen of the Bai sect invited Ren Xiaoxia to the White Cloud Hall for a chat." Me. Zhang Xiaohua frowned and said, "Why aren't there 2 people?" The old hallmaster said, "This is the sect leader's order." "I don't know." "I see." Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment and nodded. She said, "Please lead the way for me, Mr. Li." Then he turned his head and said, "Senior Sister Zixiao, please wait here. I will be back soon." "Hey, be careful." Meng replied with concern. Zhang Xiaohua followed Li Su to a simple and unadorned hall. At this time there were more than 10 people sitting on both sides of the hall. There were men and women, fat and thin. Liang Zongshu sat on the right side slightly above. The 3 people who set up the 3 talents formation were also next to him, sitting below. Young Master Ping Yi was also among them. When Ping Yi saw Zhang Xiaohua, his face changed greatly. When he returned to between the clouds and the water, he only told her about the immortal Dao people in Imocho City. How could he tell her about him in Huangchang? Although he knew that there were disciples of the fragrant religion in Jianghu, they were all male disciples of the Ruijin Palace. Sometimes he faintly felt that Meng's words were somewhat credible, but he had always been secretly denying himself. When he saw Zhang Xiaohua, he knew that the unremarkable young man and woman were telling the truth. They were really disciples of the fragrant religion. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the people in the hall and her eyes fell on the beautiful woman who was nearing 40 years old. She saw that the beautiful woman's black hair was like clouds, her eyebrows were like black, her nose was high and her face was sparkling like jade. She had a dignified face. Huh. Zhang Xiaohua just looked at the beautiful woman when a divine sense swept over her body. It went back and forth a few times. People of the immortal Dao? Zhang Xiaohua frowned slightly and thought to herself, what Liang Zongshu said before, I thought it was an exaggeration. The immortal Dao in this world, other than the fragrant religion, the Dalan Temple and the Tenryu sect, even the Misty School, the so-called inheritance of a large sect, does not have any experts of the immortal Dao. And the Righteous Alliance may not have any immortal Dao people. Between the clouds and the water, how could there be an immortal Dao cultivator? Chapter 1021. Reporting to Sect Master, Fragrant Religion Disciple Rin Xiaoyao is here. After Li reported, he sat on a chair on the left. Rin Xiaoyao from Fragrant Religion greets Bai Zhangmen. Zhang Xiaohua bowed. And please rise. A gentle force appeared in front of Zhang Xiaohua and lifted her up. Thank you, Bai Zhangmen. Zhang Xiaohua said, then turned to look at Ping Yeyu and cupped her hands. So Brother Peng is a disciple of Between the Clouds and the Water. I'm sorry for my rudeness. When Ping Yeyu heard this, his originally gloomy face became even redder. He stole a glance at his sect master and cupped his hands. So Rin Xiaoxia is really a disciple of fragrant religion. I'm sorry for my rudeness. Night Rain, you know Rin Xiaoxia? Bai Zhangmen asked with a little surprise. This. Peng Yiyu only hesitated for a moment, then immediately told him about his encounter with Zhang Xiaohua and Dream. Then he asked Zhang Xiaohua, I don't know. Young Master Huang of the Falling Star Alliance. Humph. Zhang Xiaohua snorted. Young Master Peng, what do you think will happen to him? Peng Yi. Bai Zhangmen sneered. The sect master asked you to go to the Falling Star Alliance to inquire about fragrant religion. You and Huang Chong, let's not talk about it, but Rin Xiaoxia already told you that they are disciples of fragrant religion. Why didn't you say anything when you came back? Sect master, please don't blame me, disciple. Disciple just thought that they were just talking nonsense. How can a disciple of fragrant religion really say that they are disciples of fragrant religion? They just wanted to scare us away, who would have thought? Hee hee, Zhang Xiaohua laughed and said, we are gentlemen, of course we are magnanimous. Peng Yiyu, go to the law enforcement hall to receive your punishment. Bai Zhangmen ordered without any explanation. When Peng Yiyu walked out of the main hall with an ashen face, Zhang Xiaohua was elated. This bastard actually dared to have ideas about my dreams. Letting you receive your punishment is really a gift from this Xiaoxia. Rin Xiaoxia, please take a seat, Bai Zhangmen said with a smile. A disciple brought a chair over. Zhang Xiaohua sat down and said with a smile, Bai Zhangmen is too courteous. I wonder why Bai Zhangmen invited me and senior martial sister between the clouds and the water? Bai Zhangmen laughed and said, of course there is a reason. Otherwise there would be no need to mobilize so many people. Bai Zhangmen has eyes everywhere. There are few people in Jianghu who don't know about you. You even know about my affairs clearly. Why would you still need me? Rin Xiaoxia praises you too much. Many things are not necessarily seen with one's eyes. If I didn't hear it with my own ears, I wouldn't be at ease. Alright, Bai Zhangmen, please enlighten me. I have to hurry back to the incense cult. This time I'm running out of time. Martial arts convention? Bai Zhangmen asked with interest. Sigh, since Bai Zhangmen already knows. Without waiting for Zhang Xiaohua to finish, Bai Zhangmen asked, when will the incense cult's martial arts convention be held? Zhang Xiaohua rolled her eyes and said, all the major sects have received the invitation. Your cult has eyes and ears in all the sections. Don't tell me you don't know? Is it the 26th of this month? That's right, Zhang Xiaohua replied snappily. Well, there's still more than half a month. If Rin Xiaoxia returns in time, he can also make it in time to report. Bai Zhangmen laughed. That depends on whether Bai Zhangmen will let me return in time. Zhang Xiaohua said. Why not let you return in time? This sect master has never thought of keeping you alive. Thank you, Bai Zhangmen. Oh, there's no need. In fact, I invited you here this time to ask how you came out of the incense cult. It seems that there's still some time before your sect protecting formation opens. Bai Zhangmen really doesn't know. Of course, I really don't know. Otherwise, I wouldn't have sent so many people and used so many methods to inquire about the secret passage of the incense cult. Sai, why does Bai Zhangmen have to hide so much? I don't believe that Bai Zhangmen has no news. Zhang Xiaohua said somewhat evasively. If not, how could this sect leader invite you all here? Forget it, then I'll get straight to the point. Rin Xiaoxia, is there a problem with your sect protecting formation? Yes, it is. Sure enough, if there were no flaws in the sect protecting formation, how could so many disciples come out? How could all the sects go to Lingxiang Peak? Bai Zhangmen's face showed a strange expression. Since the incense cult is about to reappear in Jianghu, then what about us between the clouds and the water? How can we be willing to fall behind others? Then he seemed to explain to Zhang Xiaohua. Between the clouds and the water originally planned to summon the martial arts world next month and prepare to reappear in Jianghu. I didn't expect that the incense cult would send out a hero's invitation first. It's quite difficult for our sect. If we send out a hero's invitation after your cult, we'll inevitably be laughed at. Rather than that, it's better to take advantage of the Martial Arts Society Assembly to explain our sect's situation to the world's heroes. Good things come in pairs. Rin Xiaoxia, what do you think? Very good, very good. Bai Zhangmen invited me here so that I can pass this message to the cult leader of the other cult, right? Bai Zhangmen clapped his hands and said, exactly. If the other cult suddenly sends a disciple forward, It'll inevitably be rude and make Nun Jingyi unhappy. It's better to let Ren Xiaoxia pass the message to show our sincerity. Well said, I'll definitely do as you say. In that case, thank you very much, Ren Xiaoxia, Bai Zhongmen suddenly asked. Your cult's protective array is gone? Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. She thought for a moment and said, this matter is considered a secret now, but when Bai Zhongmen arrives at Dianqi Lake he'll naturally know. It's not a big deal to tell him now. Well, it's no wonder that the disciples of the incense cult can enter Jianghu at will. Alas, with the appearance of the incense cult, Jianghu is in chaos. The protection of the celestial way has always had a limit. After thousands of years, the incense cult has finally fallen into the mortal world. Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. She asked, listening to Bai Zhongmen's tone, he's quite emotional. Could it be that there's also a story between the clouds and the water? Hihi, Ren Xiaoxia, do you want to know? If it's possible, please enlighten me. Then if Ren Xiaoxia tells me why you didn't directly return to the incense cult after coming out of the Dalan temple, but instead went to Yixia town, Baiquan mountain and Poyang town, and even disappeared for a few days, then I'll tell you the truth. Alas, Bai Zhongmen is really amazing. I've always been careful, but I've still been targeted by your cult. It's just that this matter can't be told to outsiders. Bai Zhongmen, please understand. Is that so? I heard that the great master Chang Gong of the Dalan temple gave Ren Xiaoxiao a note. What's on it? Zhang Xiaohua shook her head. Is it some kind of agreement between the incense cult and the Dalan temple? Is it something related to the celestial way? Maybe it's something that the incense cult left in Jianghu? The more Zhang Xiaohua listened, the more she felt that Bai Zhongmen was too imaginative. She shook her head. Bai Zhongmen finally slapped the chair and stood up. Ren Xiaoxia, don't hide it. The Ho family of Yixia town and the Qing family of Baiquan mountain are inextricably linked to the celestial way. Even Poyang town, in my impression, is related to the celestial way. When Ren Xiaoxia went to those places, he immediately killed and destroyed the bodies. If it's not some secret of the celestial way, how can I believe it? Zhang Xiaohua also stood up. She cupped her hands and said, Bai Zhongmen, what I said is the truth. Some of these are my personal affairs, so it's not convenient for me to tell you the truth. But one thing I can be sure of is that it has nothing to do with the celestial way that Honored Sir mentioned. If Honored Sir doesn't believe me, you can go and investigate. Honored Sir asked us to come here just to let us pass a message to the cult leader. I've already agreed. Sect leader, please go back to Lingering Fragrance Peak as soon as possible. Hee, sect leader Bai sneered and said, young hero Ren, you've always been sensible. Why are you so muddle-headed now? What? Zhang Xiaohua glared at her. If Ren doesn't say it, Bai Zhongmen won't listen? Compared to the secret of the celestial way, what's so important about you passing a message? Ren Xiaoxia should seriously think about it. There's no need to think about it. Zhang Xiaohua interrupted Bai Zhongmen and said, this matter has nothing to do with the celestial way. You're really not going to say it? Bai Zhongmen didn't believe her at all. What? Zhang Xiaohua sneered. Bai Zhongmen, do you still want to interrogate me? Haha, Bai Zhongmen laughed. A small disciple of the fragrant fragrance cult is so rampant. If this sect leader doesn't use some tricks, won't he be looked down upon by the other disciples? As he spoke, Bai Zhongmen's left hand lit up. It was the teapot that he usually held in his hand. His right hand had already formed a seal. With a paw sound, his finger slapped on the teapot. With a soft poof sound, the round teapot lid flew up, circled in the air and suddenly enlarged. Bai Zhongmen pointed his finger and the dustpan-like lid flew towards Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua wasn't in a hurry at all. She reached into her chest and was about to take out Zhu Meng when suddenly a warm current flashed from her forehead. Her body was fixed to the ground and she couldn't move at all. Then the thing that Wan Wuxin left in Zhang Xiaohua's Naiwan palace in the ruins of Huan flew out from Zhang Xiaohua's forehead and supported the flying lid. The lid immediately turned back to its original form. With a spin, it flew back to Bai Zhongmen's hand. At this time, the thing that flew out from Zhang Xiaohua's forehead also spun in the air. In a moment, it expanded again and turned into a primordial spirit projection standing in the air. Wasn't that Wan Wuxin? Seeing such an unforeseen event, everyone in the hall between the clouds and the water was stunned. Bai Zhongmen was first stunned, then shocked. Finally, he stared at Wan Wuxin's primordial spirit projection with an incredulous expression. Are you a disciple of the Shindao sect? Where did you get the demon refining gourd in your hand? Wan Wuxin asked faintly. Junior is indeed a disciple of the Shindao sect by Yanqiu. Seeing this, Bai Zhongmen didn't dare to be negligent. He immediately knelt on the ground and said respectfully, this demon refining gourd was passed down by this disciple's master. Chapter 1022. Well, the Lianyao flask was not refined properly, and your cultivation of the Shindao sect's mantra is not up to par. Why is the Lianyao flask controlled by a disciple with a weak cultivation like you? Bai Yanqiu was speechless. Is there anyone else here? Ask them to leave. No one is allowed to come within 500 feet or else I will kill them all. Wan Wuxin said expressionlessly, this is the friend I brought here. He needs to stay. Yes. Bai Yanqiu replied and then said to the crowd, all of you leave. No one is allowed to come within 1,000 feet of this hall, or else you will be killed. Everyone understood that the matter was confidential and immediately left. Zhang Xiaohua, who was next to him, looked bitter. Looking at the situation, Wan Wuxin was going to tell them what he told her in the ruins of Huanshu. This matter was unusual and the fewer people who knew about it, the better. Now that her body was fixed by Wan Wuxin and she could not move, she had to listen even if she did not want to. Sure enough, Wan Wuxin said, as the disciple who controls the treasure of the Shindao sect, you must be a disciple with a high status in the sect. Do you know who I am? Bai Yanqiu said respectfully, I have seen the portrait of the founder of the Shindao sect in the secret chamber, so I naturally know who you are. Well, it's good that you know I. However, your cultivation is so weak I think the Shindao sect has declined. Yes, good master, you know that our Shindao sect has been destroyed by the incense cult, the Misty School, the Dalan Temple and other sects thousands of years ago. The remaining disciples of the Shindao sect have never dared to show up in Jianghu, and only carefully passed down the orthodoxy of the Shindao sect. Since a few hundred years ago, a genius disciple appeared in the sect and found the remains of the immortal Tao, and carried forward the orthodoxy of the Shindao sect. However, in order to hide it and not forget the old shame, the Shindao sect has changed to between the clouds and the water. I am not talented, but I have been taught by my master, and now I am in charge of between the clouds and the water, and have been promoted to be the head of the between the clouds and the water. Wan Wuxin turned a deaf ear to her words and nodded. There is no sect in the world that has not declined for thousands of years. Even in the cultivation world, the replacement of sects is like the stars in the sky, and the sun rises and the moon falls. As long as the orthodoxy is still there, even if it has declined, it does not matter. That's right. Since there is a primordial spirit projection between the clouds and the water will naturally restore the name of the Shindao sect. Under the leadership of the Grand Master, we will unify Jianghu and revitalize the immortal Tao. Bai Yanqiu's face flushed red and she was obviously very excited. However, although Wan Wuxin could not hear her, he seemed to have seen through her thoughts. He smiled and said, silly child, it is better to teach a man to fish than to give him a fish. I have left all the orthodoxy in the Shindao sect, so how can I help you again? Moreover, I am only a primordial spirit projection, which is not even a primordial spirit. Other than being able to speak, I can only judge the situation based on some mana. What are you talking about? Whether you are a man or a woman, I don't even know. How can I help you? Bai Yanqiu almost covered her mouth in surprise. Her face was full of disappointment, but there was also a trace of relief in her eyes. Okay, I won't say any more. I have limited mana. It is already very rare for you to bring me here and meet the descendants of the Shindao sect. The Taoist who brought I here is not a disciple of a big sect. He seems to be from an unorthodox small sect. You all take a good look at him. I have already promised him that I will leave some benefits for him. Later, give him a copy of the jade slip that I left behind. Then Wan Wuxin cupped his hands towards Zhang Xiaohua and said, Taoist, thank you for bringing I to the Shindao sect. It must have been a bumpy journey. Thank you for your hard work. I have already told my disciples that I will give you some things in a while. In addition, if what I said happens in your lifetime, my disciples will definitely reward you handsomely. In addition, I have some important things to tell my disciples in private. I hope you can understand. With that, she waved her hand. Zhang Xiaohua felt that there was no movement around Wan Wuxin and Bai Yanqiu. Their mouths were moving and even their hands were sometimes pointing to other places, but she couldn't hear a single word. Mute restriction. Zhang Xiaohua suddenly realized. She wanted to shrug her shoulders, but unfortunately her whole body was restrained by Wan Wuxin. Even her shoulders couldn't express her feelings. In this way, Zhang Xiaohua stood in the main hall for more than an hour like a clay statue. Within the restriction, Wan Wuxin's primordial spirit projection gradually dimmed and finally turned into specks of brilliance. Like fireflies scattering in all directions, they finally turned into dust and disappeared between heaven and earth. The mute restriction also dissipated. However, just as Zhang Xiaohua felt the restriction loosening and was about to move, Bai Yanqiu, who was still frowning and thinking hard, suddenly moved. It was the Immortal Way's levitation technique. He came directly in front of Zhang Xiaohua. Without waiting for Zhang Xiaohua to react, Bai Yanqiu's 2 fingers pointed at Zhang Xiaohua's major acupoints. Zhang Xiaohua understood and unconsciously her face changed. Bai Yanqiu's series of acupoints sealed her whole body's power. Moreover, the technique used to seal her acupoints was Immortal Way technique. Bewitching finger. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned, but immediately understood that this was not some bewitching finger, but another Immortal Way technique in martial arts. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's face change, Bai Yanqiu let out a long sigh. Without explaining anything, he turned back to sit on the chair and looked around the main hall in a daze. He seemed to be digesting Wan Wuxin's appearance and the shocking news that Wan Wuxin brought. The entire main hall was dead silent. Except for Zhang Xiaohua and Bai Yanqiu, no one would have thought that just a moment ago, the founder of the Immortal Way, the founder of the Shindao sect, had appeared here. Bai Zhang. Zhang Xiaohua waited for a moment and made up her mind. She asked angrily, "What's the matter with you? Just now, didn't you say that as long as I answered some questions and brought the matter of your sect's visit to my sect leader, you would let me go back to the Fragrant Way? What? Are you going back on your words?" Bai Yanqiu was pulled back from his contemplation by Zhang Xiaohua. Hearing Zhang Xiaohua's question, he smiled faintly and asked softly, "Ren Xiaoxia, please don't blame me. What my founder said I'm sure you know. This is a great opportunity for the revival of the Immortal Way. If my Shindao sect, no, between the clouds and the water, can seize this opportunity, wouldn't we be able to suppress the Tenryu sect and become the #1 Immortal Way sect? We can also wash away the shame of my Shindao sect's previous extermination. For such an important matter, do you think I can let Ren Xiaoxiao go? By the way, how did Ren Xiaoxia meet Senior Huan? Can you tell me? Bai Zhangmen, by treating me like this, you have completely violated the promise made to me by Senior Wan Wuxin. Tell me, do you think I can tell you anything? Ren Xiaoxia, you worry too much. I will definitely fulfill Senior Huan's promise to you. I'm just considering the consequences and want to keep Ren Xiaoxiao for a few more days. Well, I forgot to tell Xiaoxiao that the technique I used to seal his acupoints was left behind by the Immortal Dao. If I didn't do it myself, only Nun Jing Yi and Nun Jing Gang of your sect, or Elder Chong Xing of the Dalan Temple and Disher Tian of the Tenryu sect can undo it. If Xiaoxia doesn't want to suffer and wants what Senior Huan promised, then answer my questions honestly. I like obedient children very much." Zhang Xiaohua felt a chill run down her spine. She seemed to think for a moment and then told him about her trip to Huanshu. Of course, everything was simpler and more detailed than what she told Nun Jingyi. When she finished, Bai Yanqiu was surprised. "What? It's that simple? You went to that 5 elements formation and met Senior Huan? Oh, the projection of her primordial spirit? He had only said a few words and then disappeared? She also said that she wanted you to find the Shindao sect and get the secret book of peerless martial arts?" Zhang Xiaohua spread her hands and said, "That's right. Didn't Senior Huan mention it to you? Actually, I already said that I was a disciple of the Shindao sect, and I've never heard of the Shindao sect, but she didn't believe me. I couldn't do anything about it, and I don't know when she hid it on me." Bai Yanqiu stared at Zhang Xiaohua, seeming to be considering the authenticity of what he said. After a long while she said, "I don't know if what you said is true. Sounds really simple. However, I believe that you're an honest child who doesn't lie." Zhang Xiaohua was quite proud and raised her head. "Of course. Well, that's good. What Senior Huan wants to give you is the jade slip of the Immortal Dao. I'm afraid it's not useful to you, so I'll make the decision first. When I come back, I'll let you choose one of the secret books of peerless martial arts from our sect. What do you think?" Zhang Xiaohua frowned slightly. Why don't you give me the things of the immortal Tao? The jade slip of the immortal Tao can't be seen with the naked eye. Giving it to you is like casting pearls before swine. What's the point? It's better to give you some practical benefits. Also about that matter, Bai Yanqiu smiled mysteriously and said, didn't Senior Huan say it? As long as you're still alive, I'll definitely give you some benefits. As long as I'm still alive? Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and then her face changed dramatically. She said angrily, Senior Huan's words are clear. If you don't meet Ren in your life then you can only blame your bad luck. But, look at Bai Zhangman's actions now, he actually wants to keep Ren until. If you don't meet him in your life, won't Ren die of old age between the clouds and the water? Can't I? Bai Yanqiu was extremely surprised, but also extremely innocent. Senior Huan didn't say that I can't keep you. Moreover, I've done everything Senior Huan said exactly according to what you said. Ah, Zhang Xiaohua laughed in anger. What a good promise. Ren understands now. Maybe Senior Huan doesn't have any bad intentions, but when you make a promise, you have a countermeasure. Chapter 1023. Since Ren Xiaoxia understands, I don't have to explain too much. Bai Yanqiu sneered. I heard that you have a good relationship with your senior sister Zixia. If I preach the incense cult here, I'm afraid that Jingyi won't allow it. Since you've come to between the clouds and the water, I'll leave her here. You two can live here peacefully for the rest of your lives. Won't that be great? Good plan, good plan. Zhang Xiaohua almost wanted to clap her hands. Alright, Ren Xiaoxia has contributed a lot to Between the Clouds and the Water. I'll definitely treat him well. If Between the Clouds and the Water can become famous in Jianghu and become the first celestial sect, half of the credit will belong to me and half to Ren Xiaoxia. When that time comes I'll definitely. Bai Yanqiu gave her a flirtatious look. Do I still need to say it? Zhang Xiaohua had goosebumps all over her body. She almost shivered on the spot. Bai Yanqiu floated in the air and came to the outside of the main hall. Sure enough, there was no one within 1,000 feet of the main hall. Men, gather the troops from the Heroes Gathering Palace. I have something important to do between the clouds and the water. Immediately there were a few drumbeats. Many disciples, old and young, male and female, came out of nowhere and swarmed into the main hall. Before everyone arrived, Bai Yanqiu asked a disciple to lead Zhang Xiaohua out. Zhang Xiaohua followed the disciple and walked slowly out of the main hall. She turned back to look at Bai Yanqiu who looked hesitant and the disciples who were in a hurry. She couldn't help but smile mockingly. This matter really needs to be considered carefully. Not only for Between the Clouds and the Water but also for my Beidou school. Isn't this an opportunity? When Zhang Xiaohua returned to the abode, Meng was already waiting for her. She asked anxiously, what took you so long? What did the sect leader ask about? When are we going back? Zhang Xiaohua naturally wouldn't let Meng worry. She smiled and said, it's nothing. This so-called Bai Zhangmen is very interested in our incense cult. He even inquired about our senior sisters and sect leaders' daily life. You think about it, how would I know? But I was also afraid that she would come and disturb you, so I made up some nonsense. She was so confused that she thought highly of me. She even said that she wanted me to be a guardian disciple of Shuiyun Club. How can I do that? How can I have the mood to drinks? Meng's here, my heart. Meng is here. Where do I have the mood to drink to the wine, eh? Pfft. Meng burst out laughing. She had long forgotten her previous worries. She pointed a finger at Zhang Xiaohua's forehead and laughed. You're so charming. Nie Qinyu from Rejuvenation Valley is still thinking about you. Zhang Pinger from Distant Fire Temple. Aha, I heard that she's become colder than before. She doesn't speak much to male disciples. Bai Zhangmen, why did he do that the moment he saw you? He eagerly gave you the position of guardian's disciple? Zhang Xiaohua rubbed her nose and said, I'm not talented. I'm better than Pan and Ha. Meng seemed to really see a flower on Zhang Xiaohua's face. She laughed so hard that she almost bent over. I heard that the immortal cultivator who attacked Rejuvenation Valley was very handsome. If that immortal cultivator is you, you can say the same thing. Hee hee. Zhang Xiaohua shrugged for no reason. Anything is possible. I'm dying of laughter. If you're that handsome immortal cultivator, I might be the founder of the fragrant religion, Zhang Xiaohua was happy to see Meng laughing so hard. She chatted with her for a long time before they went to rest. Zhang Xiaohua sat cross-legged in a quiet room. She checked her meridians. Although Bai Yanqiu used the immortal cultivation technique to seal Zhang Xiaohua's acupoints, he couldn't bear to use the vital energy in his own meridians. Instead, he used his internal energy to simulate vital energy. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua only used the Worry-Free Heart Sutra to open one acupoint. However, Zhang Xiaohua was afraid that Bai Yanqiu would find out the next day. She immediately stopped the Heart Sutra and kept the other acupoints in a sealed state. Unexpectedly, when Zhang Xiaohua woke up the next day, she found that all the acupoints in her body had been unsealed. She could only smile bitterly and prepare to adapt. The next day, the disciples of Between the Clouds and the Water didn't disturb them. They only served them fruits, vegetables, wine, and other food. Meng Bai didn't ask anything because he and Zhang Xiaohua were by his side. Zhang Xiaohua wanted to go out and see what Bai Yanqiu was doing. However, she was afraid that there was a powerful restriction between the clouds and the water, or that Bai Yanqiu had some secret magic. Therefore, she suppressed her anxiety and found some excuses to use the bewitching pointers on the disciples who served her. She got some information from them about Between the Clouds and the Water. For 3 days in a row, Shuiyun Club seemed to be doing something big. Bai Yanqiu simply forgot Zhang Xiaohua and Meng at the back of her mind. She was busy appointing generals and dispatching troops. As for what she was busy with, the status of the disciples serving her was limited, so their knowledge was also limited. Meng was also anxious. While she nagged Zhang Xiaohua, she also urged the disciples. The disciples only smiled and didn't say a word. Meng didn't know how to deal with them and could only look for trouble with Zhang Xiaohua. On the evening of the 3rd day, Zhang Xiaohua found out from the disciples of Between the Clouds and the Water that most of the disciples Between the Clouds and the Water had left the island. Bai Yanqiu also left the island in the early morning of that day. As for where he went, he still didn't know. After waking the disciple, Zhang Xiaohua thought to herself. Needless to say, Bai Yanqiu must have 2 plans now. One was to return to the Jianghu and the other was to do what Wan Wuxin said. However, she didn't hear what Wan Wuxin said. He only leaked some information in front of her. As for when and where, she didn't know. However, according to what Bai Yanqiu said, perhaps even if she waited here for a lifetime, it still wouldn't happen. Therefore, what Bai Yanqiu wanted to do this time should be to return to the Jianghu Between the Clouds and the Water. This guy actually wants to turn I into a white-bearded Zhang Xiaohua. How abominable. If I don't cause some trouble between the clouds and the water, how can I be worthy of this guy sealing I's acupoints? However, Zhang Xiaohua immediately felt depressed. On the way in from outside Between the Clouds and the Water, he could see clearly that without the guidance of the disciples Between the Clouds and the Water, he wouldn't be able to get out easily. If he wanted to get out, he could only take Meng with him and use the power of flight. However, looking at the thick smoke above the giant island, Zhang Xiaohua was almost certain that the smoke was caused by the formation. Whether the power of flight could get him out was still a problem. Forget it, let's not think too much first. Let's cause some trouble between the clouds and the water first. Zhang Xiaohua made up his mind. Just as he was thinking about what to do, he heard Meng shouting, "Xiaohua, where are you?" "Here. I'm talking to this junior brother Between the Clouds and the Water." Zhang Xiaohua replied with a smile. "Xiaohua, it's been 3 days. The time to get back to the fragrant religion is extremely tight. Why don't you hurry to find that Bai Zhangmen, Liang Tsongshu or Li Su? Didn't you say that even if they had 10 times the courage they wouldn't touch us? Why is it that now? I think they've already set their sights on us." Zhang Xiaohua smiled and said, "Don't worry, I've already told that disciple to go back and see Bai Zhangmen immediately. I'll let him tell Bai Zhangmen that if she still wants to make a living in Jianghu, he should quickly send us out of this place. Otherwise, the fragrant religion, the Dalan Temple, and the Tenryu sect will immediately unite and destroy Between the Clouds and the Water as soon as they hear the news." "Ah?" Meng covered her mouth and said, "Xiaohua, if you say that, won't their first thought be to kill us to silence us?" "Zhang Xiaohua turned pale with fright and said, "Isn't that so? Meng, you're really smart. I didn't think of that." Then he muttered, "But this is good too. We can't live together, but we can die together." "Bah." Meng's face turned red and she spat, "You're really not serious. Hurry up and catch up with that disciple." "Yes, I'll go now." Zhang Xiaohua solemnly stood up and ran out of the room in a jog. Be careful. Meng's concerned words chased after Zhang Xiaohua's but Zhang Xiaohua didn't leave the abode and he went underground. When he came out he changed his face and looked like the handsome immortal cultivator. He hid his body and floated in the air. Zhang Xiaohua released his divine sense openly. There was a faint white fog in the air above the giant island. It was thicker than the daytime. Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense was bounced back the moment it touched the fog. He couldn't leave the island. Just as Zhang Xiaohua thought, he couldn't leave the island with the flying technique. Moreover, the giant island was surrounded by ponds and there were restrictions in the ponds. Zhang Xiaohua knew only the earth and fire escape techniques. He had only heard of the water escape technique. How could he escape from the water? It seems like I have to break the restriction in the sky. Zhang Xiaohua muttered to himself for a moment before he released his divine sense to examine the origin of the smoke. Who knew that after looking at it for a long time he only felt that the smoke was seamless without any flaws. Zhang Xiaohua also couldn't see what kind of array this smoke was, so he couldn't help but scratch his head. At this moment, in the distant lights, there was a faint sound of clappers. It seemed to be the sound of a night watch. Zhang Xiaohua's heart suddenly moved. He pinched a spell and went to the light. The light was in the main hall where Bai Yanqiu asked Zhang Xiaohua about the matter. There were many rooms and pavilions behind it. There was a large area of darkness in the brightly lit area. It was a palace with carved beams and painted pillars. However, there were very few rooms with lights. According to Zhang Xiaohua's guess, this must be Bai Yanqiu's residence. If he wanted to find out the secret of the fog array, he would have to start from Bai Yanqiu's residence. Please vote for me. Please add me to your collection. Please tip me. Chapter 1024. Before Zhang Xiaohua's figure landed, his divine sense had roughly scanned this large area. As he expected, his divine sense was bounced off at a towering palace and couldn't penetrate it. The palace was also pitch black. Zhang Xiaohua flew to the outside of the palace and looked at the closed door of the palace for a long time. He was just about to make a gesture to try to break the enchantment outside the palace. But when his gaze casually fell on the ground, his face unconsciously showed a trace of surprise. Then, regardless of the enchantment outside the palace, he just made a gesture and escaped into the ground. When he popped his head out, it was inside the enchantment. It turned out that the restriction only protected the palace above the ground, but the underground was completely unprotected. He was completely naked. Scratching his head, Zhang Xiaohua really didn't understand why this enchantment was so lame. Even the enchantment that he set up at night when he cultivated also considered the underground. It was not like this enchantment which only cared about the head and not the butt. Most of the palace inside the enchantment was no different from an ordinary palace. It was plain and there was no fluctuation of primordial qi. Only in one of the large rooms, Zhang Xiaohua found a very obscure fluctuation. Zhang Xiaohua didn't hesitate and went straight into this room. As soon as he entered the room, a strong smell of cosmetics hit his face. Zhang Xiaohua looked around and took out the luminous pearl. With the brilliance of the luminous pearl, he could see the room clearly. The inside of this room was very luxurious. A large bed that could sleep 10 people was placed in the middle of the room. The bed looked to be made of a date red wood. Above the bed, there was a huge pink transparent cover hanging down from the thick beam of the roof of the palace, covering the entire large bed. On the large bed there was also pink satin piled up. Whether it was the bedding or something else, it wasn't Zhang Xiaohua's concern. He looked at the row of cabinets on one side of the palace wall. The cabinets didn't have doors and were open. At a glance he saw that the cabinets were filled with all kinds of clothes. Zhang Xiaohua scanned with his divine sense. There was no fluctuation of primordial qi, so he turned his gaze away. What was left was an extremely gorgeous dressing table on the opposite side of the cabinet. There was also a bronze mirror that was about the height of a person in front of another wall. Furthermore, there was a small bronze mirror on the dressing table. There were also a few beautiful dressing boxes. However, there were no yuan qi fluctuations from them. Did I make a mistake? Zhang Xiaohua was rather surprised. He used a seal to protect this palace, but there is nothing valuable inside. What is the meaning of this? Or, does Bai Yanqiu have a way to hide the fluctuation of primordial qi? Zhang Xiaohua pinched his chin. His eyes flickered as he released his divine sense. While he was carefully inspecting, his eyes were also looking around. He first looked at the large bed. That bed was really too big. Even if Bai Yanqiu rolled on it with all his might, he wouldn't be able to roll down. Why would she sleep on such a large bed? Zhang Xiaohua was an immortal path chi practitioner. Every night he would sit cross-legged and cultivate the Carefree Heart Sutra. Even ordinary martial arts experts would use their inner energy to replace sleep at night. For an expert like Bai Yanqiu, who had stepped into the ranks of chi practitioners, there was no way he would make such a large bed just to sleep. However, when Zhang Xiaohua once again focused his attention on this somewhat overly large bed, he really did see some differences. This large bed was somewhat similar to the Kong bed in Zhang Xiaohua's Guizhuang house. The entire bed was supported by large stones. Zhang Xiaohua's face was filled with confusion. He walked to the bed and a delicate fragrance assailed his nostrils. Zhang Xiaohua let out a laugh. He reached out and lifted the silk bedding on the bed, revealing a pitch-black stone slab that was more than 3 fingers thick under the bedding. This stone slab was different from the stones supporting it. It was a complete piece. When the brilliance of the luminous pearl shone on the pitch-black stone slab, there was no reflection at all. The light seemed to have been absorbed by the stone slab. Zhang Xiaohua reached out and touched the stone slab. The stone slab was a little rough and it did not match the smooth surface. After Zhang Xiaohua focused his eyes on it for a moment, he vaguely saw some unfathomable flashes of light within the stone slab. It was somewhat similar to the starlight in the night sky, but in a flash, it was similar to lightning. Zhang Xiaohua touched the strange stone slab, not knowing what to say. In his divine sense, this stone slab was no different from the stones below. There was not even the slightest fluctuation of yuan qi. How could it be so different when seen with the naked eye? Whatever. Anyway, it's here to harm Bai Yanqiu. He slept under this thing every day. Needless to say, it must be something good. I'll just accept it. It's just that this stone slab is too big. In my belt. Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment, and his divine sense entered his belt. He had collected too much 5 elements chalcedony in his belt, and there was indeed less space to store things. Fortunately, the stone slab was flat, and Zhang Xiaohua only needed to tidy it up slightly to free up the space. However, just as Zhang Xiaohua placed the mysterious stone slab into his belt, another problem occurred. The stone slab was like the great wisdom sword and could not be controlled with his divine sense. How should it be said? The great wisdom sword could not be controlled with his divine sense at all. This stone slab could be grasped by his divine sense, but it gave Zhang Xiaohua the feeling of using both hands to catch a small loach in the river. It was slippery and there was no strength at all. However, it was still almost and not completely impossible to control. Zhang Xiaohua exerted enough patience and expended more than half of his divine sense, and paid the price with sweat beading on his forehead. Only then did he manage to store the mysterious stone slab into his belt. It's painful but happy. Zhang Xiaohua wiped the sweat from his forehead and smiled happily. He did not know the origin of the stone slab and did not know its use, but to be able to take away something that Bai Yanqiu slept under, Zhang Xiaohua would wake up smiling even in his dreams. Hee, you actually dared to turn I into Whitebeard Zhang Xiaohua. Even if you think about it, that won't do. I must teach you a lesson. Cough cough, it seems to be a dream, to grow old together here and not care about the affairs of the world. Hee, it's also a happy thing. Zhang Xiaohua sat cross-legged and carefully operated God's guidance, gradually replenishing his divine sense. His eyes looked around the bedroom again. Bai Yanqiu was a descendant of the Shandao sect, and if it was said that there were no relics of the immortal Dao in her bedroom, and that there were no rubbish that Zhang Xiaohua liked to pick up, even if Zhang Xiaohua's head was cracked open, he would not believe it. But where were those things kept? Zhang Xiaohua's eyes looked around the bedroom again and again, and his divine sense swept again and again, but he did not find anything out of the ordinary. After Zhang Xiaohua looked through everything one by one, and even the undergarments and outerwear in the wardrobe, his gaze landed on the huge mirror placed at the head of the bed. According to Zhang Xiaohua's idea, there was already a bronze mirror on the dressing table, and Bai Yanqiu could already put on makeup in front of it, so there was no need to place a huge mirror at the head of the bed. Since this huge mirror was superfluous and it was even placed at the head of the bed, what was the use of it? Needless to say, if there was something out of the ordinary, there must be something wrong with this huge mirror. However, Zhang Xiaohua stood in front of the mirror, and the light from the luminous pearl shone on the bronze mirror, and even the silk on the huge bed could be seen clearly. It was obviously a bronze mirror, right? How different could it be? Looking closer, he did not find anything. Zhang Xiaohua turned over and landed on the bed and danced around on the bed for a while. The reflection on the bronze mirror was the same, very normal. What is going on? Zhang Xiaohua scratched his head. Could it be that Bai Yanqiu likes to see how I look when I sleep at night? This fellow's hobby is extremely wonderful. Unwilling to give up, Zhang Xiaohua covered the bronze mirror with his divine sense from top to bottom, and wanted to do a final check, but it was still to no avail. There seemed to be no movement and there seemed to be no sign of it. Perhaps Bai Yanqiu kept the things close and put them somewhere else. Zhang Xiaohua muttered in his heart as he prepared to leave the bedroom. However, when he accidentally caught sight of the small bronze mirror on the dressing table from the corner of his eye, he immediately froze on the spot as though he had been struck by lightning. Everyone, what do you think? It turned out that the small bronze mirror also faintly reflected Zhang Xiaohua's face. But that face was Zhang Xiaohua disguised as Pan An's handsome face. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the huge bronze mirror in disbelief, and the reflection in the bronze mirror was actually a complete Zhang Xiaohua. In an instant, a feeling of horror rose from the bottom of Zhang Xiaohua's heart. This bronze mirror could actually reflect his original appearance. It was no wonder he just stood in front of this huge bronze mirror for a long time, and the mirror was filled with Zhang Xiaohua. It was originally him, so there was nothing to be suspicious about. If not for the small mirror, he almost forgot that he disguised as Pan An. This is it. Zhang Xiaohua was very happy, and with a sweep of his divine sense, he was about to put the large bronze mirror into his belt. However, the bronze mirror seemed to have grown roots, and no matter how Zhang Xiaohua moved it with his divine sense, it did not move an inch. In an instant, Zhang Xiaohua was angry. He walked to the front of the bronze mirror, bent down and grabbed the bottom edge of the bronze mirror. Using the strength of his arms, he lifted it up stiffly. The strength of Zhang Xiaohua's arms could be said to be shocking, but the bronze mirror only shook slightly and he could not lift it up completely. Zhang Xiaohua was once again in a difficult position. Then Zhang Xiaohua circled the large bronze mirror a few times, his hand holding his chin and his eyes darting around. After half a cigarette, Zhang Xiaohua seemed to have thought of something. Looking at the huge bronze mirror, he stretched out his hand and took out the small mirror that he inherited from the incense sect, which was called the Hao Tian mirror by Nanjing Gang. Who knew when the Hao Tian mirror was taken out of the money bag, Zhang Xiaohua immediately lost control of it and it flew out of his hand in midair. Chapter 1025. After Zhang Xiaohua took out the clear sky mirror from her purse, it immediately flew out of Zhang Xiaohua's hand and hovered in midair. The clear sky mirror slowly floated in midair and stopped in the middle of the large copper mirror. Then the surface of the clear sky mirror faced upwards and gradually emitted a silvery white brilliance. This brilliance became increasingly resplendent and bright. When the brilliance gathered to a certain extent, it formed a weak light pillar. The light pillar slowly dimmed and elongated, shining towards the ceiling of the bedroom. When the light pillar shone, the ceiling of the bedroom seemed to be transparent, revealing the thick fog in the night sky outside. Then the fog melted like snow in boiling water, revealing a huge round hole and the resplendent stars in the night sky. After a few breaths, the stars in the round hole suddenly flashed rapidly. A crazy amount of star energy rushed into the clear sky mirror as if it was smashing down. The clear sky mirror buzzed and let out a joyful sound, as if it was absorbing the starlight in the sky. After the time it took to eat a meal, the clear sky mirror gradually stopped shaking. Then, it tilted slightly and gradually faced the large copper mirror in front of the bed. Immediately, the starlight was reflected by the clear sky mirror. The large copper mirror did not have any reaction at first, and the starlight was not reflected again. Even Zhang Xiaohua's figure in the large copper mirror disappeared. Gradually, a silvery white dot appeared in the middle of the large copper mirror. That dot grew bigger and bigger. When it was the size of a copper coin, it stopped expanding and turned into ripples that spread across the entire copper mirror. Then the surface of the copper mirror rippled like the surface of a lake. After rippling for a few rounds, the silvery white dot gradually expanded. This time it only stopped expanding when it was the size of the clear sky mirror. At this moment the surface of the copper mirror stopped rippling. Instead it slowly twisted and the circle in the middle became brighter. When it was as bright as a small full moon, the floating clear sky mirror turned again and faced the circle on the copper mirror. At this moment the light beam from the clear sky mirror disappeared. The starlight that filled the sky also stopped pouring down. The entire ceiling of the bedroom returned to its original state, leaving only the brilliance of the large copper mirror and the clear sky mirror. The brilliance of the two mirrors illuminated the entire bedroom as if it was daytime. Zhang Xiaohua squinted her eyes and carefully observed the silver brilliance of the clear sky mirror and the circle on the copper mirror. The two lights reflected on each other as if they were communicating. After a few breaths, the brilliance of the two mirrors suddenly became so bright that it dazzled Zhang Xiaohua's eyes. She closed her eyes naturally. The moment Zhang Xiaohua closed her eyes, the clear sky mirror moved forward silently. In an instant it crossed the distance between the two mirrors and disappeared into the large copper mirror. When Zhang Xiaohua opened her eyes again, the clear sky mirror had already disappeared. The silvery white brilliance of the large copper mirror gradually dimmed. Even the circle in the middle gradually shrank. "Ayo, where's my small mirror?" Zhang Xiaohua shouted and flew to the front of the copper mirror. "Did it get eaten by the large mirror? Shit, I went for wool but came home shorn. I've suffered a huge loss this time." Just as Zhang Xiaohua was feeling regretful, the circle on the copper mirror disappeared. With a clear chi sound, the large copper mirror swayed slightly. Then there was a chi sound. The entire chamber was shaking. The large copper mirror in front of Zhang Xiaohua slowly shrank. When it shrank to a certain extent, there was a hole that was about the height of a person in the wall that was previously covered by the copper mirror. Zhang Xiaohua didn't have time to look at the hole. Instead she focused on the shrinking copper mirror. The copper mirror looked different from before. There were some decorations on the round surface of the mirror that were made of an unknown material. It surrounded the entire supreme sky mirror, forming a rectangle. There were mysterious patterns carved on the surrounding materials. The patterns formed extremely profound talismans. Between the patterns there were countless tiny tadpole-like carvings. On the top of the circular mirror, there were 3 tadpole-like words. However, these 3 words weren't the ancient words that Zhang Xiaohua was familiar with. She couldn't understand the meaning of these words. Supreme Sky Mirror? Zhang Xiaohua pursed her lips and read it out loud. The clear sky mirror continued to shrink until it was 30 centimeters in size. Then a purple light flashed again, and an extremely desolate aura was emitted from the clear sky mirror. After a flash, the clear sky mirror floated in the air again. Looking at the supreme sky mirror that had returned to its original state, Zhang Xiaohua reached out her hand without hesitation. She grabbed the supreme sky mirror and flipped it around. Then she immersed her divine sense into it. It had the same reaction as the small mirror in the past. It didn't seem to have any reaction. Zhang Xiaohua in the supreme sky mirror had returned to her original appearance as Zhang Xiaohua. Scratching her head, Zhang Xiaohua kept the supreme sky mirror in her coin pouch. Then she looked at the hole that was covered by the large mirror. Needless to say, the large mirror was a part of the supreme sky mirror and was used as a restriction on the hole. Now that the large mirror and the small mirror had combined to form the supreme sky mirror, the hole was naturally exposed. Furthermore, the hole was definitely the place that Zhang Xiaohua had been looking for. Using her divine sense to probe the hole, Zhang Xiaohua frowned. Her divine sense could only see 3 feet in front of her. There must be a restriction on her divine sense. Zhang Xiaohua reached out her hand and took out Chasing Dream. Then she flew into the hole. The hole was similar to the tunnels that Zhang Xiaohua had seen before. They all led downwards. However, this tunnel was made of green bricks. It seemed to be man-made. There were burning torches in the passageway, illuminating the entire passageway. However, after walking for a while, Zhang Xiaohua found that the entire passageway was quiet, without the slightest movement. Soon after, there were forks in the tunnel. There were small huts on both sides of the tunnel. Zhang Xiaohua carefully pushed open one of the huts. There was only a simple praying mat inside. There was nothing else. Zhang Xiaohua walked along the passageway and only picked up the things that could go down. After the time it took to eat a meal, he arrived at a place that looked a little run down. It was only run down that the green bricks were gone, and the passageway had turned into stone walls and mud. Moreover, there were fewer torches here, making it look very dark. After turning a corner, a small space appeared in front of Zhang Xiaohua. There were no more tunnels in this space. There were only 3 small doors on the left, right and front. Each door looked exactly the same. There was a torch hanging on the wall in front of each door. Zhang Xiaohua used her divine sense to scan the area 3 feet around her. She didn't find anything special. The small doors also blocked her divine sense. Hence she hesitated for a moment. Then she cautiously pushed open the small door on her left hand. The small door opened silently. Zhang Xiaohua held Chasing Dream in her hand and quickly scanned the interior. She didn't see anyone. Then she jumped in and closed the door behind her. The interior of the door wasn't spacious. It was only 2 feet square. At this moment there were no torches hanging on the wall. Instead there were fist-sized luminous pearls embedded on the wall. There were so many of them that the entire room was brightly lit. Zhang Xiaohua stood at the door and looked around. There were 3 rows and 4 rows of jade tables in the entire room. There were jade scrolls, magic tools and jade bottles on each table. They were placed neatly. Haha. Zhang Xiaohua almost wanted to cover her mouth and laugh. I finally found the place. Zhang Xiaohua had picked up a lot of trash. She wanted to enter the secret room of a large immortal sect and find so many treasures. This was the first time in history. How could she not be happy? Rubbing her hands, Zhang Xiaohua walked to the jade table closest to her. There was a half-moon-shaped jade pendant here. The luster was a little dim, but the edges of the half-moon shape faintly flashed with a silver luster. It should be a magic tool with some history. However, when Zhang Xiaohua reached out to take it, she was blocked by a layer of restriction on the outside of the magic tool. Ouch! Zhang Xiaohua patted her head and said secretly, "Extreme joy begets sorrow. How did I forget about divine sense?" When she released her divine sense, she realized that there was no restriction on divine sense in the entire room. On each of the 12 jade tables, there was a different layer of restriction that firmly protected the things on the table. These restrictions were different from what Zhang Xiaohua had seen before. What was the difference? It was very simple. In the past, Zhang Xiaohua had seen that most of the restrictions were weak in primordial qi, which weakened the power of the restrictions a lot. Sometimes, Zhang Xiaohua could break the restrictions almost effortlessly. But the restrictions here had abundant primordial qi fluctuations. They were not affected by the lack of primordial qi of heaven and earth at all. Alas! Zhang Xiaohua sighed and checked the 12 different restrictions one by one. She sighed in her heart and felt very regretful. Since she came into contact with the immortal Tao, the history of breaking the old restrictions casually was probably gone forever. In the future she really had to rely on her own strength to really break the restrictions. After thinking for a while, Zhang Xiaohua waved her left hand and stabbed out with a nameless sword move. Sure enough, there was no primordial qi flow. Presumably, the primordial qi flow had already been consumed when she broke the restriction of the dragon vein. However, looking at so many things, she couldn't take any of them. It really made Zhang Xiaohua feel unreconciled in her heart. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua did a little comparison and walked to a stone table on the right side of one of the stone tables. There was a lonely jade slip on it. The restriction on it emitted a faint blue light. Her divine sense felt that this restriction was a little familiar, and the primordial qi fluctuation inside was a little weaker than the other restrictions. Presumably it was not important. Rubbing her chin and pondering for a while, Zhang Xiaohua took out a fire talisman from her arms and threw it on the table. The flame produced by the fire talisman was extinguished immediately after it ignited slightly. Chapter 1026. Zhang Xiaohua nodded his head slightly as if he had understood something. Next he took out a jade scroll and inserted his divine sense into it. After carefully studying it for a long time, his eyebrows furrowed slightly. Next he retrieved 5 fingernail-sized 5-element chalcedony from his belt and casually tossed them into the air. After which, he sat down cross-legged and sent out a few fire talismans and a few hand seals, melting the 5 chalcedony floating in the air into a liquid state. Looking at the 5 fingernail-sized 5 elements chalcedony floating in front of him, Zhang Xiaohua's expression was dignified. He kept casting the hand seals on his 2 fingers and used one fire talisman after another. When the 5 elements chalcedony had shrunk to half its size, Zhang Xiaohua's eyes revealed a gratified smile. Then he did not dare to delay and changed the hand seals again. As if he was playing a zither, The true qi in the meridians in his body rushed to his fingers and formed hand seals on his fingers. Zhang Xiaohua's consciousness was also greatly consumed with the hand seals. When the 5 elements chalcedony in the air gradually solidified, Zhang Xiaohua's expression became more dignified. His right hand slightly clenched into a fist at his waist, while his left hand slowly moved and formed hand seals. It was as if there were stones tied to his fingers. If one looked carefully, the strokes of his fingers were even more mysterious than before. Suddenly, the 5 jade chalcedony trembled at the same time. One moved up and one down as if they were about to fly away. Zhang Xiaohua's face was not shocked but happy. His right hand, which had been at his waist all this time, suddenly opened up. 5 fingers stretched out and a hand seal that had been accumulating strength for a long time, accompanied by Zhang Xiaohua's true qi, hit the 5 jade chalcedony. Catch it, a crisp sound was heard. A faint 5-colored brilliance flashed and the 5 elements chalcedony condensed into 5 different shaped jade talismans. Zhang Xiaohua let out a long sigh. With a wave of his hand, the 5 jade talismans fell into his hand. Looking at these small jade talismans, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but smile bitterly. Just these 5 jade talismans had consumed all of his true qi, and it was only to break the most inconspicuous of the 12 restrictions. Why do I always feel that my cultivation is insufficient as my cultivation increases? It was true when I was in the 3rd layer of qi refinement. Later on, I reached the 6th layer of qi refinement. Now I'm already at the peak of the 9th layer of qi refinement. Why is it still like this? Is the cultivation of the immortal Tao really endless? Without further thought, Zhang Xiaohua first he took out a spirit stone to replenish the true qi in his meridians. At the same time he used spirit guidance and used to recover his spirit. Ever since 9 Radiance Peak, Zhang Xiaohua didn't use the spirit stone to cultivate. He just slept at night. Because he was often not alone, he didn't take it out. At this moment, when he just absorbed the true qi inside, Zhang Xiaohua suddenly noticed that the speed of absorbing true qi wasn't as fast as before. It wasn't just a drop. However, in the time it took to smoke a cigarette, half of the true qi in his meridians had been replenished. Well, I'll leave it at that. I'm afraid there isn't enough time. Zhang Xiaohua thought as he put away the spirit stone. He stood up and placed the 5 jade talismans on 5 different places on the stone table. Then he made a hand seal and a 5-colored light curtain scattered on the restriction on the stone table. With a creaking sound, the water blue restriction gradually dimmed, and the fluctuation of true qi also weakened. Then Zhang Xiaohua clenched his teeth. The 5-colored jade talismans flashed and the creaking sound became louder. Then with 5 soft sounds, the 5-colored jade talismans broke and turned into 5 piles of fine powder. Zhang Xiaohua's eyes flashed with heartache. Then he reached out his hand and took out Chasing Dream. It circled in the air and turned into 8 small swords that charged at the already dimmed restriction. With a series of crackling sounds, the water blue restriction finally shattered, revealing the ordinary-looking jade talisman inside. Zhang Xiaohua took back Chasing Dream and reached out to pick up the jade talisman. This time he didn't encounter any obstacles. Zhang Xiaohua impatiently immersed his spirit sense into it and read the contents clearly. Unconsciously, a strange expression appeared on his face. It turned out that the jade talisman didn't record anything else. It was one of the 5 elements escape techniques that Zhang Xiaohua had been looking forward to for a long time, the wood escape technique. Although this wood escape technique was what Zhang Xiaohua had been looking forward to, but, under the current circumstances, Zhang Xiaohua still hoped to obtain the water escape technique. Perhaps he could use his previous experience in cultivating the water escape technique before Bai Yanqiu returned. Then he would be able to make some progress in cultivating the water escape technique and escape from this giant island surrounded by the deep lake. Forget it. Zhang Xiaohua sighed and kept the jade talisman into his money bag. Then he looked at the other 11 stone tables and shook his head. The restriction on the wood escape technique was the weakest and he had already spent a lot of effort on it. Needless to say, he didn't have the ability to break the other restrictions at the moment. However, at this moment Zhang Xiaohua was also a little puzzled. The other restrictions were all dim, but why was the restriction in the secret room between the clouds and the water so strong? With this question in mind, Zhang Xiaohua quietly left the secret room. He stood at the door and looked at the other 2 small doors. Zhang Xiaohua was a little hesitant. He only had half of his essential qi left and his divine sense was insufficient. It seemed that the restrictions in the other 2 secret rooms were no small matter. Even if he went in, it would be useless. He might as well go back earlier and think about it. Just as Zhang Xiaohua thought of this, the small door on the right was pushed open silently. It was pushed open from the inside. Zhang Xiaohua was still thinking about whether he should push the door open or not. He didn't expect that the door would be pushed open from his side. He was stunned on the spot. As for the person who pushed the door open, he didn't expect that there would be someone in this space. His expression changed greatly and his eyes revealed a look of fear. But when he saw Zhang Xiaohua's face, his expression changed greatly. A look of disbelief and incomprehension filled his entire face. Haha. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned for a moment before he laughed out loud. This person wasn't anyone else but his old acquaintance, Peng Yeyu. Senior brother Peng Yu, why are you here? Zhang Xiaohua cupped his hands and asked. Me? Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's calm expression, Peng Yeyu was also shocked. He thought that he had walked into the wrong place. But when he looked around he shouted, Ren Xiaoyao, this is my sect's forbidden area. Why are you here? Forbidden area? Zhang Xiaohua rolled his eyes and asked curiously, since it's forbidden area, why are you here? Peng Yeyu hesitated for a moment before shouting, my sect leader sent me to retrieve something. I heard that Bai Yanqiu left the island this morning. How did she inform you to retrieve something? Zhang Xiaohua asked with a smile. This is none of your business. As he spoke, Peng Yeyu came to his senses. He waved the long sword in his hand and a red sword appeared. He said angrily, this is my territory between the clouds and the water. You are just a disciple of the fragrant religion. What right do you have to order me around? Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua was silent, Peng Yeyu sneered, since you are here, this is exactly what I wanted. I was worried about how to cover it up. Now that I have killed you on the spot, I will say that I saw you sneaking into the forbidden area at night. I followed you and entered the forbidden area. This is perfect. He rubbed his chin and nodded. Senior brother Peng's words are reasonable. If Rin killed you and said the same thing, what do you think would happen? Peng Yeyu heard this and felt that it was very funny. He waved his long sword and said, Junior brother Rin, good idea. However, even if you came back from the Dalan temple and received the teachings of the elders, I don't think it will work. Would my sect leader believe you? Why not? If he didn't believe Rin, why would he let you go to the Huiming Hall to receive your punishment? Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile. After hearing Zhang Xiaohua's words, Peng Yiyu's face turned red. He said angrily, I am not unkind to you and Miss Xixia. I didn't kill you on the spot. Even if Alliance Master Huang of the Falling Stars Alliance wanted to kill you, I stopped him. Why do you have to hit me when I am down? Zhang Xiaohua picked her ears and said with a smile, when did Ren hit me when I am down? You can't blindly accuse me of something like this. Peng Yeyu said with a sinister smile, why would I talk to you? Of course, the sect leader wants you to stay in the sect for some reason. However, this is exactly what I want. If I kill you in this forbidden area, how can the sect leader not reward me? As for Xixia, she is just an inner disciple of the fragrant cult. Since she is already here, the sect leader won't let her out of the water island. Since you don't have the fortune to enjoy her, why don't you leave her to me? Peng Yeyu's pretense of being gentle was finally exposed at this moment. He raised his hand and the red long sword stretched out more than 3 inches. He waved the sword towards Zhang Xiaohua. Zerqi! Zhang Xiaohua shouted. Since she knew that between the clouds and the water was a descendant of the Shindao sect, she vaguely knew why Peng Yeyu, Liang Tsongshu and the others only used long swords. You know about the sword Qi? Peng Yeyu was stunned. His sword did not stop as he said, I guess your senior sister Peacock who survived a great disaster told you about it. Of course not. Zhang Xiaohua leaped into the air and threw Chasing Dream. She shouted, of course I saw it with my own eyes. As she said that, her divine sense changed and Chasing Dream split into 2. The 2 sword lights pierced towards Peng Yeyu from the left and right. Flying sword? Peng Yeyu was shocked. He did not even notice Zhang Xiaohua's floating figure in the air. He waved his long sword and slashed at the 2 sword lights. Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment. When the sword light flew in front of Peng Yeyu, it paused for a moment. Peng peng peng. 2 light sounds rang out. The two sword lights collided with the long saber and were knocked away. If the sword chi can block the flying sword, then the sword light should be able to do the same. Zhang Xiaohua confirmed her thoughts. She moved her divine sense and chasing dream flew back. Chapter 1027. Peng Yeyu's expression returned to calmness when he saw that his blade had repelled Zhang Xiaohua's flying sword. He smiled and said, I thought that only the inner disciples of the incense cult had the chance to obtain the immortal Dao inheritance. I didn't expect junior brother Ren to obtain it at such a young age. You really can't judge a book by its cover. Thank you for letting me win, but didn't senior brother Peng also obtain the immortal Dao inheritance? Of course. My sect between the clouds and the water is blessed by the heavens. How can your incense cult compare? I heard that your incense cult hasn't had a disciple for many years. Oh right, junior brother Ren, since there hasn't been a disciple for many years, how did you obtain the immortal Dao inheritance? Could it be your abbess Jingyi's? Peng Yeyu's face revealed a lewd smile as he spoke. This bastard. Zhang Xiaohua was speechless. His initial impression of Peng Yeyu was not bad. Back in Aqua Cloud Club's main hall, he only saw the way Peng Yeyu stared at Meng Yeyu unhappily. That was why he exposed Peng Yeyu. Now that he heard Peng Yeyu's filthy words, how could he not know that Peng Yeyu was also a hooligan dressed in human clothing? However, all of this is fleeting clouds. Junior brother Ren, when junior brother Liang and the others were fighting the incense cult's disciples on Lingering Fragrance Peak, I've already cut off your head. No one else can compare to this merit. Ba, keep dreaming. Zhang Xiaohua spat at him. Chasing Meng flew straight towards Peng Yeyu's chest. Peng Yeyu wasn't in a hurry. He waved his long blade and hid behind a scarlet blade. His right hand quietly reached into his chest. Zhang Xiaohua's chasing Meng split into two and arrived in front of him. Peng Yeyu used his blade technique, wanting to repel the two flying swords like before. However, the moment his blade touched chasing Meng trembled and split into two again. Four sword shadows appeared. Ah? Upon seeing this, Peng Yeyu's expression changed greatly. He quickly took out his right hand from his chest. Before Zhang Xiaohua could see what was in his hand, Peng Yeyu immediately circulated his qi. A crimson-red light screen quickly extended from Peng Yeyu's right hand. At the same time, Peng Yeyu also used the momentum to jump to the side. Peng! The two sword lights from Zhang Xiaohua's flying sword pierced the red defensive light shield on Peng Yeyu's right hand. The light shield rippled a few times before it slowly closed. The other two sword lights struck Peng Yeyu's saber aura. The impact made Peng Yeyu's left hand numb, and he almost threw his saber to the ground. Junior brother Ren, I didn't expect your cultivation of the immortal Dao to be so profound. To actually reach this level? As Peng Yeyu spoke, his eyes glanced at the door he just pushed open. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua didn't waste any more words with him. With a push of her divine perception, chasing Meng once again flew back and transformed into 8 sword lights. One in front and one behind, they pierced Peng Yeyu's crimson defensive light shield. Ah? You're Rejuvenation Valley's senior of the immortal Dao? Upon seeing Zhang Xiaohua's 8 flying swords, Peng Yeyu abruptly thought of the rumors of Rejuvenation Valley's immortal Dao. Didn't the senior who used the flying art use 8 sword lights? At this moment, Peng Yeyu finally noticed that Zhang Xiaohua was about half a foot off the ground. She'd been floating in the air for a long time. Peng Yeyu was terrified. How could he remain calm? How could he wield the long saber as freely as he did that day? Ping 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 ping. 4 consecutive explosions rang out. 4 sword lights pierced the same spot on the defensive light shield. Peng Yeyu didn't dare to delay any longer. His figure flew over, intending to use his qinggong to escape towards that small door. Peng 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 pew. First there were 3 explosions followed by a muffled sound. The chasing Meng Yeyu's small sword pierced Peng Yeyu's defensive light shield 7 times. The last sword pierced Peng Yeyu's heart. Peng Yeyu screamed tragically and fell to the ground. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua's eyes turned. She shot over like an arrow and didn't wait for Peng Yeyu's figure to land on the ground. He pressed a finger on the major acupoint at the back of his head. However, Zhang Xiaohua was still a little too late. She only managed to ask a few of the most pressing questions before Peng Yeyu breathed his last and died. Sigh, my hand is still too fast. If only I could injure him heavily first. But isn't this a little too merciful? Just kill him. Why torture him? Zhang Xiaohua thought to herself. Actually, when Zhang Xiaohua saw Ping Yiyu, she already had a small plan in her heart. A plan to escape between the clouds and the water. And after Ping Yiyu's questions before he died, it confirmed the feasibility of her plan. She took out a fire talisman and burned Ping Yiyu's body. There wasn't anything special left on the ground. Even the long saber had turned into nothingness. Then Zhang Xiaohua held Zhu Meng in her hands and walked to the door in the middle without hesitation. She pushed the door open and entered. Because according to Ping Yiyu, this was the forbidden area between the clouds and the water. Unless Bai Yanqiu gave permission, no one could enter easily. And at this time Bai Yanqiu had brought most of the people between the clouds and the water away from the island. The strength of the sect was weak. Other than Ping Yiyu, a disciple who had been punished for no reason, he was angry. Tonight he had rushed into this forbidden area recklessly and died unjustly. Absolutely no one would have the courage to enter this forbidden area again. Thinking about it, if it wasn't a forbidden area, anyone could enter. But everyone could see Bai Yanqiu sleeping on the big bed. Zhang Xiaohua thought wretchedly. Moreover, according to Ping Yiyu's words, there was a small door in the middle. Bai Yanqiu would definitely not let anyone enter. And Ping Yiyu's plan was to go to the passage that Zhang Xiaohua had just walked through to find some divine weapons or secret martial arts manuals. Opening the small door, a gust of cold air rushed to her face. Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat as she felt a sense of danger. After waiting for a while, Zhang Xiaohua first used her divine sense to explore. Fortunately, although her divine sense was suppressed here, she could still extend it about 10 feet. This was a pitch-black passage. It was no different from the mountain path that Zhang Xiaohua had explored before. Seeing that there were no changes, Zhang Xiaohua stepped in. The passage was winding downwards. The steps were quite wide. Zhang Xiaohua took almost 2 steps to complete 1 step. With the light of the luminous pearl in her hand, Zhang Xiaohua saw that there were some water droplets on the surrounding stone walls. And those water droplets followed the restriction that was invisible to the naked eye and gradually gathered and flowed to the bottom of the steps. She didn't know what time it was now, but Zhang Xiaohua knew that she had to hurry. There wasn't much time left for her. Riding the wind, Zhang Xiaohua flew down. After walking for half a mile, Zhang Xiaohua felt that she was almost at the bottom of the water. Suddenly her eyes lit up. Not far ahead, under Zhang Xiaohua's feet, there was a huge pit of about 10 feet. That light was emitted from the countless luminous pearl inlaid on the stone walls around the big pit. When Zhang Xiaohua saw the things in the deep pit, she couldn't help but be stunned. Everyone guess what Zhang Xiaohua saw? The first thing that entered Zhang Xiaohua's eyes was in the deep pit. In an irregular shape, there were dozens of familiar-looking pill furnaces. 8 trigrams purple golden furnace? Zhang Xiaohua didn't look at other things and blurted out. However, when he wanted to take a closer look, a layer of transparent restriction blocked him, and he couldn't take another step forward. Without saying anything, Zhang Xiaohua took out Chasing Dream and used her spiritual sense to control the flying sword to stab at the restriction. Unfortunately, after dozens of stabs, Zhang Xiaohua's spiritual sense didn't even shake the restriction. "Sai, that's what I said. This is obviously the most important place between the clouds and the water. Why aren't there any strange restrictions along the way? So it's waiting for us here." Looking at the restriction, it should be similar to the array that protects the dragon's vein in the incense cult. It's definitely not something that a qi refining stage cultivator can break. No wonder Bai Yanqiu was so relaxed and didn't put up any defenses. Zhang Xiaohua sighed and thought. At the same time she looked at the deep pit again. After counting carefully the 8 trigrams purple golden furnace in the deep pit, and temporarily called the 8 trigrams purple golden furnace, there were a total of 25 furnaces. These 25 furnaces were arranged in 7 different places, and each place should have 7 pill furnaces. But now in these 7 places, there wasn't a single spot with 7 pill furnaces. They were more or less missing. In the place with the most missing furnaces, there was only 1 pill furnace placed in the innermost place. And in the middle of these 25 pill furnaces, there was an empty space. There was only a foggy thing floating in the air. From afar she couldn't see clearly what it was. I'm envious. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the pill furnaces and felt like she wanted to reach out and tear the restriction. But Zhang Xiaohua didn't give up and looked at the restriction again with her divine sense. Then she angrily comforted herself. Needless to say, what kind of array is this? The pill furnaces that are missing are in my hands. If I don't go in, this array will never be complete. That's not right. There should be a total of 49 pill furnaces. There are 24 empty spots. There are only 18 pill furnaces in my belt. Doesn't that mean there are still 6 pill furnaces that are missing? Forget it. This array has no fate with me. Zhang Xiaohua endured the pain and turned to leave. But she couldn't help but look back again. Looking at the ground, she made a gesture and directly went underground. She still wanted to see if this array was like the restriction in by Yanqiu's bedroom, with a strong start but weak finish. At first, the more Zhang Xiaohua looked, the more disappointed she was. The light purple restriction underground was still intact and protected the big pit on the ground. Just when Zhang Xiaohua was about to give up, she suddenly found that there was a well-developed underground passage in one part of the array. But this passage wasn't used by humans but rats. Zhang Xiaohua knew from the Guozhuang house that rats in the fields were the most abominable. They always dragged unripe and ripe rice and other things into their underground caves. And the caves of rats were extremely complicated. Even if they could find the entrance, it was unlikely that they could find the hiding place of the rice. But at this time, when Zhang Xiaohua saw the rat's cave, she almost wanted to thank the rats. Because on the side of the rat's cave, there was a cave entrance facing the restriction. Chapter 1028. Looking at the seal on the side of the rat's hole, there was a spot that was about a foot wide. It was already dimmed and the vital energy fluctuations were extremely weak. That rat had actually bitten through the seal. Sigh. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua didn't know whether to be happy or sad. Such a powerful seal was something that even a mid-stage qi refining cultivator like him couldn't do anything about. That ordinary rat was actually able to bite through the seal. Legend has it that a foolish old man moved a mountain and here a rat broke through a seal. I have to say this is a legend that will last for eternity. Perhaps time and perseverance are the most effective ways to break through all seals. Zhang Xiaohua sighed. He moved to the front of the seal that was about to be broken. The rat hole was deep underground and there were no signs of rats at all. The area within 100 feet of the hole was also abnormally clean. Perhaps the rats had already migrated. Zhang Xiaohua didn't have the time to think about the details of the person who broke the seal. He waved Chasing Dream in his hand and several rays of sword light pierced into the hole. With just 5 rays of sword light, the light of the seal was annihilated. It was much easier and more convenient than breaking through Ping Yeyu's defensive light barrier. A hole that was about a foot wide appeared in Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense. However, Zhang Xiaohua wasn't in a hurry to enter. He released his divine sense and observed carefully. As expected, the moment the hole appeared, it gradually began to repair itself. Zhang Xiaohua's heart gradually turned cold. However, a miracle still happened. The seal that was bitten off by the rat could no longer be repaired. The seal that was broken by Zhang Xiaohua only recovered to the spot that Zhang Xiaohua had seen before. It stopped abruptly. Sigh, a mid-stage qi refining cultivator couldn't even compare to a rat. This seal breaking must be the most unimaginable seal breaking. After that, Zhang Xiaohua broke the seal again. He used the transfiguration technique to shrink his body to about a foot, and smoothly entered the hole. When Zhang Xiaohua entered the pit, he did not wait for his body to stabilize in midair. A powerful force pulled him towards the bottom of the pit. With a bang, Zhang Xiaohua's entire body fell to the bottom of the pit. If it wasn't for the fact that he had honed his bones over the years, wouldn't he have been reduced to a pile of bones by now? Needless to say, at this moment, Zhang Xiaohua understood that the restriction in the pit also prohibited the flight technique. Standing up from the ground, Zhang Xiaohua shook her dizzy head and walked to the nearest pill furnace. Upon closer inspection, it really was another 8 trigrams purple gold furnace. He sent his divine sense into the pill furnace. The pill furnace also had the words 8 trigrams purple gold furnace written on it. The inner walls of the pill furnace also had the same sacrificial chant. Zhang Xiaohua was speechless. Who would be so bored as to actually actually refine 49 identical pill furnaces and arrange them into an array formation. This array formation, could it be that it possessed inconceivable power? I don't care anymore, Zhang Xiaohua thought. Her divine sense swept out, wanting to put this 8 trigrams purple gold furnace into her belt. Who knew that when the pill furnace was lifted slightly, there was a strange connection from the other pill furnaces that were together with this pill furnace. The entire pit immediately produced a force, holding the pill furnace in place. No matter how much strength Zhang Xiaohua used, she couldn't put the pill furnace away. Oh, this is bad. Could it be that this is a fixed array formation? Zhang Xiaohua thought. She walked forward and raised her arms, wanting to use the most barbaric method to move the pill furnace away from its original position. But just like before, just as the pill furnace left the ground, it was pulled by a powerful force. As the strength of Zhang Xiaohua's arms increased, the force also increased. Finally, Zhang Xiaohua's arms couldn't support it and she threw the pill furnace to the ground. Scratching her head, Zhang Xiaohua was at her wits' end. It seemed that this pill furnace wasn't something she could put away. But since she couldn't put it away, if the pill furnaces in her belt were taken out, what would happen? Would this array formation be repaired? It shouldn't be, because counting the numbers, there were still 6 pill furnaces that weren't included. Looking at this small array formation that was still missing 3 pill furnaces, Zhang Xiaohua hesitantly took out one of the pill furnaces from her belt, wanting to put it in an empty spot in front of her. However, just as that pill furnace appeared in Zhang Xiaohua's hands, before she could put it on the ground, a kind of fluctuation appeared from a small array formation in the distance. This fluctuation was similar to the fluctuation between the 18 pill furnaces in Zhang Xiaohua's belt, but it was obviously much stronger. Once this fluctuation appeared, a suction force appeared from the array formation in the distance, instantly sucking that pill furnace horizontally into the array formation in the distance. This is bad. Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense swept over and found that there was only one empty spot in the array formation that sucked the pill furnace over. In other words, as long as this pill furnace fell to the ground, this small array formation would immediately be repaired. However, within this large pit, flying was prohibited. Zhang Xiaohua could only use the ethereal steps to rush over there. How could she catch up with the pill furnace that was flying over? With a pot sound, that pill furnace fell on the empty spot in the small array formation. Zhang Xiaohua immediately stopped in her tracks and quietly looked at the small array formation. If there were any changes, she would immediately escape. However, when the pill furnace fell to the ground, the 7 pill furnaces in the small array formation were still and motionless. How is this possible? Zhang Xiaohua thought to herself. Sure enough, as her divine sense swept over, Zhang Xiaohua found that the connection between the 7 pill furnaces gradually increased. When it increased to a certain extent, the 7 pill furnaces began to tremble at the same time, emitting a wung-wung sound. The sound became more and more intense, and the ground of the large pit began to tremble slightly. Following that, the 7 pill furnaces floated up from their respective ground and began to rotate one by one. Woo-wook, the rotation caused the airflow and emitted a horrifying sound. As the 7 pill furnaces spun faster and faster, Zhang Xiaohua's eyes could no longer distinguish the outline of each pill furnace. Even in Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense, those pill furnaces were gradually blurring. Just when Zhang Xiaohua was at a loss of what to do, a wung sound like a huge cicada's cry suddenly stopped. The other 6 pill furnaces did not show any signs of stopping. Before Zhang Xiaohua could think of anything, she crashed into that pill furnace. It's broken. Just as Zhang Xiaohua thought of this, the pill furnace emitted a dazzling brilliance and immediately dimmed. Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. That pill furnace was actually 7 pill furnaces combined into one. It was brimming with faint 5 colors floating in the air. Moreover, Zhang Xiaohua very keenly felt that the restriction on flying had weakened by a little. Looking at the new 8 trigrams purple gold furnace floating in the air, Zhang Xiaohua felt a faint connection with it. The original 8 trigrams purple gold furnace had been refined by Zhang Xiaohua with his qi. Presumably, this was the reason why Zhang Xiaohua felt a connection with this pill furnace. Zhang Xiaohua waved his hand and the pill furnace immediately flew from not far away. Zhang Xiaohua carefully looked at it with his naked eyes. This pill furnace was obviously different from the one he had taken out just now. Not to mention the weight and not to mention the faint 5 colors on the surface, Just the spirit coming from the pill furnace was enough to show that this pill furnace was more than one level stronger than all of his previous ones. The refining technique on the inner wall of this pill furnace was the same, and the words of the 8 trigrams purple gold furnace had not changed. Presumably, if it was used to refine pills, it should have an even more shocking effect. With a move of his divine sense, Zhang Xiaohua easily put this synthesized 8 trigrams purple gold furnace into his belt. Then Zhang Xiaohua had a plan in his heart. One by one he took out the refined pill furnaces that had not been synthesized. Then he put them in groups of 7 and waited for them to rotate and combine. Until he took out the 18 pill furnaces he had obtained from the incense sect, he filled up the 6 small arrays. Then he put away the 6 new 8 trigrams purple gold furnaces without any surprise. In the end, only the innermost small array with 6 empty spots was left. The same 8 trigrams purple gold furnace stood there all by itself. Using his divine sense, he looked at the 6 8 trigrams purple gold furnaces in his belt. These 6 were the same as the previous ones. When they saw each other, there was still a faint connection between them. However, this connection was more obscure and the fluctuations between them were more mysterious. Zhang Xiaohua withdrew his divine sense and hovered over the last remaining pill furnace. He originally wanted to give it a try. He did not have any wishful thinking. However, when he took it, it was beyond his expectations. The last pill furnace only trembled slightly. It was as if it was trying to resist. Immediately, it was put into Zhang Xiaohua's money bag. Zhang Xiaohua was speechless. Why did this pill furnace suddenly lose its integrity? All the pill furnaces were put into Zhang Xiaohua's belt. Zhang Xiaohua suddenly felt his body lighten. He pinched a spell and flew into the air above the big pit. The prohibition that restricted his flight must have been broken. Flying into the air, Zhang Xiaohua came in front of the fog-like thing that was surrounded by the pill furnaces just now. That thing was as big as a bucket. Outside it was a cloud of white silky fog. Above that thing, a thin thread of white flocculating gas extended in the air. It passed through the prohibition and the stone wall outside the prohibition. Could it be that the white fog that shrouded the water island is the fog on this celestial device? Zhang Xiaohua was deep in thought. Then he waved his hand and cast a few spells. The white fog only tilted slightly and then gathered again. Zhang Xiaohua frowned slightly. He waved his hand again and that thing actually flew in front of Zhang Xiaohua. Haha. Zhang Xiaohua laughed. He hurriedly took out a rather big jade box from his arms. He pointed his finger and that big thing flew into the jade box. Zhang Xiaohua cast prohibition spells on the 4 walls of the jade box. He closed the lid and cast a few more prohibition spells. Then he carefully put the jade box into his money bag. At this moment the whole big pit was empty. Only the faint fog line from just now still led to the outside of the prohibition. But at the bottom of the fog line the thing that produced the fog had disappeared. Please cast a monthly vote, a recommendation vote, a collection, a tip. Chapter 1029. Zhang Xiaohua came out of Bai Yanqiu's palace and did not dare to delay. She immediately turned invisible and flew back to the abode. At this time Meng was pacing back and forth in the abode, showing her anxiety. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua come in, she hurried over and asked, "How is it? You've been gone for more than 2 hours. What did Bai Zhangmen say? Is there a turning point? Moreover, the more I think about it, the more strange it is. If she sincerely wants to visit the mountain, she should treat us with courtesy. Since she didn't even look at me, a female disciple of Mo Xian Palace, obviously, she doesn't want to treat us with courtesy. Even if she asked you some questions, she has the intention of going to Lingering Fragrance Peak to cause trouble. Moreover, our value is reflected before the martial arts circle convention. As long as this Bai Zhangmen goes to the convention and her evil plan succeeds, our value will be gone. Who knows, maybe the first people that Bai Zhangmen wants to kill will be you and me. Yes, and even if Bai Zhangmen comes back with us to the incense sect, we didn't send the message between the clouds and the water to the hierarch in advance. This is not a small crime." Meng was anxious and told her everything that she had just considered. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaohua nodded. So he looked at the sky, walked forward and took Meng's hand. He smiled and said, "You're right. I also thought a lot. Actually, I didn't see Bai Zhangmen just now. I heard that she left the island early. What should we say? She can't have gone to Lingering Fragrance Peak. I don't know where she went. What we need to do now is to escape from here as soon as possible. Escape? How? It's not like you didn't see it when we came in. With so many immortal methods and so many troubles, how could the two of us fool the eyes of Aqua Cloud Room's disciples? Hehe Meng, you don't have to worry about this. I just went to look for Senior Ping Yeyu. Ping Yeyu? Dream frowned slightly. I don't like the way he looks at me. Why are you looking for him? Hehe, I know you don't like it, but there's no other way. Other than him, there's only Liang Tsongshu. These two are disciples we met in between the clouds and the water. Liang Tsongshu seems to have left with Bai Zhangmen, so I can only look for Ping Yeyu. Are you looking for him to negotiate with him? Ask him to let us go? Dream sighed. Yes, under my persuasion he was finally willing to help us, but he needs me to do something for him. Oh, as for what it is, you don't have to ask. I promised him to keep it a secret. Xiaohua. It's been hard on you. Meng looked at Zhang Xiaohua affectionately and snuggled into Zhang Xiaohua's arms. She couldn't speak to Zhang Xiaohua, so she opened her cherry lips and kissed Zhang Xiaohua's lips for the first time. Buzz. Zhang Xiaohua felt her brain heat up, and all the blood in her body rushed to her head. It was as if Meng's figure was the only thing left in the world, and the only thing left in the world was the moisture and warmth on her lips. After a long while, both of them were panting and reluctantly parted their lips. Meng's face was flushed red and she said, Then, why aren't we leaving? Isn't it convenient to go out in the dark? Yes, I wanted to tell you, but you kept pestering me. I forgot. Zhang Xiaohua said with a shy face. Then he explained, I have already discussed with Ping Yeyu. He will come over in a while. You just need to follow him. He will send you out of the mountain first. Then you quickly find a big white horse and go out in the middle of the night. I will go and help Ping Yeyu, and when I finish tomorrow I will go and catch up with you. What do you think? I don't think so. Meng shook her head. If we are going, we will go together. Why should we separate? Besides, even if I go alone, do you know where I am going? Where are you going to find me? Zhang Xiaohua had a smile on her face and she held Meng in her arms and said, If we go together we will be a bigger target. Moreover, in the hall between the clouds and the water 2 days ago, many disciples have seen my face. If I go with you there will be problems. It is better if you go first and you won't attract attention. As for where you are going, don't worry. Isn't it going to the Church of Fragrance? I have already asked Ping Yeyu and now I will tell you the route. You go first and I will catch up with you. Don't forget, Huan Huan runs faster than your big white horse. Is that so? Meng saw Zhang Xiaohua speaking with such conviction, and she could only hold Zhang Xiaohua's hand and said, Then I will listen to you. You have to come out quickly. Yes, I know. Zhang Xiaohua replied and told her the route between the clouds and the water to the Church of Fragrance, and then she hurried away. Not long after, Ping Yeyu came from outside the house. Brother. Your throat. Meng did not like this Ping Yeyu, but after all he wanted to send her out. After walking with Ping Yeyu for a while, Meng could not help but ask out of politeness. Nothing, it's just, a few days ago because of you I was punished by the sect leader, and my meridians were injured. Ping Yeyu said unhappily, and his words were short and to the point. He was a man of few words. This. Meng had heard Zhang Xiaohua talk about this before and she snorted coldly and said, I don't know how Brother Ping plans to deal with my family. Ren Xiaoyao. If anything happens to him, even if you let me go, I will not accept your kindness. I return to the Church of Fragrance and don't see him. I swear I will destroy between the clouds and the water without leaving a single chicken or dog. Meng's tone was cold, but in Ping Yeyu's ears, it was like the sound of nature. This guy was Zhang Xiaohua in disguise, and if he did not have the face to do so, he would have pounced on Meng, hugged her and kissed her. You are indeed worthy of being Ai's sweetheart. Even your words are so ruthless. Hee, although you don't usually say anything but behind my back you call me hers, really intoxicating. Zhang Xiaohua thought to herself, but her voice was still fake and she said vaguely, It's not dangerous, I will catch up with you in a few days. Humph. Meng continued to threaten, I'm curious, how did Xiao Yao persuade you? Do you have something you want him to do? Why are you asking me? If you want to ask your family. Xiao. Ping Yeyu curled his lips. Fortunately, his back was to Meng and this familiar action was not seen by Meng. This dead man, he must say that he made an agreement with you to keep it a secret. Otherwise I will pull his ear and ask. Meng said fiercely. Peng Yeyu naturally touched his ears and said thoughtfully, that's right, he definitely can't say it. While they were talking, a group of patrolling guards passed by. Under the light of the torches they saw Peng Yeyu leading a woman. They couldn't help but be startled. Immediately the person in the lead went forward and cupped his hands. External envoy Peng, you are. Peng Yeyu was slightly stunned and looked at him. Do I need to tell you what I am doing? That person was also taken aback. He smiled apologetically and said, of course I can't interfere in external emissary Peng's matters. Ah, now that sect leader has left, you must be relieved. See, I was too talkative. Please. Peng Yeyu nodded and was about to leave. Oh right, external envoy Peng, there are rules please. Your password tonight is. Please don't blame me, this is. Yeyu Xiao Xiao. Peng Yeyu said in a bad mood. That person suddenly thought of something and a strange expression appeared on his face, as if he wanted to laugh but did not dare to. If he did not laugh he would not be able to hold it in. Peng Yeyu glared at him and left with Meng. The torches of the people behind them were crooked, and they were laughing extremely sullenly. On the short journey to the pier, Peng Yeyu and Meng encountered several patrols. It could be seen that between the clouds and the water was heavily guarded after Bai Yanqiu left. But who was Peng Yeyu? He was one of the few external envoys, and he always had the right to freely enter and exit between the clouds and the water. Tonight's password, ahem, although it was a little inappropriate, he had said it clearly, so who could stop him? On the pier, several large boats were docked and one of them was lit. Peng Yeyu walked to the bow and shouted, who is on duty tonight? Who is it? A burly man shouted and quickly ran out of the cabin with a small bone in his hand. When he saw that it was Peng Yeyu, he immediately threw the bone into the water, and rubbed his greasy hands on his lapel a few times. He cupped his hands and said, so it is external envoy Peng. This little one did not hear you, so sorry for the delay. Are you allowed to drink when you are on duty? Peng Yeyu frowned and asked when he smelled the smell of alcohol in the man's mouth. This. The man scratched his head and murmured, it is already late, this little one. This little one thinks that there is nothing wrong. Who told you that there is nothing wrong? Didn't I already have something to do? Peng Yeyu said impatiently. Yes, this little one will immediately tidy up. The man answered and quickly went into the cabin. Not long after, several other men came out with food and wine in their hands. They all timidly looked at Peng Yeyu, who was coldly facing the pool, and hurried to the next boat. Meng looked on from the side with interest, but her heart was also a little uneasy. At this moment, a voice came, external envoy Peng. What are you going to do with this disciple of the fragrant religion? Meng's heart thumped. She turned around and saw that it was Li Su and Li from Huiming Hall, who had greeted them earlier. Peng Yeyu's expression also changed. He turned around and cupped his hands, saying, oh, so it is Li Li. I just received a message from the sect leader, asking me to bring this female disciple out. Oh? Is that so? Li Su frowned and looked at Peng Yeyu and then looked at Meng, who was standing quietly next to him. He asked curiously, what? The sect leader sent a message? Why didn't this old man know? When did external envoy Peng receive news more timely than my Huiming Hall? Oh right, external envoy Peng. What happened to your throat tonight? Please vote monthly, please vote recommendation, please collect, please tip. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian.com to vote recommendation or monthly. Chapter 1030. Peng Yeyu glanced at Li Su and said with a smile, I am the external envoy personally appointed by the sect leader. If I don't have a direct message from the sect leader, how can I be called an external envoy? If your Huiming Hall knows about it, wouldn't the sect leader? Peng Yeyu didn't finish his sentence. He turned to Dream and said, Miss Xixia, get on the boat first. I'll send you to see the sect leader. Dream glanced at him, then glanced at Li Su. She calmly walked onto the boat. Li Su opened his mouth to stop her, but he raised his hand and put it down. Li, I'll go to your place to receive my punishment. My meridians are damaged, so my throat is naturally a problem. There's nothing strange about it. Peng Yeyu saw Dream walk to the side of the boat. He turned his head and said, also, tonight's password was set by Li Li himself, right? Li Su was somewhat baffled. He nodded and said, yes. External envoy Ping, is there something wrong? There's nothing wrong. It's excellent. It's just that if some people don't know how to be flirtatious, they shouldn't do such things. Li Su was furious. This is Yi Yu Xiao Xiao's password. However, as soon as he said the password, he immediately understood. He looked at Peng Yiyu with a strange expression. Peng Yiyu cupped his hands and said, Li, I left the island first. The sect leader sent me a message and I left the island in a hurry. The fragrant cult sent out 2 envoys. They only asked one about the fragrant cult situation and didn't ask the other. If that Ren Xiaoyao is hiding something, it will be inappropriate for our sect's operation. Therefore she asked me to bring Zixia over. She has detailed information to ask. Li, are you satisfied? It's nothing, it's nothing. External emissary Peng has received the sect leader's verbal instructions, so of course he can do as he pleases. This old man was just asking, so don't take it to heart. Also, the Uitanite's password is really this old man's slip of the tongue. Brother, please don't blame me. This old man will have his subordinates change it. No, don't change it tonight. Let's talk about it tomorrow. Peng Yeyu hurriedly stopped him and said, I also didn't want to leave in such a hurry. So when I heard Mr. Li's command tonight, I felt a little unhappy. Forget it, we're just talking about the facts. I still have a lot of respect for Mr. Li. Wait for me to come back, then we'll have a toast. Well said, well said. Li Su smiled and took out a jade bottle from his bosom. He handed it to Peng Yeyu and said, This is a pill that I obtained from the Dalan temple. It's most suitable for external injuries. External emissary Peng. This throat injury is really not good. It's better to treat it as soon as possible. Peng Yeyu received the jade bottle and smiled. Thank you for your help, Mr. Li. He then jumped onto the boat and shouted, Hurry up and set sail. Before midnight I want to get out of the pool. Yes, external emissary Peng. Don't worry, there won't be any problems. The man controlling the boat saw that even Mr. Li was letting them go. How could he not quickly redeem himself? When the boat was out of the water, Peng Yeyu clasped his hands and said, Mr. Li, rest early. When I come back I'll thank you again. External emissary Peng, be careful on the road. Leave early and come back early. Li Su returned the gesture. His words were very warm. It made people feel that Shui Yupeng's old and new disciples were getting along well. Looking at the boat leaving, Li Su stopped smiling and scolded, Look at all of you. What do you want me to say to all of you? Tonight's password, why didn't you remind me? You already used his name as the password. How could you not make him angry? Go, hurry up. Zai, forget it. Something like this happens in the future, you must tell me earlier. Then he looked up and whispered, This external disciple can be really arrogant sometimes. Li Su did not know that on the boat not far away, Peng Yeyu's back was already soaked. Even his forehead was slightly sweaty. At this moment he was brushing his forehead with his fingers and scolding. This old man, the man controlling the boat, heard him from afar. He lowered his head slightly and focused on controlling the boat. It was as if he did not hear him at all. Dream sat in the cabin. Her 2 big eyes stared at Peng Yeyu full of curiosity. The way out between the clouds and the water was different from the way in. However, Peng Yeyu did not need to worry about it. He only needed to stand at the bow of the boat. With the face of the disciples between the clouds and the water familiar with him and the password that made him a little angry, he was unimpeded. When the boat reached the shore, Peng Yeyu brought Dream down the boat. The man controlling the boat cupped his hands and said, External emissary Peng, I will not see you off. I hope you will make a new contribution soon. As he said that, he docked the boat beside the pool. At this moment, the disciples who were patrolling the shore quickly rushed over. Since they were already on the shore, Peng Yeyu dealt with them even more smoothly. He sent the disciples away with a few words. He even sent Dream's big white horse over. Dream rode on the big white horse. Peng Yeyu also rode on a horse. The 2 of them walked for a while and arrived at the top of the mountain. Looking at the sky, Peng Yeyu cupped his hands and said, Miss Zixia, I will see you off here. From now on, Miss Zixia will have to go by herself. Wait. Dream was a little worried. Young Master Peng sent me off under the pretext of your sect leader. If your sect leader asks about it in the future, how will young Master Peng answer? Why don't you follow me to the aroma cult? You will have a place to stay. Thank you, Miss Zixia. This is just a deal with Ren Xiaoyao. I naturally have a way to escape. Alright, it's getting late. Goodbye. Peng Yeyu obviously didn't want to say more. He patted his horse and went in another direction along the mountain. Dream looked at Ping Yeyu's back and waited for a while. She patted her horse and went in another direction. This was what she had discussed with Zhang Xiaohua earlier. Ping Yeyu walked for a while and didn't look back. He jumped down from the horse's back and waved his hand to hit the horse's head. The horse immediately fell down with a cry and stopped moving. Then he took out something from his chest and threw it on the horse. The horse immediately caught fire. Not long after, everything turned into nothingness. At this time, Ping Yeyu suddenly waved his left hand. With a strange movement, he disappeared in an instant. In the early morning of the next day, the sun had just risen. In the mountain range between the clouds and the water, in a cave, Zhang Xiaohua opened his eyes. Thinking about what he had done to Ping Yeyu last night, the corners of his mouth unconsciously curled into a smile. He released his divine sense and found that Dream had disappeared. Ping Yeyu had also disappeared. Everything would be impossible to investigate. However, the stone inn by Yanqiu's bedroom palace, the jade slip underground, and the pill furnace that had turned into 6-8 trigrams purple gold furnace had to be explained. For this, Zhang Xiaohua had planned it out last night. He stood up, changed his clothes and changed into Pan An's appearance. He made a gesture and went to the mountain range. At this time, between the clouds and the water was still shrouded in thick fog. But the mountain wind above the pool was gradually getting stronger. It had already blown away the fog at the outermost part of the island. It was no longer as thick as before. Zhang Xiaohua took out Chasing Dream and it turned into 8 sword lights like swimming fish. They swam around his body. He used the flying technique to hide himself and went to the pool. When he reached the side of the island, his divine sense had found that there was a layer of array around the island. He didn't go in but showed himself first and shouted, "Where is the girl from the Shindao sect?" He shouted 3 times in a row. These 3 sounds contained Zhang Xiaohua's genuine qi. The whole pool shook slightly. Between the clouds and the water, whether it was those who had not woken up yet or those who were on duty in the morning, were all alarmed. Everyone looked at the immortal flying in the sky in horror. "The girl from the Shindao sect, she's not here? Then that's easy. I came here to take away what belongs to I. You just have to tell her." Before his voice died away, Zhang Xiaohua flew out of the mountain. Not long after, he disappeared into the horizon. Standing on the giant island, the people who had been woken up from their sweet dreams finally woke up. It turned out that the other party had already infiltrated deep into the enemy's territory and taken away what belonged to them. What an immortal! There were so many of them and they had such a tight defense, but they didn't even know when the other party left. Just when everyone was panicking, someone with sharp eyes saw the rising sun and shouted, "Look, look, the fog between the clouds and the water. Where did it go?" Of course, the thick fog yesterday had been blown away by the mountain wind. The true face of the giant island between the clouds and the water was revealed. Not good. Li Su, who was hiding among the people, changed his expression and shouted, "Don't panic. The immortal has already left. Besides, he didn't come to find trouble with you. What are you afraid of? You quickly go and see if the array inside and outside the island is still there." A man with a pale gold face ran to the shore. Not long after, he came back happily and reported, "Li, the great formation on the island is still there. The formation in the pool outside the island is also unchanged." "Good." Li Su breathed a sigh of relief. He nodded and said, "Brothers, take care of the house. The immortal must have something to discuss with our faction leader. Since our faction leader is not here and he has no intention of staying, let's all go about our business." Everyone thought about it and agreed. Gradually they regained their calmness. Although they were not used to the disappearance of the clouds, after a short while, they began to bask in the sun lazily and enjoyed it, causing them to forget about the unforeseen event. Of course, Li Su could not conceal the fact that such a great change had occurred on the water island. He immediately sent the disciples of the Huiming Hall to leave the island by boat and report to Bai Yanqiu at full speed. Zhang Xiaohua fooled the people from between the clouds and the water. She hid herself as she walked, making it seem like she had disappeared into the sky. In fact, she landed on the ground after walking for a short distance. With a sweep of her divine perception, she had already found the location of the odd beasts. She used the earth escape technique and secretly pulled Huan Huan out. Then she jumped up and chased after Meng, who had been walking for a whole night. Chapter 1031. Chin pursed his lips and said, I'll encounter it sooner or later. It's better to ask now. Alright, I'll let you know that the bottleneck of the immortal Tao is different for everyone. Even our sect's bottleneck has nothing in common with the elders. Perhaps my experience can be used as a reference for the elder, but for you, it's like playing the lute to a cow. So be it. If you want to tell me, I'll listen. If I can't comprehend it, I'll just treat it as a story. Chin said with a smile. Alas, it's not that I don't want to tell you. Immortality is different from martial arts. If you don't reach the bottleneck, you won't understand it at all. Instead, it may lead you astray. Nun Jingyi shook her head and said, however, if you want to hear a story, I'll tell it to you. Hearing this, Chin Chen's eyes brightened and he almost clapped his hands in praise. He said, then sect master. Tell me quickly. Nun Jingyi did not know whether to laugh or cry. She said, actually it's not a story. It's just that a disciple of Ruijin Palace, Missouri Qingshan, picked a Chao Huandan for my sect, and this Chao Huandan was obtained by the current disciple of the guardian Ren Xiaoyao. He returned the Chao Huandan to my sect according to Mo Qingshan's last wish. This Chao Huandan is an extremely rare immortal spiritual herb in the world. My sect refined this Chao Huandan into an elixir and took it. Naturally, I broke through the bottleneck in one fell swoop. This matter involved Nun Jingyi's love affair in her early years. Everyone in the hall knew about it. When they heard it at this time, they were all moved by Mo Qingshan's infatuation and could not help sighing in their hearts. Chin said enviously, this Ren Xiaoyao is really lucky. He went to Huanshu and got the Chao Huandan that no one had expected. Oh, Sir Hierarch, it seems that tomorrow is the martial arts circle assembly. I heard that Master Chong Xing of the Dalan Temple has already passed Jinghai Lake and is accompanied by the Deputy Master of the Greenwood Palace. As for Ren Xiaoyao and Zixia, why is there no news about them until now? Peacock frowned and looked at Nun Jingyi in confusion. She whispered, I went to the Tenryu sect and junior sister Yin went to the Alliance of Righteous Sects. They both rushed back 10 days ago. Even though the Dalan Temple is far away, they should have returned by now. Nun Jingyi declined to comment. She looked at Nun Shuizhen and asked, do you have any news about these two people? Reporting to sect leader, after the two of them appeared at Dragon Mountain and Poyang Town, they disappeared without a trace. No one knows where they went. Nun Shuizhen said, besides, disciples of the Tenryu sect have appeared in Jianghu. I don't know if they have anything to do with Ren Xiaoyao and Dream. Chin asked curiously, what does the Tenryu sect have to do with Ren Xiaoyao and Dream? Didn't senior sister Kong go to them? Alas, what should have happened has happened. Nun Jingyi sighed and said, however, they are still disciples of the fragrance cult. They told the disciples in Jianghu that if they found any trace of them, they should report it immediately. Nun Jingyi's words were strange. Everyone was surprised. Chin also opened his mouth. Fortunately, he didn't ask anything in the end. Junior sister Shuizhen, how is the preparation for the reception in Huayu Peak? The preparations are almost complete. However, this martial arts assembly is a grand occasion that the fragrant religion has not seen for many years. There are a total of 230 sects that have received invitations. There are 512 sects that have not received invitations. According to Sir Hierarch, they are guests. The fragrance cult is also prepared to receive these sections. If you count them carefully, there are nearly 800 sections. Starting from Dianqi Lake, the outer disciples of the fragrance cult will accompany them. When they enter the mountain tomorrow and arrive at Huayu Peak, it will be the inner disciples of the fragrance cult who will receive them. Previously, we were only prepared to receive 500 sections. Now there are 300 more sections. We don't have enough people. What's there to report? Nun Jingyi smiled and said, I guess the disciples of Lingxiang Peak will want to participate in such a grand occasion. You should inform Distant Fire Temple, Greenwood Temple, Ruoshui Temple, and Thick Earth Temple to send some disciples over. I'm afraid those disciples can't wait to be happy. Sir Hierarch is wise. I'll go and inform them now. There's one more thing, Sir Hierarch. I heard from the disciples of Jinghai Lake that the Tenryu sect hasn't sent a heavenly king. Peacock said in a low voice. It's fine. Nun Jingyi waved her hand. The Tenryu sect is the most annoying. It's the inheritance of the demonic cult. There's a difference between life and death between us and the four immortal sects. Although the immortal sects and the demonic cult have been annihilated and there have been fewer battles of life and death in the past few thousand years, they're still incompatible with us. It's normal that they don't come. But when I went, they didn't say that they wouldn't come. So they'll be the last. Maybe when all the sects come to Huayu Palace, their heavenly king will be the last to arrive. Sir Hierarch, this Sakra. Why is he so arrogant? Qinshan asked. Sakra? Nun Jingyi smiled bitterly. The Tenryu sect's Sakra has never shown himself in public. He definitely won't participate in our fragrance cult's martial arts convention. Even if someone from the Tenryu sect comes, it'll only be a heavenly king. Oh, I see. Qinshan was enlightened but immediately asked, but, Sir Hierarch, you've broken through the bottleneck. Between the immortal sects and the Sakra, who's more powerful? Everyone's expression changed. Nun Jingfan and Peacock almost glared at Qinshan. Nun Jingyi seemed to have been asked. She stared at the clear sky outside the window. After a while she said, the Sakra is the best in martial arts in the world. He's also the best in the immortal sects. Ever since, the 4 immortal sects, Fragrance Cult, Dalan Temple, Misty School and Shindao sect were founded, he's been the best. Even now he's still the best. Silly girl, do you think our sect can compare to the Sakra? What? Qinshan was dumbfounded. How is that possible? Could it be that the Sakra of every generation is the best in martial arts? Sai, we had our suspicions back then, but this is the truth, an indisputable truth. No one doubts this fact and no one dares to refute this fact. But the immortal sects have been destroyed. The Shindao sect and Misty School have been destroyed. Why has the Tenryu sect always been so powerful? How did they pass down their knowledge? Qinshan seemed to want to cram in his knowledge of the immortal sects. The diabolism is different from the immortal sects. The immortal sects use the vitality of heaven and earth as the foundation for cultivation. The diabolism is different. As for what kind of inheritance they use, we don't know. We only know that although the vitality of heaven and earth has been greatly reduced, although it has affected the Tenryu sect, it has affected us more deeply. So, although the cultivation of the Sakra of every generation has decreased, this has not affected them. They've always been the #1 sect in the pugilistic world. The Sakra has always been the #1 in the pugilistic world. Then Master Jing Xian, Master Jing Gang. Peacock asked in a low voice, this time should we ask about it? Nun Jingyi stopped and looked at Peacock thoughtfully. She nodded and said, yes. They killed 2 of our elders. Even if the Sakra is the #1 person in the world and the Tenryu sect is the #1 sect in the world, this matter must be explained clearly. Everyone praised him in their hearts and nodded. Lord Hierarch is right. But, Peacock, think about it again. Do you think it's possible to ask about this in front of all the heroes in the world? Master. Peacock's expression changed and she frowned. After a while she shook her head and said, Master is wise and farsighted. I'm still lacking in experience. This is not appropriate for me to ask. Qinshan was anxious and said, Senior sister, why are you talking in riddles with Master? Why don't you explain it clearly? Peacock looked at Nun Jingyi and turned to say, the death of the 2 masters is related to the Tenryu sect, but we don't have any evidence. If we ask them for no reason, they won't admit it. They might even ask us for evidence. Wouldn't it show that the Tenryu sect is incompetent? This matter can't be compared to the public vengeance in the martial arts world. We can't just ask for it openly. That's right. Qinshan also realized and said dejectedly, I thought I could find justice for the 2 masters. Justice is in the heart of the heavens, justice is in the heart of the people. Nun Jingyi nodded and said, this is something that the Tenryu sect needs to investigate. We won't ask about it in front of others. Moreover, the Tenryu sect has killed so many of the Tenryu sect spies. When will you hear them talk about it? Even if Qinshan says that a heavenly king of the Tenryu sect has been killed secretly, even if the Sakra is suspicious, he won't ask you in front of everyone. This is a slap to your own face. Nun Jingyi said, after all, tomorrow will be the most lively event that the Tenryu sect has ever seen in decades. Whether it's an enemy or a friend, everyone will be a guest tomorrow. Let's think about how to organize the Wulin convention tomorrow. Everyone's faces lit up with excitement. One after another they offered suggestions. Chin Chin glanced at Peacock and muttered to himself, "This adulterous pair, I wonder where they've gone to hide and have fun." The next day was a nice day. The Huayu Peak in the Tenryu sect was even more peaceful and calm. At the foot of the Huayu Peak, Nun Jingyi was dressed in a palace dress. Beside her there were dozens of women dressed in palace dresses. However, everyone's head was covered with a veil, so it was hard to tell who was who. On the mountain path that was paved with yellow soil and sprinkled with clear water, there were already dozens of people in sight. Among the dozens of people, there were a few old men dressed in monk robes who did not ride horses. Behind the old monks, there were a few old men dressed in green who also did not ride horses. However, although these people did not ride horses and looked like they were just strolling, their figures were as smooth as moving clouds and flowing water. Their speed was extremely fast. Even the dozens of young disciples behind them who were dressed in various clothes and riding horses could barely keep up with them. Seeing the old monk, Nun Jingyi's face was full of smiles. Her feet paused slightly and her body floated forward like a willow catkin. She only walked for dozens of feet in the air before she stopped and said, "Elder Master Zhang-san, I haven't seen you for many years. How are you? Please cast a monthly vote, a recommendation vote, a collection, a tip." Chapter 1032. Hearing this, Elder Chong Xing, who was dressed in monk robes, exerted some force on his feet and also floated into the air. He was far ahead of the elders beside him and replied, "Amit Ba, I'm fine, but Abbess Jingyi." Congratulations Abbess Jingyi, you've broken through the bottleneck and your cultivation has increased by another level. Congratulations. Next to him, Alliance Master Zhang San, who was almost shoulder to shoulder with Elder Chong Sheng, also took large strides. He was actually using a rare qinggong, shrinking earth into an inch. He wasn't much slower than Elder Chong Sheng. When Elder Chong Sheng finished speaking, he also cupped his hands and said, "Zhang San of the Righteous Alliance has come to pay a visit to Abbess Jingyi." Abbess Jingyi smiled and said, "Fellow Taoists, for coming from afar, this old woman is endlessly grateful." Then she said to Zhang San, "Alliance Master Zhang, it's only been a few years since we last met, and you've actually mastered the qinggong shrinking earth into an inch. It's really commendable." Zhang San modestly said, "You're too kind. Compared to Abbess Jingyi's cultivation, my qinggong is insignificant." I wouldn't dare. All the martial arts in the world returned to their origin, and in the end they all reached the same height. As they spoke, the long distance was covered by the two of them. When they arrived in front of Abbess Jingyi, Zhang San said, "I thought that entering Dianqi Lake meant entering the incense cult. Walking for a long time with it, this incense cult is indeed a paradise." "Isn't that so? I didn't expect Abbess Jingyi to be so generous. She invited the entire Jianghu. Moreover, this Huayu Peak is actually so far from Jinghai Lake. Elder Chong Xing, please don't blame me. I originally wanted to arrange for it to be at Jinghai Lake. After all, it's convenient for the heroes of Jianghu. However, that place doesn't have a ready-made palace and it's also far from Lingxiang Peak. It took a lot of effort to arrange. After thinking for a long time, I decided to arrange for it to be at Huayu Peak." Huayu Palace is a palace left behind by the ancestors of the incense cult. It's the place where the ancestors of the Dalan Temple, the Misty School, the Shindao sect and the Tenryu sect would drink and chat. Today's heroes of Jianghu are gathered here, showing that the incense cult is a place to treat guests. Haha. Alliance Master Zhang laughs. "Our righteous Dao Alliance started after the immortal Dao Alliance. We have no chance to enter the Huayu Palace. Today we have obtained Nun Jingyi's approval, we must take a good look around. Alliance Master Zhang, don't be ashamed of your inferiority. We are all inherited sects while the Righteous Alliance started from scratch. You are indeed a hero, but you are also beyond our reach. In the future, when our sects provide guidance on Jianghu matters, won't the Righteous Alliance also be a frequent guest of Huayu Palace?" "Thank you for your praise, Abbess," Alliance Master Zhang said with a smile. Please go up the mountain. In the Huayu Palace, there is tea for the daughter of the Chuanxiang cult to taste." As they spoke, Nun Jingyi invited Elder Chong Chong and Alliance Master Zhang San. The three of them used their qinggong and headed towards Huayu Palace. Behind them, Great Master Chong Gong, Great Master Chong Xing, Vice Alliance Master Chai, Vice Alliance Master Mi, and the others were accompanied by Nun Jingfan and Nun Xuezhen. The other disciples were also accompanied by their corresponding disciples. After the two sects, it was the other Jianghu sect's turn. The masters and disciples of Ruijin Palace, Greenwood Palace, Lihua Palace, Ruoshui Palace, and Thick Earth Palace accompanied them up the mountain path. Other than the Dalan Temple and the Righteous Alliance, which did not have a limit on the number of people, the other sects had a quota of 4 people. As for those who came uninvited, they were informed that there would not be more than 4 people. Generally speaking, other than the sect master, there would be a vice sect master or an elder. And then there would be the 2 most outstanding disciples of the younger generation. Therefore, there were more than 3,000 people from the 800 sects. Including the elders and disciples of the Transcending cult, there would be more than 5,000 people. This was also the immortal path inheritance of the Transcending cult. The Huayu Peak was incomparably tall, and the Huayu Palace on top of it was also built with immortal path techniques. It was not inferior to the Mo Xian Palace on the Lingxiang Peak. But even so, other than the 230 sects invited by the Transcending cult, more than 1,000 people from the other 512 sects, nearly 2,000 people, could only sit in the square outside the Huayu Palace. How big was the square of the Huayu Peak? Even with Zhang Xiaohua's vision, it was amazing. Therefore, more than 2,000 people were more than enough. In addition, the Transcending cult was very well prepared. Every sect had a set of tables and chairs. When they sat down, there was an order and there was no sense of uneasiness. Jing Yishirtai invited the elder and alliance master Zhang San into the Huayu Palace and sat down. The elder looked around and sighed, "I've only heard of the Huayu Palace before. Now that I've come here, it really lives up to its name." Before alliance master Zhang San could speak, Great Master Chong Gung smiled and said, "The abbot is right. The Transcending cult's immortal atmosphere is not something our sects can compare to." You flatter me, you flatter me." Jing Yishirtai had a smile on her face, but she was still modest. "Your sect is a pure land, blessed by the Buddha and protected by the Dharma protectors. My Transcending cult really doesn't dare to have the heart to compare." Hearing Jing Yishirtai mention the Dharma protectors, Great Master Chong Gung was a little displeased. He looked around and said with a smile, "What Dharma protectors? They're only there to intimidate demons and small Taoists. When they meet a real master, they can only protect themselves. The Dharma protectors that Jing Yishirtai sent to my sect are the real Dharma protectors that can shake the Jianghu." Jing Yishirtai raised her eyebrows and asked curiously, "Great Master Chong Gung, what do you mean?" Elder Chongxing said, "The Dharma protectors of your Transcending cult naturally know the whole story. Shirtai, why do you have to ask us on the spot?" His tone was a little unfriendly. That was because Zhang Xiaohua broke through the 3 tests of the Dalan Temple and damaged the Dalan Temple's reputation. How could the Dalan Temple tell outsiders about this? Even if the Transcending cult had spies in the Dalan Temple, they wouldn't know about this matter. Although Jing Yishirtai sent Zhang Xiaohua to the Dalan Temple for her own reasons, she didn't receive any reports from the spies. She also didn't see Zhang Xiaohua and Dream come back. Of course, she didn't know the reason. But looking at Master Chongxing's expression, Jing Yishirtai's heart was already blooming with joy. She definitely wouldn't mention this matter in front of the Righteous Alliance or other sect leaders. She only smiled and said, "Ren Xiaoyao is the only Dharma protector of my Transcending cult. He's still young. If he has offended you in any way, this old woman will apologize." The Transcending cult has such a good disciple, and our Jianghu has such a handsome youth. This old monk and the others are all happy. There's no need to apologize." The elder laughed. Seeing that there was some misunderstanding between the 2 sects, Jing Yishirtai could only say, "3 great masters, please don't blame me. This old woman really didn't mean anything else." Ren Xiaoyao and Zixia still haven't returned to Lingering Fragrance Peak. The elder was stunned. He turned to look at Great Master Chong Gung and Master Chongxing. He exchanged a look and said to Jing Yishirtai, "Shirtai, you sent Miss Zixia to Jianghu as a diplomatic envoy. Presumably, you have other plans. Something has happened. Perhaps, 3 great masters can also tell?" Jing Yishirtai didn't wait for Master Chongxing to finish speaking. Master Chongxing didn't say anything else. He just nodded and said, "Since Shirtai Jingyi can tell, why can't this old monk and the others?" Alliance Master Zhang San, who was sitting on the other side, was somewhat embarrassed and angry. He cursed inwardly, "You two great sects with immortal legacies. If you have something to say, just say it. Don't beat around the bush." However, he still couldn't say it. Otherwise it would show how ignorant and inexperienced he was. Therefore he also pretended to nod as if he had a card up his sleeve. "Since that's the case, I don't think anyone from the Tenryu sect will come today," Jing-yi Shirtai said with a smile. "That should be the case." The elder nodded. Alliance Master Zhang-san also smiled, but he was already cursing in his heart. What did this have to do with the Tenryu sect not coming? "Alright, let's begin the martial arts circle convention." As she spoke, Jing-yi Shirtai stood up and walked to the side of the chair. She moved her hands slightly in her sleeves and said softly, "Everyone, welcome to my fragrant religion." Jing-yi Shirtai's voice was very soft, but, in the ears of the people in Huayu Palace, it was as if she was speaking right next to them. When they focused on their ears, they found that the voice didn't come from Jing-yi, who was standing in front of them. Instead, it came from all directions in Huayu Palace. It wasn't just the people in Huayu Palace. In the square outside Huayu Palace, more than 2,000 people were noisy at first. When they heard Jing-yi Shirtai's voice, it was as if there were 2,000 Jing-yi Shirtai sitting in front of them. The voice also came from the square beside them. Everyone was very curious. Their eyes were full of admiration. What was the demeanor of a great sect with immortal legacies? This was it. Apart from the Dalan Temple, fragrant religion and Huayu Palace, which other sect could be so generous? Other things aside, just the fact that one person's voice could reach more than 3,000 people's ears so clearly was something that even a super sect like the Righteous Alliance couldn't do. "Everyone, welcome to my fragrant religion's Huayu Peak. Please participate in the martial arts assembly for my fragrant religion's re-entry into the pugilistic world." Standing in front of thousands of people, Jing-yi Shirtai spoke with assurance as if there was no one around. "As everyone knows, my fragrant religion has been blessed by my immortal seniors for thousands of years. Under the protection of the sect protecting formation, we rarely participate in pugilistic world affairs. Although this has preserved the legacy of my fragrant religion, on the other hand, it has also erased the edges of my fragrant religion. We lack the guts of a great sect like the Righteous Alliance. Today, due to various reasons, the sect protecting array of the fragrant religion has collapsed. From today onwards, the sect protecting array of the fragrant religion will no longer be the sect protecting array of the fragrant religion. In the future we will integrate into the Jianghu into everyone. I hope that in the future, all the Jianghu sects will work together with the sect protecting array of the fragrant religion and push the development of martial arts to the peak. Today is a milestone for my fragrant religion. It is also a milestone in the history of the pugilistic world. Today is a small step for my fragrant religion. It is also a big step for the pugilistic world. Today the pugilistic world has given my fragrant religion a chance. In the future, my fragrant religion will give the entire pugilistic world a surprise. Although my fragrant religion is a great sect in the pugilistic world, my fragrant religion has always adhered to the principle of not forming alliances and not seeking hegemony. I believe that due to my fragrant religion's re-entry into the pugilistic world, it will definitely bring peace to the pugilistic world. Please cast a monthly vote, a recommendation vote, a collection, a tip. Chapter 1033. Abbess Jing-yi spoke for a long time before finally smiling. "After speaking for so long, I just want to tell the disciples of incense cult that we're back. Jianghu, we're back." Instantly, all of the incense cult disciples roared. Thousands of disciples shouted in unison. It was a shocking sight. Not only were the sects outside Huayu Palace shocked, but even the sects inside Huayu Palace, the Dalan Temple and the Alliance of Righteous Tao were shocked. "Alright, this old woman has finished speaking. In the future, when the disciples of my humble sect roam the Jianghu, I would like to thank everyone for taking care of me." Nun Jing-yi cupped her hands and said. No one dared to be rude. They all stood up and returned the gesture. Master Longevity stood up and walked over. Abbess Jing-yi knew this and moved away from where she had been standing. Master Longevity put his palms together and said, "Everyone, incense cult is a branch of Jianghu. Thousands of years ago, although there was a protective formation, the disciples of incense cult could still be found all over Jianghu. Now that the heavens have changed, the disciples of incense cult can once again appear in Jianghu. This is incense cult's fortune and Jianghu's fortune. This old monk won't say much, but I'll represent all of Jianghu in welcoming the disciples of incense cult back into Jianghu. After hearing Master Longevity's words, the crowd applauded. Who wouldn't give face to a Dalan temple elder? After Master Longevity left, Alliance leader Zhang San coughed lightly and was about to go on stage when a voice came from outside the palace. Incense cult has such a grand event, how can I be absent? Abbess Jingyi wasn't surprised. She used her divine sense to scan the outside and was surprised. She raised her voice and said, which sect and which sect are you from? Of all the famous sects in Jianghu, my school of fragrance sends out disciples to invite you. As for the other famous sects, my school of fragrance has a limited number of disciples, so I can't invite them one by one. Since you're here, then you're a guest. My school of fragrance will naturally welcome you with courtesy. Heh. If the Alliance of Righteous Tao can participate in incense cult's martial assembly, why can't we? Since the incense cult could re-enter Jianghu after thousands of years, why can't we do the same? I'll let Abbess Jingyi know that we came here because we wanted to use Incense Cult's martial arts tournament as an opportunity to tell the heroes of the world that Between the Clouds and the Water has returned to the world of martial arts. Between the Clouds and the Water. Nun Jingyi and Grandmaster Longevity looked at each other, then at Zhang San. Zhang San also shook his head slightly. Re-enter Jianghu? Nun Jingyi raised her eyes and said, I wonder what this re-entering Between the Clouds and the Water means. Hehe. That voice suddenly became sharp and piercing to the ears. Then I'll let you take a look lest you forget. Nun Jingyi seemed to have seen something strange. The elders were also surprised. A fiery red light shot in from outside the palace like a flaming arrow. It hit the curtains of Huayu Palace. The curtains were originally restricted by the immortal Tao. A faint light flashed and the curtains shattered with a crack. Then a similar light streaked through the air like a meteor and shot towards Nun Jingyi. Whoosh! Everyone in the Huayu Palace stood up. Hidden weapons or arrows in the martial arts world might have a sound, but they definitely wouldn't have such a brilliance. Which sect in the Huayu Palace didn't have a little bit of background? Who didn't know about the immortal Tao? Huayu Palace wasn't the only place. Above the square of Huayu Palace, the fiery red light flew in from outside and streaked across the sky. They had long since noticed it. Perhaps these sects knew little about the immortal Tao, but the appearance of an immortal Tao senior in Rejuvenation Valley was now a hot topic in the entire Jianghu. Didn't they come here to inquire about the incense cult? As expected, the immortal Tao didn't disappoint. It revealed its ferocity. Skyshaker Bao? Nun Jingyi frowned and blurted out. Seeing that the arrow-like light was about to reach her, she wasn't in a hurry. Instead, she took out a jade talisman and flicked it forward. Pop! Another crack sounded. A splash of water appeared in the air, blocking the light. Sizzle! When the light touched the water, it drilled forward and slowly faded away. After a few moments, the result was clear. Puff! The light penetrated the water and continued to shoot towards Nun Jingyi. Humph! Nun Jingyi sneered. You only have the Shindao sect's protection. Even if you have the Shindao sect's Skyshaker Bao, your cultivation is insufficient. What can you do to our sect? As she spoke, she waved her hand and took out a dark green net from somewhere. With a shake of her hand, she wrapped it around the light. Although there were many transparent holes in the net, there was a pearl smaller than a mung bean at the intersection of two threads. When the light was trapped by the net, it stopped in midair. Although it seemed to have a mind of its own, it was still trapped by the net. Nun Jingyi snorted. Her finger moved slightly and pointed at the net. The net shrunk into a ball, and the fiery red light dimmed a few times before being extinguished. How is it? Can you still shoot another arrow? Nun Jingyi sneered. Ha. The voice outside laughed. Nun Jingyi, could it be that you want to test my cultivation? Before he finished speaking, a suffocating aura came from outside Huayu Palace. Although there were many people in the palace who weren't cultivators of the Tao of Immortality, their hearts throbbed. They couldn't help but look at the sky outside the palace. Sure enough, a round and flat object flew in from outside the palace. It was the size of a palm at first, but it kept growing bigger. When it was about to reach Huayu Palace, it became the size of a dustpan. The demon refining gourd? Two astonished voices sounded at the same time. Immediately, a green ribbon flew out of Huayu Palace's window like a python. It wanted to entangle the dustpan. Who would have thought that the dustpan would spin around without any effort? The green ribbon couldn't do anything to it. Then a figure suddenly flew out of the window and floated there. It was Nun Jingyi. Nun Jingyi floated above the square. She pointed her finger and the green ribbon changed again. With a whoosh, it spread open and wrapped around the dustpan. Then it pulled the dustpan into Nun Jingyi's hand. However, just as the dustpan was pulled down a little, a rumbling sound came from the dustpan. A pale white brilliance appeared and the dustpan spun even more violently. In an instant the green ribbon was torn apart. When Nun Jingyi saw this, her expression changed slightly. She made a hand seal and hit the green ribbon. The green ribbon flashed with the same brilliance and pounced on the dustpan. At this time, a powerful suction force came from outside Huayu Palace. It brought a gentle breeze. The green ribbon flickered in the air a few times before it was sucked over. "Oh no!" Nun Jingyi cried out. This really is the devil refining gourd, and the technique it uses is also from the Shindao sect. Could it be a disciple of the Shindao sect? Thinking quickly, Nun Jingyi waved her hand and a triangle appeared in her hand. This triangle was dotted with green spots and looked quite simple. Just as the Shirtai was about to activate it, a Buddhist chant was heard from inside Huayu Palace. Amit Ba. Then a pale yellow figure flew out of the window. It was the Dalan Temple's Elder Chongqing. Before Elder Chongqing landed on the ground, he flicked his wrist and the string of Buddhist prayer beads flew up. When they reached the side of the green scarf, the prayer beads had already become the size of a wicker basket. The prayer beads emitted a very comfortable Buddhist light that resisted the suction force. Only then did the green scarf stop moving. It flipped over and covered the wicker basket that was emitting a rumbling sound. Humph, the Dalan Temple and the incense sect only know how to cooperate with each other. It's been thousands of years, haven't they changed? JJ. Another unusually clear voice came from afar. The incense sect hasn't been so lively in a long time. Why is it so coincidental today? It's a good thing that this heavenly king came early. I can actually see the long-awaited battle of immortals. Before the voice died away, a green thing that looked like a beehive flew over from afar with a sharp sound. When it came close, everyone could clearly see several wisps of faint black smoke floating out of the beehive. Like tentacles, they clawed at the Dharma artifacts in the air. Black smoke nest. Garuda? The voice from before cried out in surprise. Then the dustpan-like thing suddenly rose up. After a few turns, it was about to fly out of Huayu Palace. At this moment, the clear voice asked curiously, "Little girl, who are you from the Shindao sect? You actually have the devil refining gourd and can recognize this heavenly king?" As the voice spoke, the wisps of black smoke from the beehive suddenly stretched out, wanting to hit the dustpan-like. However, the suction force that had been blocked by the Buddhist beads suddenly changed direction, and the dustpan-like sped up. Even the black smoke was pulled extremely long. "Heavenly King Garuda, is this the way of a guest?" Nun Jingyi said expressionlessly. "What guest? This heavenly king is happy to see you fight. My hands are itching. Let's all have some fun together." As the voice spoke, the black smoke from the black smoke nest became thicker, and the tentacles gradually formed. Nun Jingyi looked at Elder Chongqing and pointed with her right hand. The green ribbon circled a few times and shrunk to an extremely small size. It moved strangely in the air, dodging the attacks of the black smoke, and fell into Nun Jingyi's hands. Elder Chongqing's Buddhist beads were even more powerful. They flew straight at the black smoke nest. Wherever the milky white Buddhist light went, the black smoke became thinner and disappeared. The Buddhist light had a natural restraining effect on the black smoke. With just a touch, it was already so powerful. Chapter 1034. Chongqing, you old monk. Garuda's heart ached when he saw the black smoke diminish. Before he could curse, the prayer beads circled around the black smoke nest and slowly fell into the elder's hands. "Zai, how did it end so quickly?" Garuda's clear voice was filled with regret. The black smoke nest quickly flew out of Huayu Palace. "Disciples of the Shindao sect, please come to Huayu Palace for a chat." Nun Jingyi raised her voice. Is Nun Jingyi, please. As soon as he finished speaking, a beautiful middle-aged woman with a beautiful figure flew in from the sky. She was also using the levitation technique. Then, like a gust of black wind, a thin and small man dressed in strange clothes descended from the sky and floated in the air. This man was the Tenryu sect's Garuda Heavenly King. Garuda Heavenly King had a pointy mouth and monkey cheeks. His long eyebrows were slanted into his sideburns. He landed on the square and turned to ask the middle-aged woman, "Who are you? Since when did the Shindao sect have its own inheritance?" The middle-aged woman cupped her hands and bowed. "Let me tell you, Garuda Heavenly King. I am a descendant of the Shindao sect. My name is Bai Yanqiu, but the Shindao sect was removed from the Jianghu thousands of years ago. I have no intention of calling myself the Shindao sect anymore. Now, my sect is called Between the Clouds and the Water, which means that I follow the clouds above the water." Between the clouds and the water? Garuda's small eyes turned. "Why is it so troublesome? Shindao sect sounds better." Bai Yanqiu smiled. "I am now the sect leader of Between the Clouds and the Water. I came here to meet my brothers in the Jianghu and inform them that Between the Clouds and the Water will be famous in the Jianghu from now on." Nun Jingyi sneered. "If the Shindao sect is related to the incense cult, then I am naturally willing to support them. But what is the origin of Between the Clouds and the Water? How can you take advantage of my sect's return to the Jianghu?" "Nun Jingyi, do you think I am willing to do that? My sect has already made preparations to hold the martial arts assembly today and announce our return to the Jianghu to the world. Who would have thought that the incense cult would also announce our return to the Jianghu to the world? Since the incense cult is holding the assembly, there is naturally no need for us to hold the assembly of Between the Clouds and the Water. Let's not talk about the fact that the heroes of the Jianghu have just finished participating in the Assembly of Heroes, so there are no more heroes who would care about the Assembly of Heroes Between the Clouds and the Water. In terms of reputation, Between the Clouds and the Water can't compare to the incense cult. Why don't we use the incense cult's glory and enter the Jianghu hand in hand with the incense cult?" When she heard Bai Yanqiu lowering his status, Nun Jingyi looked at Garuda, who was standing next to her, and then at the elder. She could not help but ponder. At this time, many people had also rushed out of Huayu Palace. The current leader of the Righteous Tao Alliance, Zhang San, was watching this unbelievable battle from afar. His face was as dark as water. It was unknown whether he was jealous or had other plans. Right, Bai Zhangmen is right. Since it is a martial arts assembly, then it is naturally a martial arts assembly for the entire Jianghu. Not only can the incense cult announce this to the entire Jianghu, even if the Shindao sect reappears, we should also be able to. Nun Jingyi, there is a difference in your words. It is Between the Clouds and the Water, not the Shindao sect. Bai Yanqiu said with a smile. He. Nun Jingyi laughed and said, "Whether it is the Shindao sect or Between the Clouds and the Water, they are both sects that have inherited the way of the immortals. How can the incense cult not lend a hand? In that case, thank you, Nun Jingyi." Bai Yanqiu smiled and bowed. "If that is the case, Bai Zhangmen, why don't you call your disciples out?" "Please excuse me, Nun Jingyi." Bai Yanqiu did not mind. He waved his hand and made a strange gesture. Immediately, dozens of disciples of Between the Clouds and the Water wielding long sabers appeared around Huayu Palace. They quickly used their qinggong to arrive beside Bai Yanqiu. The expressions of the people in Huayu Palace changed. Their eyes were filled with anger. The disciples of the incense cult were especially angry. "Nun Jingyi, I did not mean to do this. It was just a way to protect myself. It is fine, it is fine. This method is very normal." Nun Jingyi said nonchalantly. "Even if it is the incense cult, we still have a backup plan." As she spoke, she reached into her bosom and took out an apricot yellow flag. She poured her true qi into it and waved it slightly. A few faint clouds floated out of the flag and quickly flew out of Huayu Palace. As they flew, the edges of the clouds became thinner and thinner. By the time they were out of Huayu Palace, they had almost disappeared. Abbess Jingyi waved the small flag again. Boom! Outside the Huayu Palace, a 30 feet tall wall of fire immediately rose. The flame was more than a foot long and emitted a greenish-yellow color. This. Bai Yanqiu was dumbfounded. Garuda looked at the wall of fire with a dignified expression. "All right, this is just a precaution from the incense cult. It seems that it will not be necessary." Nun Jingyi smiled and waved the flag again. The wall of fire immediately disappeared. Inside the Huayu Palace, everyone's reactions were different. The heads of the famous sects all looked pensive as if they were considering something. The other sects all looked enlightened, and then their faces were full of excitement. They were even more excited than when they watched the fight of the immortal Tao. Many people had already begun to secretly look at their feet, or use their hands to touch the small tables and stools, trying to find traces of the immortal Tao magic arts. Of course, there were also many people who looked frightened. They were sects that were not very close to the incense cult. They wanted to use this martial arts circle convention to find out what was going on. But looking at the incense cult, if they wanted to, all they had to do was wave their flag and everyone in Huayu Palace would be buried. Their original plan of using their qigong to escape as soon as they realized that something was wrong was completely useless. Therefore, everyone understood why the incense cult had held the martial arts circle convention on Huayu Peak. Bai Yanqiu had been operating on the water island of the Water Cloud sect for decades. She had confidence in her Dharma power and magic, and was confident that she had the capital to confront the fragrant cult. That was why she had mobilized so many people to show off at the Fragrant Cult's Martial Arts Society assembly. Who would have thought that, not to mention magic, she had only dabbled in it, and it was not the time to shed all pretense of cordiality. She had brought a group of disciples to the Huayu Peak secretly to show off. Who would have thought that she had still fallen into Nun Jingyi's trap, a big sect with an immortal Tao legacy? It was not a joke. Bai Yanqiu's expression changed slightly as thousands of thoughts swirled in her mind. After a moment she came up with a plan. She bowed and said, as expected of the illustrious fragrant religion. This concubine was truly lacking in manners and was like a frog at the bottom of a well. I apologize now. Please forgive me, Abbess Jingyi. Nun Jingyi waved her hand and smiled. After the immortal Tao legacy, your Shindao sect? Nun Jingyi, the Shindao sect is history. Our sect is now between the clouds and the water. I am confused. I'm used to calling you that. Bai Zhangmen, please forgive me. Your sect, between the clouds and the water, has been reborn and has entered the Jianghu. You and the incense cult announced at the same time. This is a grand event in the Jianghu. It is the best of both worlds. How can I not applaud and welcome you? Come. Garuda King Bai Zhangmen, please take a seat in Huayu Palace. I was just about to nag you. Garuda laughed and flew into Huayu Palace like a wisp of smoke. Please. Bai Yanqiu was polite and followed the elder into Huayu Palace. However, in the previous Huayu Palace, there was an oval platform at the head of the table. There was a chair on the platform, which was where Nun Jingyi sat. Elder Chang Sheng and Alliance leader Zhang San sat in the VIP seats below the platform. Garuda entered the Huayu Palace. Without even looking, he flew straight to the platform and sat down. Nun Jingyi's expression changed slightly. Just as she was about to speak, Garuda laughed and said, Jingyi, the seats in Huayu Palace don't seem to be like this. Nun Jingyi's eyes narrowed. She said coldly, I thought the Tenryu sect might look down on the incense cult and wouldn't send people here. The Shindao sect and Misty School have been removed from the Jianghu. Wouldn't the 5 seats on this platform be a waste? If I invited the Elder and Alliance Master Zhang San, who else would come? I might as well hide these 4 seats. Garuda said again, now that the Tenryu sect is here, this between the clouds and the water is here too. Jingyi, you don't have to hide anymore. You won't have the chance to sit on the platform alone. After a moment of silence, Jingyi looked at the confused Zhang San and Bai Yanqiu and said with a smile, Heavenly King Garuda is right. Please wait a moment. As she spoke, she made a hand sign and hit the platform. A faint yellow light flashed. On the spacious platform, 4 more chairs appeared in picturesque disorder beside Garuda's chair. Even Garuda's chair revealed the essence of white jade. In Huayu Palace, everyone was stunned. Nun Jingyi sneered and said, Heavenly King Garuda, the chairs are here. Please sit on the Tenryu sect's chair. I know. Garuda's figure floated up as if he was being carried by an invisible hand. He flew to a jade chair that was slightly blackened and said, My heavenly dragon divine religion hates doing things that steal the limelight. However, we also hate those who don't care about the dragon god sect. Nun Jingyi didn't reply. She bowed to the elder and said, Great master, please take a seat. Many thanks to you. Guests should follow the host's wishes. This old monk doesn't mind. As he spoke, The elder stepped onto the platform and walked to the rightmost side, right next to Garuda's chair. Nun Jingyi glanced at Bai Yanqiu and Zhang San and said with a smile, "According to the rules, my left hand should be the seat of the Shindao sect master. Although Bai Zhongmen isn't the Shindao sect master, he still inherited the Shindao sect's legacy. The sect master between the clouds and the water can sit on my right hand." Bai Yanqiu was overjoyed. He cupped his hands and said, "Thank you, Nun Jingyi." With that, he went onto the platform and sat on the second last jade chair on the left. Looking at the last chair on the left, Nun Jingyi smiled and said, "Alliance Master Zhang San, this chair belongs to the Misty School's sect master. Now that Misty Peak is in the hands of the Righteous Alliance, this chair naturally belongs to Alliance Master Zhang." Zhang San's gloomy mood finally relaxed. He cupped his hands and said, "Thank you." He stepped forward and sat on it. Chapter 1035. The great sects of the immortal Tao were the originators of martial arts in the world. The 5 sects had been arranged 10,000 years ago, but the vicissitudes of the world had changed. The branches of the other 5 sects had their own lives and deaths, so they were no longer close to the 5 sections. The 5 sects had changed a lot. The incense cult had not entered the Jianghu for a long time. The Shindao sect had been destroyed long ago and was replaced by the sect between the clouds and the water. The Misty School had been destroyed and was replaced by the Righteous Alliance. Now that the 5 sects had taken their seats in Huayu Palace, there was a new order in the Jianghu. Nun Jingyi was the last to ascend the high platform. She walked to the jade seat in the center and sat down. Just as she sat down, there was a flash of multicolored light on the high platform and the faint sound of bamboo instruments. Although it was faint, it had already spread throughout the Huayu Palace. In the Huayu Palace, there were more than 200 sects and thousands of people. Envy flashed in their eyes as they wondered when their own sects would be able to ascend the high platform of the immortal Tao. "Alright everyone, please have some tea and rest for a moment. The Wulin convention will continue with its brilliance." Nun Jingyi cupped her hands slightly, her voice spreading throughout the Huayu Palace. Immediately, the inner sect disciples of Lingering Fragrance Peak held trays in their hands. On the trays were tea and fruits made by Lingering Fragrance Cult. They were delivered to the tables of the various sections. Everyone in the Jianghu had an unruly side. When they saw beautiful women, even the inner sect disciples of the incense cult couldn't help but look lustful. However, when they saw the women's martial arts cultivation, they couldn't help but be flabbergasted. Perhaps on the surface, one couldn't see a person's true martial arts with the naked eye, but which of these sect leaders and elders hadn't been immersed in martial arts for decades? How could they not be able to see the characteristics of powerful martial arts from a few details? How could they still look at these young women with martial arts that weren't inferior to their own? Well, maybe they had some special hobbies, but let's not talk about them. Thus, almost all of the elders couldn't help but look like profound elders because of their status. The young disciples were different. When they saw such beautiful women, how could they maintain their composure? They all had smiles plastered on their faces as they stood up one by one and greeted them politely. Their teachers wanted to stop them, but they changed their minds and didn't say anything. These young disciples of the various sects were all young talents that had been selected by their respective sections. They had come here not only to broaden their horizons, but also to show off their skills in front of the heroes of the world. Their mission was to gain face for their respective sections. When the masters of the various sects saw that the inner disciples of the School of Incense were so outstanding, they must have made some calculations in their hearts. If their disciples were to gain the favor of a female disciple and establish a relationship with the School of Incense, then, not to mention the status of their sects in Jianghu perhaps, they would even have the opportunity to sit on those jade chairs on the high platform. In the end, even some of the bashful young disciples were secretly kicked by their own teachers under the table, causing their faces to turn red. But this was just wishful thinking. The female disciples of the incense cult might not be as outstanding as the disciples of Mo Ninggong, but they could not possibly set their sights on the martial world. Cough cough, of course, unless they were like Zhang Xiaohua, who was so infatuated that she could fight her way up to Lingering Fragrance Peak. Only then would they consider it. The inside and outside of Huayu Palace was a lively scene, and the high platform was another scene. Abbess Jingyi waved her hand and cast a spell. Immediately, a layer of milky white restrictive spells appeared around the platform, surrounding it tightly. Bai Yanqiu and Zhang San's expressions changed slightly. They didn't understand what was going on, but when they saw that the Grand Elder and Garuda didn't say anything, they looked at each other and didn't say anything. Alright, it's rare for the School of Incense to entertain guests. I hope that everyone will not mind. As she spoke, a few female disciples passed through the milky white restriction. Each of them held a tray in their hands. The one in front had 5 small wine cups on it. Nun Jingyi smiled and said, "This is the chilled ice wine brewed from the chilled ice grass of the School of Incense. We used the recipe of the School of Immortals, and it has great benefits for refining one's vital energy. Please enjoy." As she spoke, Nun Jingyi downed the wine cup in her hand. Then she closed her eyes and adjusted her breathing, as if she was refining the vital energy in the wine. Garuda saw this and laughed. "I didn't expect the School of Incense to be so generous. You even took out such a precious item to entertain your guest. If I didn't come today, I would have suffered a great loss." As she spoke, she tilted her head back and downed the wine. "Amit Ba," the elder chanted. "Wine is not wine, meat is not meat. Wine and meat pass through the intestines, but Buddha remains in the heart." She also downed the wine in one gulp. Bai Yanqiu looked at the dark green wine in the small wine cup in his hand and couldn't help but hesitate. The wine cup was carved from white jade and should have been warm, but when he held it in his hand, it felt a little cold. However, this coldness was different from usual. It was mixed with the warmth and there were traces of icy ripples. As he raised the wine cup, a faint fragrance drifted into his nose. The wine swirled left and right with the movement of his hand. Every time it swirled, a faint fragrance would spread out. Bai Yanqiu released his divine sense and his expression changed slightly. He saw that the small wine cup was overflowing with vital energy. It was many times more vital energy than the immortal tea between the clouds and the water, and this vital energy was faintly dispersed along with the fragrance. Bai Yanqiu didn't dare to be negligent. He tilted his head back and poured the wine into his mouth. Immediately, a refreshing feeling spread out from his mouth, and then a small stream rose from his stomach. This was the essence of the vital energy of heaven and earth. Bai Yanqiu's face turned slightly red, and he immediately used the Shindao Sex Heart technique to refine this vital energy of heaven and earth into his meridians. At this time, Zhang San was different. He saw that the other 4 people treasured this strange-looking wine, and also closed their eyes to adjust their breathing. How could he not know that this was an item of the immortal path? However, when he smelled the wine cup in his hand, it didn't have the smell of ordinary wine at all. There was only a refreshing fragrance that made him feel refreshed, and it had nothing to do with the wine. He hesitated for a moment, but just as he was about to use it, Nun Jingyi opened her eyes and said with a smile, "Alliance Head Zhang, this wine was brewed using the Immortal Path's method. If you don't know the Immortal Path's heart technique, you won't be able to refine the essence of the wine. This wine is just an ordinary drink. It won't increase one's inner strength by much and can be said to be a waste. I think if there are people in the Righteous Alliance who know the Immortal Path's cultivation method, why don't Alliance Head Zhang bring it back?" Zhang Sen's eyes narrowed and his face turned slightly green. However, he quickly recovered and nodded. "Nun Jingyi is right. Good, bring me a jade bottle." "Yes," a voice answered from outside the restriction. A female disciple dressed in light red clothes came in from outside, holding a small jade bottle in her hand. The female disciple had just entered when she saw Garuda, who was sitting on the jade chair and had just opened his eyes. She couldn't help but cry out in surprise. The female disciple was also stunned. She looked at Garuda in confusion. With a whoosh, Garuda suddenly jumped up from the jade chair. He seemed to have forgotten to use his qigong. He walked in a few steps to the female disciple and grabbed her wrist. The female disciple was stunned. She tried to use her qigong to dodge, but how could she be a match for Garuda? Before she could move, she was caught. With a cry of surprise, the jade bottle fell to the ground. Nun Jingyi was stunned. With a wave of her hand, the jade bottle flew into her hand. She said unhappily, "Garuda, what is the meaning of this?" However, Garuda completely ignored her. He held the female disciple's wrist with one hand and pressed her acupoints with the other. He began to open his eyes wide and carefully examine her from head to toe. Nun Jingyi coldly snorted and handed the jade bottle to Zhang San, saying, "Alliance leader Zhang, put this icy soul wine into the jade bottle. If it is left in the wine cup for too long, the essence inside will disappear." Zhang San took the wine cup and poured it into the jade bottle as instructed. He put it away and said no more. He coldly looked at Garuda, who was not far away. Garuda seemed to have obtained some kind of treasure. He looked at the female disciple from head to toe. He was just short of taking off her clothes to examine her. The female disciple's face was red with embarrassment, but her eyes were filled with fear. Her body trembled uncontrollably. Although she couldn't move, she still looked at Nun Jingyi for help. "Enough, Garuda. Let go of your hand," Nun Jingyi said angrily. Nun Jingyi, wait a moment." As he spoke, Garuda stretched out his right hand and pointed between the female disciple's eyebrows. "Umph," Nun Jingyi coldly snorted. Her hand moved slightly, and a gust of wind from her finger attacked Garuda's main acupoint on his back. Garuda chuckled and dodged the attack. Nun Jingyi rose into the air like a wisp of smoke. She stretched out her hand and grabbed the back of Garuda's neck. Garuda didn't turn around. His body flashed and an afterimage flashed. In the blink of an eye, he floated to another part of the platform, still holding the female disciple in his hand. When Nun Jingyi's figure turned in the air and wanted to continue the chase, Garuda's finger had already landed between the female disciple's eyebrows. Garuda let out a surprised laugh. He landed on the ground, let go of the female disciple's hand and jumped onto the jade chair. However, the female disciple's acupoint hadn't been unsealed. She could only stand there in a daze. "Garuda, what is the meaning of this?" Nun Jingyi walked to the female disciple's side and looked her up and down. She also used her divine sense to check her. She didn't find anything unusual. Nothing. Nun Jingyi, please don't blame me." Garuda seemed to be in an extremely good mood. His lean face was filled with a smile as he said, "This one has a presumptuous request. I need Nun Jingyi's approval." Nun Jingyi looked at the frightened female disciple and shook her head. "If you don't explain the matter clearly, this sect won't agree to anything." It's actually nothing much." Garuda looked at the female disciple behind Nun Jingyi and smiled. "This girl has a body of true fire. Her meridians contain fire-type true essence. This heavenly king urgently needs to break through a bottleneck. This one has no choice but to be thick-skinned and ask for this girl from Nun Jingyi to be a cauldron for dual cultivation." Chapter 1036. Cauldron. Zhang San wasn't the only one surprised. Jingyi and the other immortal cultivators were also surprised. Jingyi looked at the female disciple beside her, her eyes full of curiosity. She turned around and said, "Garuda, the cauldron is a legend of the immortal path. Could it be that your demon sect's cultivators also need this? Moreover, cauldrons are usually only found among immortal cultivators. Right now, most of the immortal cultivators are in front of you. Although this female disciple has some potential, but..." To his surprise, Garuda waved his hand and laughed. "In the eyes of immortal cultivators like you, of course, this female disciple's aptitude is extremely ordinary. There's nothing special about her. But in the eyes of the demonic sect, oh, this woman's constitution is special. Perhaps it's only useful to my cultivation." He then explained, in ancient times, immortal cultivators were limited by gender. They cultivated Yang's spiritual energy. As the ancient saying goes, solitary Yang doesn't grow, solitary Yin doesn't grow. Only by balancing Yin and Yang can one achieve the Tao. Thus, Sunmi used a lowly woman's body as a cauldron. Using Yin and Yang intercourse, they guided the woman's Yin's spiritual energy into her meridians. Of course, this woman had to have immortal cultivation. But my demon sect doesn't need to do that. As long as we can find a woman with a Yin physique, we can use a secret technique to directly absorb the Yin essence into our bodies. Of course, immortal cultivation emphasizes simplicity and harmony. No matter if it's the caster or the cauldron, both will benefit. But how much the cauldron benefits depends on the caster's intentions." He glanced at the frightened female disciple and continued, "But my demon sect is different. This cauldron can only provide essence to the caster, but not any actual benefits. AI, the world's spiritual energy has greatly decreased. It's rare to find someone with such meridians. This girl's meridians are even rarer. They won't be of much use to others, but they'll be of great use to my Imperial Wind technique. Afterwards, he cupped his hands towards Nun Jingyi and said, I've said so much just to ask Nun Jingyi to give me this ordinary disciple of the School of Fragrance. Although this woman has lost all her powers after becoming this heavenly king's cauldron, she is no different from an ordinary woman. Furthermore, this heavenly king guarantees that she will live out her life in glory. Seeing that Jingyi Shirtai didn't say anything, Garuda said, If Shirtai agrees, I will remember this favor. When the aroma cult needs me, I will do my best to help. Oh, I have a jade slip here that I just obtained. I haven't looked at it carefully yet. If Abbas doesn't mind, why don't you take a look at it first? As he spoke, Garuda took out a jade slip from his bosom. With a wave of his hand, the jade slip slowly flew to Nun Jingyi. Nun Jingyi took it and scanned it with her divine sense. She couldn't help but be startled. However, she immediately threw it back and said with a smile, What if I don't agree? You don't agree? Garuda looked around and sneered, This heavenly king is giving face to your fragrant cult by asking for it in person. Although this heavenly king can't do anything to your fragrant cult, to be honest, if this heavenly king wanted to kidnap this woman while your sect protecting formation is open, it would be as easy as flipping my hand. Furthermore, there are so many female disciples in the fragrant cult. Perhaps there are many that suit this heavenly king's taste. Garuda was quite unscrupulous, but Jingyi Shirtai knew that what he said was absolutely reasonable. From the sparring session just now, Jingyi Shirtai already knew that Garuda's cultivation was inferior to hers. However, Garuda specialized in lightness techniques. His levitation technique was far from hers. It seemed that he had already mastered it and was on the verge of breaking through the Imperial Wind technique. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so thick-skinned as to ask her for a disciple. With the Imperial Wind technique, Garuda could come and go as he pleased in the fragrant cult. This female disciple in front of her looked somewhat familiar. She definitely wasn't a disciple of Mo Nong Gong. She couldn't keep her by her side at all times. If Garuda had any ill intentions, he could kidnap her at any time. Rather than offending Garuda, why not do him a favor at no cost? Many thoughts ran through Jingyi Shirtai's mind. She then smiled and said, We'll talk about this after the martial arts convention. Garuda, please unseal my female disciple's acupoints. Garuda frowned slightly. He looked at the people on the platform and then looked at the people below the platform who were blocked by the restriction and could not see what was happening on the platform. He smiled and said, Well said, well said. I will wait for Abbas's choice. As he spoke, he waved his hand. A few wisps of smoke, almost invisible to the naked eye, flew out and hit the female disciple's major acupoints. With a cry, the female disciple was able to move. Her first reaction was to wrap her arms around her chest and curl into a ball. She cried out, Sect leader, save me. Sect leader, save me. Don't panic. Everything will be decided by this sect. Come here. Yes, sect leader. The girl trembled as she walked to Jingyi Shirtai's side. However, her gaze was still timid as she looked at Garuda, who was smiling brightly. What's your name? Which hall on Lingering Fragrance Peak are you in? Jingyi Shirtai asked kindly. Disciple's name is Zhang Pinger. I'm in Li Hua Hall on Lingering Fragrance Peak. The female disciple trembled as she answered. Zhang Pinger? Jingyi Shirtai frowned slightly. She had a faint impression of this name. That's right, this was the person that great elder Jing Gang's youngest disciple Yu Zhuochuan was thinking about. It was also because of her that great elder Jing Gang took his anger out on Zhang Xiaohua. In order to hunt down Zhang Xiaohua, he went to Lingering Fragrance Peak and was killed by either the Tenryu sect or an immortal expert from between the clouds and the water. Femme fatale. For some reason, this phrase flashed through Jingyi Shirtai's mind when she saw Zhang Pinger's lovely and pitiful appearance. This sect leader remembers that you're the disciple of Li Hua Hall's Vice Hall Master Yin Yin. How come you're here? Jingyi Shirtai was somewhat puzzled. Sect leader, today, there are many guests on Huayu Peak. Yesterday we received sect leader's decree and sent some disciples from various halls to Huayu Peak. Disciples, master and old acquaintances came to receive them. Disciple was curious, so I followed. Zhang Pinger's mood gradually stabilized and her voice no longer trembled. Alas, this sect leader understands. Jing Yi Shirtai sighed. You can leave now. This sect leader will tell your master about this matter later. Sect leader. Zhang Pinger's face immediately turned pale. She stretched out her hand and pulled Jing Yi Shirtai's sleeve. The disciple doesn't want to go. Even if I die, I don't want to go. Jing Yi Shirtai looked at Zhang Pinger's hand and frowned slightly. She paused for a moment and said warmly, this sect leader didn't say that you should go. Don't worry, you can leave first. Yes. Sect leader. Zhang Pinger's eyes were slightly teary and her face was increasingly pale. She bit her lips and didn't say anything in the end. She got up and hurried to the restriction outside the high platform. However, before she could reach it, her legs went soft and she almost fell. When she got up again, the tears in her eyes had been replaced by determination. After Zhang Pinger left, Jing Yi Shirtai glanced at Garuda and then at the sect leader who was looking down at the ground. She smiled and said, all right, everyone has already tasted the icy soul wine. Next, there's our humble sect's new radish tea, heavenly ice dates and green leaf fruit. They're all great for cultivation. As she spoke, the other female disciples offered their trays. However, at this time, everyone was far away from Garuda, afraid that he would see through them again. Garuda still had the same expression as before. He didn't seem to be worried that Jing Yi wouldn't be moved. He only smiled and accepted the tea and spirit fruits. As for the other female disciples, he didn't care at all. If he could find someone with strange meridians, Zhang Pinger wouldn't be so precious anymore. Would he, Garuda, still need to run to the incense sect and lower himself? After the 4 people finished eating, each of them put away their food. Jing Yi made a hand seal and the restriction on the high platform gradually disappeared. The crowd below the platform, which had been clamoring non-stop, immediately fell silent. All right, everyone, the food and wine are over. Next is the sword competition that everyone has been waiting for. In fact, when the 5 sects of the immortal Tao gathered here in the past, it was mostly to drink and discuss the sword. This time there are just more sects and more heroes. There's no difference. Of course, since there are more people, the rules need to be changed slightly. I won't say more about the specific arrangements. When the sword competition begins, I'll explain it to Nun Xuezhen. What I'm talking about here won't change during the sword competition. That is the reward. Whoosh. Everyone's emotions were stirred. The people inside Huayu Palace all craned their necks, wanting to see what Nun Jingyi would take out as a reward. The people in the square outside the palace all pricked up their ears, wanting to hear what Nun Jingyi would say. Nun Jingyi was very satisfied with the effect in front of her eyes. She waved her hand and a beautiful female disciple held a jade tray with a thin book on it. She lightly floated to the front of the high platform. Nun Jingyi pointed with her finger and smiled. This is the result of the sword competition. It's the rarely seen Jianghu's top internal cultivation method, the breaking blade force. Whoosh. Another sound rang out. This time it was even louder than the previous one. Everyone below the high platform began to talk at once. At this time a voice rang out from the side. Nun Jingyi, this is your fault. This breaking blade force is the secret cultivation method of our Shindao sect. How could you take it out as a reward? The one who spoke was Bai Yanqiu. At this time Bai Yanqiu's face was slightly red and his eyes flashed with incomparable anger. Bai Zhangmen, don't be mistaken. This breaking blade force is incomparably precious. As long as you practice the 9 layers of this cultivation method to the peak, you'll be able to step onto the path of immortality. It's definitely one of the few internal cultivation methods in Jianghu. However, it's only the secret cultivation method of the Shindao sect. This doesn't seem to have anything to do with between the clouds and the water. Didn't Bai Zhangmen remind me just now that you're between the clouds and the water and not the Shindao sect? Nun Jingyi explained with a smile. But Bai Yanqiu was speechless. This breaking blade force was the secret cultivation method of the Shindao sect. After the Shindao sect was destroyed, it disappeared. Today there was only a fragment of the between the clouds and the water. If this breaking blade force was obtained by other sects in Jianghu, perhaps the 6th sect of the path of immortality would be born. Thank you. If you like this work, you're welcome to cast a recommendation vote or a monthly vote at Chidian. Com. Chapter 1037. Bai Yanqiu's eyes burned with anger when she saw the breaking blade force in the hands of the aroma sect disciple, but she had no excuse. She had repeatedly corrected Nun Jingyi, differentiating the Shindao sect from the between the clouds and the water. She didn't expect that she would overreach herself and lose the best chance to ask for her sect's secret manual. Looking at Bai Yanqiu's dejected and angry appearance, Jingyi Nun ignored her and said to the crowd, "This cultivation method is most suitable for men to practice. The hero who gets third place in this sword competition will be able to take away the blade-breaking force. Hehe, of course, how to practice it is none of my business." After that, Nun Jingyi waved her hand, and another female disciple stepped forward. This time the item on the tray was covered by a silk scarf so no one could see it. However, there were still some people present who had expressions of astonishment on their faces. Bai Yanqiu was naturally one of them. When the female disciple came to the side of the platform, Nun Jingyi waved her hand and lifted the scarf, revealing 5 fist-sized stones. The stones were of different colors: yellow, cyan, blue, red, and brown. What are these? Most of the people in Huayu Palace were stunned. Since the third place in the sword competition could get the breaking blade force, the second place in the sword competition would get it. It should be more precious than the breaking blade force. But these 5 stones looked very ordinary. What was so precious about them? However, some of the monks of the Dalan Temple, some of the disciples of Between the Clouds and the Water, and some of the disciples of the aroma sects Emotian Gong stared at the 5 stones with burning passion in their eyes. They were like mice that saw rice. Nun Jingyi looked at Bai Yanqiu, Master Chongqing, and Zhang San, who was also tempted. She smiled and said, "Everyone, you must know that the breaking blade force is a key to entering the Tao through martial arts. But how do you practice it after entering the Tao? The Tao of immortality is different from the Tao of martial arts. Internal energy can be generated on its own. The Tao of immortality's internal energy is called vital energy. Although some can be generated in the meridians, the normal method is to absorb it from the outside. The absorbed energy is called the qi of heaven and earth. In ancient times the world was full of heaven and earth. People of the Tao of immortality could directly absorb the qi of heaven and earth and refine it in their meridians, turning it into vital energy. Everyone knows the power of internal energy, but let me tell you, vital energy power is 100 times stronger than internal energy. Perhaps it's not appropriate to put it this way. If internal energy is like a baby, then true energy is like an adult. Not only is there a difference in strength, there is also a difference in ability. Moreover, vital energy is the foundation of all cultivators of the Tao of immortality. All magic and divine abilities are based on the control of vital energy. Now the Tao of heaven and earth has changed greatly. The Tao of immortality has been annihilated. People of the Tao of immortality can't directly absorb vital energy from heaven and earth. So how do they practice? They absorb vital energy from these stones. These stones are called vital stones in the Tao of immortality. The vital energy of heaven and earth contained in these vital stones is purer than that of heaven and earth and easier to refine. That is to say, with the breaking blade force just now, you can take one step into the Tao of immortality. With these 5 vital stones, you can completely enter the Tao of immortality. Boom. The crowd exploded like a pot of boiling water and began to discuss. Perhaps there were people from the famous sects in Huayu Palace who knew about the Tao of immortality, but they had never seen 5 vital stones in perfect condition. Needless to say, the sects in the square were even more so. What Nun Jingyi said just now was basically to let them know what the Tao of immortality was and how to practice it. This was actually to cater to their curiosity of coming to the Tao of immortality. With the help of Huayu Palace's formation, Nun Jingyi's divine sense saw the curious expressions of the people outside the square. She couldn't help but smile. The Tao of immortality hadn't appeared in Jianghu for a long time, so the sect's fear of the Tao of immortality had greatly decreased. This time she took out the Tao of immortality to broaden their horizons and let them know the power of the Tao of immortality. After waiting for a while, her voice grew softer and softer. Nun Jingyi said, "The things in this world are not metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The same goes for vital stones. Yellow vital stones are metal, green vital stones are wood, blue vital stones are water, red vital stones are fire, and brown vital stones are earth. The breaking blade force is a metal attribute technique. Although absorbing the other 4 types of vital stones can increase one's cultivation, if you use the yellow metal vital stone, you'll get twice the result with half the effort. In addition, it's not that I'm boasting, but the vital energy of heaven and earth is scarce, so the vital stones in this world are gradually being worn away. In the 10,000 years since the Tao of Immortality was destroyed, vital stones have become rare. These 5 vital stones with all 5 elements are the only things I have. I only took them out for this martial arts convention to share with you. Good. The leader of an unknown sect stood up and clapped his hands. The fragrant cult is indeed a great sect of the Tao of Immortality. It lives up to its reputation. This kind of style is rare in the world. My Flat Mountain faction is truly impressed. If the fragrant cult needs anything in the future, our humble sect will not refuse. That's right. The fragrant cult is indeed generous. They share the secrets of the Tao of Immortality with us. We also admire them. For a moment, there was endless praise for the fragrant cult. Of the other 4 people on the stage, Garuda was sitting on a chair. He looked sideways and did not look forward. He was only looking left and right. No one knew if he was looking for Zhang Pinger. The elder still put his palms together and lowered his head without saying a word. Zhang Sen's face was as calm as still water. He looked coldly at the clamor below. Bai Yanqiu was biting his lips. His eyes narrowed. No one knew what he was thinking. Well, this is the reward for the 2nd place in the Sword Conference tournament. The cult has finished. Everyone, let's see the reward for the champion. This sentence piqued everyone's curiosity. Even Bai Yanqiu and the others looked sideways. They all wanted to know what other good things the fragrant cult could take out on top of the 5 elements primordial stone. The 3rd item was placed in a jade box. Bai Yanqiu and the others' divine senses were blocked by the jade box's restriction. They could not see what was inside. At this time, Nun Jingyi said, I just said that the cultivation of the Tao of Immortality relies on the qi of heaven and earth and the primordial stone. But once you have the cultivation, what do you rely on to fight? In martial arts, you can transfer your inner strength to your hands and feet. You can also use your strength to use weapons like sabers, spears, swords, halberds, and so on. Similarly, you can transfer your inner strength to weapons like sabers and swords. In the Tao of Immortality, your qi can be used to form spells. You can also use your qi to activate weapons like sabers, spears, swords, and halberds. It's a bit troublesome to explain these weapons. You can think of them as weapons. By the way, when Bai Zhangmen between the clouds and the water was sparring with me, the elders, and the Garuda King in the air, the weapon used was a magic weapon. When the crowd heard this, how could they not know that there was a magic weapon inside the jade box? When they thought that if they won 1st place in the sword competition, they would be rewarded with a magic weapon that could be used to fly around in the air. Everyone couldn't help but blush and their blood boiled. Of course, the participants of the sword competition this time are all the younger generation in the world of martial artists. If we bring out our famous enchanted vessel, we will be showing our sincerity, but the disciples might not be able to use it and it will taint our sincerity. So, after careful consideration, we have decided to bring out a replica of the purple phoenix hairpin personally created by a senior from the Path of Immortals as the prize for the champion of the sword competition. Everyone present knew about the purple phoenix hairpin. When they heard Nun Jingyi mention it, they were all surprised. However, when they heard that it was a replica, they showed a look of realization. The others were also disappointed when they heard that it was a replica. When Nun Jingyi saw this, she smiled and said, Everyone, don't underestimate this replica. Its power isn't bad, but it requires a lot less qi. It's suitable for disciples who have just entered the Tao of Immortality. As she spoke, she waved her hand and the jade box flew into her hand. She cast several spells and unlocked the restriction on the jade box. Nun Jingyi opened the jade box, revealing a purple phoenix hairpin carved with exquisite patterns. It was exactly the same as the purple phoenix hairpin in Zhang Xiao's arms. Nun Jingyi held the replica purple phoenix hairpin in her hand and raised her head to look at it. She casually waved her hand and a weak bolt of lightning suddenly appeared out of thin air, following the direction of the purple phoenix hairpin. After a crackling sound, there was a bang sound. Not far from Nun Jingyi, a jade chair was first entangled by the lightning and then exploded into several pieces. The person sitting on the chair had already stood up because he was greedy for the magic weapon in the jade box, but now he was greatly shocked. The whole place was in an uproar. The lightning was incomparably fast. When everyone saw it clearly, it had already hit the chair. If it had been aimed at a person, there would have been no time to dodge. Moreover, the distance was so far. After being hit, the power was not small. It was simply incomparable to the hidden weapons commonly seen in the Jianghu. It really is an immortal weapon. It's extraordinary. This was the unanimous thought in everyone's mind. However, Nun Jingyi did not stop. She waved the replica purple phoenix hairpin in her hand a few more times, and a small net of electric arcs appeared in the air with crackling sounds. Ah! The people under the net were so frightened that they could only shrink their necks and retreat one after another, afraid that the net would fall and hit them. However, Nun Jingyi smiled. The replica purple phoenix hairpin in her hand swayed slightly. The net of electric arcs seemed to be pulled by ropes and floated around in the air. As the people moved, it also moved and covered their heads. After a while, when she saw that the people's foreheads were covered in sweat, Nun Jingyi no longer teased them. With a wave of her hand, the net of electric arcs fell directly to the empty jade chair that someone had been sitting on just now. This time the movement was even greater. After a crackling sound, the jade chair exploded. This time the explosion was smaller than before and there were even more fragments. What do you think, everyone? Although this replica purple phoenix hairpin is not as powerful as the real one, it's still an elementary immortal weapon. It's perfect for new disciples to use. It's also the best weapon to be awarded to the champion of the sword conference. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian.com to cast a recommendation vote or a monthly vote. Chapter 1038. Jingyi's words were to the point. Although the real purple phoenix hairpin was powerful, it required a huge amount of qi. It was impossible to use it unless one was at the middle stage of the qi refining stage. When Zhang Xiaohua was at the third or fourth stage of the qi refining stage, she could only use jade talismans. The first time she used a magic tool was the dragon binding hoop. She was already at the middle stage of the qi refining stage, but she could only activate the dragon binding hoop and use it to trap others. She couldn't release the true fire within the dragon binding hoop. The middle stage of the qi refining stage was an inconceivable existence in the current era of the immortal Tao. How could the younger generation of disciples from the various sects hope to catch up to her? Therefore, not to mention the real purple phoenix hairpin, even if the dragon binding hoop or the jade talisman were here, they might not be able to use it. In fact, when Jingyi introduced the imitation of the purple phoenix hairpin, she deliberately avoided mentioning one thing. That was spiritual sense. While using a magic tool required Jinqi, controlling a magic tool relied more on one's spiritual sense. The lightning net created by the imitation of the purple phoenix hairpin required precise control over one's spiritual sense to be able to be executed. As for spiritual sense, unless one was at the late stage of the qi refining stage or used a sect's secret technique, it was impossible to generate spiritual sense. Although Jing Gang was older than Jing Yi, her cultivation was limited. She only managed to cultivate a weak spiritual sense with the help of the incense cult's secret technique. She was far inferior to Jing Yi. Before the incense cult's defensive formation was destroyed, Jing Yi received the formation and the cult's secret technique. Her spiritual sense was also incomparably powerful. It was even more powerful than Zhang Xiaohua's. Unfortunately, the dragon vein was absorbed by Zhang Xiaohua and the restriction was broken by Zhang Xiaohua. Jing Yi's spiritual sense was immediately beaten back to its original state. But then again, even now, Jing Yi's spiritual sense was much weaker than Zhang Xiaohua's. In the eyes of the Jianghu disciples, she was still an immortal-like existence. She was far from a height they could reach in their lifetime. Jing Yi put the imitation hairpin back into the jade box and smiled. Wait until the hero here can escape from the top scorer. I'll personally give this hairpin and the manual on how to use it to him. Subsequently, the three female disciples placed the trays in their hands on the jade table beside the high platform, bowed and retreated. Nun Jingyi turned around and asked, Elder, would you like to say a few words? Ba. Elder Chong stood up and nodded. To tell you the truth, the incense cult's move this time. It's very generous, far beyond old monk's expectations. Since this old monk is already like this, I'm sure everyone here is tempted as well. Hong. A loud laughter rang out. The people below the stage did not expect Elder Qing to be so straightforward, and they all roared with laughter. Isn't that so? My eyes are burning and my hands are itching. Someone said boldly. Yes, everyone wants it. However, there are only 3 prizes. Therefore, I don't need to tell you that the sword competition will be very exciting. Everyone will be nervous. Then Elder Chong changed the topic. However, this sword competition is a competition, not a battle of life and death. No matter what grudges you have in Jianghu when you're here, you must forget the past. Here, old monk will reiterate the principle of the sword competition. You can't kill. If someone is merciless and takes the opponent's life, then you'll be disqualified from the sword competition immediately. You'll be expelled from Huayu Palace. Nun Jingyi and Garuda's expressions did not change as if they already knew. Bai Yanqiu thought for a moment, looked at the audience and asked, Master Chongqing, what if someone accidentally kills? Bai Zhongmen. The sword competition is the sword competition. It's about the word competition. This rule has been followed for thousands of years without exception. Whether it's intentional or not, you must be expelled. Elder Chongqing said without any trace of politeness. Bai Yanqiu could only nod and look at Zhang San. Zhang San seemed to be thinking about something else and did not pay attention. All right, old monk has finished speaking. I wish for the sword competition to end successfully and for all of you to have your wishes come true. After Elder Chongqing sat down, Nun Jingyi looked at the other 3 people. They were all silent, so she said, the sword competition begins. As she spoke, she struck a spell on the high platform. With a bang, the high platform shook slightly. Then, in Huayu Palace in the square between the gaps of the audience, dozens and even hundreds of high platforms about 10 feet tall rose gradually. These high platforms were pulled up from the ground and rose little by little until they were about 10 feet tall. The audience below the high platform was stunned at first, but then they understood. They all looked at the high platform that was used as a fighting ring with interest. When the high platform stabilized, a white figure leaped onto the middle one. It was Nun Xuezhen, who was wearing a white palace dress and a mask. Nun Xuezhen stood on the high platform and bowed slightly to the audience. She said, according to the order of the hierarch, I, Xuezhen, will be in charge of this sword competition. Now I will tell you the specific rules. As soon as she finished speaking, the female disciple of the aroma sect who had served tea and snacks appeared again. But this time she was holding a brush, ink, paper and inkstone. She placed them on everyone's table. Nun Xuezhen pointed at the brush, ink, paper and inkstone and said, in this sword competition, except for the Pai sect, the Tenryu sect, the Dalan temple between the clouds and the water and the Righteous Alliance, there are 4 places to participate. The other sects and schools only have 2 places to participate. This has been explained when the disciples of the Pai sect sent the invitations. Please write down the names of the disciples of your sects and schools who will participate in the sword competition. Then find a fighting ring like the one I am standing on. At the bottom of the fighting ring there is a small round hole. You can put your name in there. There are 50 fighting rings like this inside Huayu Palace and outside the palace. Inside Huayu Palace, you can put 10 names on each fighting ring. Outside the palace, you can put 20 names on each fighting ring. Once the fighting ring is full, the small hole in the fighting ring will close. There are 230 sects in Huayu Palace. Each sect has 2 people, so there are 460 disciples participating in the sword competition. There are 50 fighting rings, so there are 40 empty spots. There are 512 sects outside the palace, so there are 1,024 disciples participating in the sword competition. There are 24 more disciples in the fighting rings. Please put the names of these 24 disciples into the fighting rings inside Huayu Palace. The small hole in the fighting rings will close after I finish speaking for 30 minutes. Only the disciples who put their names in during this time are qualified to participate in the sword competition. Otherwise, they will be considered as not participating. Each fighting ring will have 10 or 20 people. The fighting rings will be arranged by themselves. The other sects will guarantee fairness. For the sake of fairness, the 4 disciples of the other sect and the 16 disciples of the other 4 sects will not participate in the first round. Once the final winner has been determined in each arena, they will participate in the second round of the sword competition for the top 120 disciples. Nun Xuezhen continued to talk about the rules of each round of the sword competition. In the end she said, just now the leader of the other sect announced the rewards for the top 3. According to the rules of the sword competition, there will be 100 winners in the first round. These 100 disciples will receive 1 Yuhuandan pill, 1 small bone congealing pill, and 1 small revitalizing pill from the Dalan Temple as a reward. Alright, please write down the names of your disciples participating in the sword competition on the paper and put them in the fighting rings. The first round of the sword competition is about to begin. As she spoke, a disciple of the incense cult brought a lit incense stick to the fighting ring where Nun Shuizhen was. When they heard Nun Shuizhen mention that the rewards for winning the first round of the sword competition were the legendary healing pills of the incense cult and the Dalan Temple, the crowd was in an uproar. The 3 rewards that Nun Jingyi had shown were indeed very tempting. Everyone was looking forward to it, but after all, not everyone had the hope to reach the last step. The 3 rewards were very likely to be won by the disciples of the 5 super sects in the end. On the contrary, Nun Shuizhen's words about the rewards for the final winner of the first round of the sword competition rekindled the fire of hope in everyone's hearts. Of course, 1 out of 10 people in Huayu Palace, 1 out of 20 people outside Huayu Palace. All the young disciples present were outstanding disciples of their respective sections. Almost every one of them believed that they would definitely be the final winner. The 3 pills each represented a life, so how could they not be tempted? Therefore, when Nun Shuizhen said that they could begin, the leaders of each sect immediately picked up their brushes and wrote down the names of their disciples as fast as they could. They took 1 for themselves and the other elder took 1 for themselves. Then each of them used their lightness skills and threw their names into the fighting rings that they had already planned out. That's right, the sword competition was also about strategy. 2 disciples from each sect absolutely could not be placed in the same fighting ring. Moreover, were there any familiar sects nearby? Were there any disciples from other sects that they knew the ins and outs of? This all needed to be considered in the time it took for a stick of incense to burn. The sects that were closer to Huayu Palace had already taken the lead. They ran into the palace and threw the names of their 2 disciples into the fighting rings. Nonsense, the palace only chose 1 out of 10. Although their martial arts might be a little higher, their chances were still much higher. For a moment, the inside and outside of Huayu Palace was in chaos. Occasionally, there were people who used their lightness skills and almost collided with each other. There were also people who had just chosen a fighting ring and were about to throw their names in. In the end, they were thrown in by a hidden weapon technique from far away. Then the small hole immediately disappeared. This person could only turn around and curse. He did not dare to delay and went to look for another fighting ring. As a result, in the end, more than 10 people ran out of Huayu Palace and shouted, "Where is the fighting ring? Where is the fighting ring?" It was because the smart leaders in the square had filled up the fighting rings in Huayu Palace. These people in Huayu Palace had no fighting ring to throw their names into. They had no choice but to look for the 1 out of 20 fighting rings in the square. The funny thing was, in the square, there were 512 sects and 1,024 people. They were all silent and stood there obediently, adhering to the rule of not speaking during the sword competition. Please cast a monthly vote, a recommendation vote, a collection, a tip. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian.com to cast a recommendation vote or a monthly vote. You're tuning in to the Romantic Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.